Welcome to MMA Global. MMA Global is a not-for-profit global trade body enabling pioneering marketeers to architect the future of marketing. MMA's mission is to enable marketeers to drive innovation, enduring business value, and stronger consumer engagement in an increasingly dynamic and connected world. Our strategic priorities are inspire and educate, enhance capability, measurement and growth frameworks, and advocacy. MMA is governed by an august and experienced board across markets in North America, Lath, EMEA, and APAC, and is present in 15 countries. We are a 800+ members strong community globally. Let's now look at our global think tanks. Now let's take a look at MMA India footprints. MMA India's member network comprises of organizations from across the ecosystem, being true to its philosophy of collaborating with all stakeholders to drive adoption at scale. Taking a look at the MMA India AMP community, which stands for Accelerating Modern Marketing Practices, is the perfect mix of industry experts and opinion leaders who have joined forces to further accelerate and evangelize modern marketing capabilities and know-how through councils and work streams. Now let's understand why become a member of MMA. Our programs and membership has remarkable benefits and privileges. Here are some of them. Join MMA India councils and drive industry growth by taking part in the development and execution of their charters. Access gated content on MMA's website. Leverage and participate in events to educate, evangelize, and network. Lead industry discussions and get recognized for your thought leadership. Contribute and author industry reports, white papers, and share POV as well as case studies in our newsletters. Also publish your company news or research, etc. on the MMA website. And there is more to MMA India membership. Become a pre-screener or jury at Smarties Awards, a global awards lineage platform. Be a part of our training programs as faculty or student. In an environment as dynamic as ours, having a partner by your side is essential to your success. And for that, MMA is your go-to industry partner. Don't miss the MMA India must-download industry toolkits which can help ensure business success. To know more, visit www.mmaglobal.com. Email us at mmaindia@mmaglobal.com.
Hi everyone, this is Prashant Kumar, MMA India Co-Chair and Chief Executive Officer Group South Asia. This year's MMA Impact theme is Evolve into a Winning Marketing Organization. The framework of this theme is built on two perspectives, the firm value and the customer value. And like every year, this theme is going to bring in tons of insights from the most sought after industry experts. MMA board members and the group of leadership will also contribute to the same. To know more, do register for the sessions on the 19th and 20th of May. And we look forward to seeing you all at the MMA India Impact 2022. Thank you.
MMR Reckoner 2022 is inspired by MMA's global report, which focuses on the WMO framework, which is not just a focus on a single function or an organization, but is a coalition of functions that come together to help you compete in the marketplace. The report draws upon an ecosystem of modern marketers, winning marketing organizations who share key insights and expertise. MMR 2022 also showcases the modern marketing capability map, which is a coming together of customer value and organization value. It is a comprehensive guide to help you build growth, build platforms, and increase personalization. A detailed study of this concept has also been published in HBR.
Hello everyone, I am Gupta, founder and CEO of Zapads Media, the leading digital marketing company into the fields of programmatic marketing. We are here for the launch of the Modern Marketing Reckoner Report by MMA, the only report that covers end-to-end about how the winning organizations are made into the time of this mobile arena. So I'm glad I got a chance to put my 2 cents on the changing face of the performance marketing, how it came up from the traditional mediums to how it's going and how it will be with the upcoming Metaverses and the other such platforms. So really looking forward to read the report and gain some insights.
Let's please put our hands together for MMA. Thank you. And now, to officially begin the event and to set the tone to the most sought-after industry event, ladies and gentlemen, we have with us Miss Monica Khurana, a digital evangelist and industry leader with over 20 years of experience in digital marketing. Currently, as MMA India country head and MMA India board member, she is leading the MMA India chapter to help shape the future of modern marketing. She and her team have worked tremendously hard to bring to you a world-class show. Please join me in welcoming Miss Monica Khurana.
Wow. A very good morning and a warm welcome to the 11th edition of MMA Impact India. See the amount I'm smiling because I'm so thrilled to see all of you in person after 2 long years. Several familiar faces in the room, I must say, and of course, a lot of MMA members out there. So, how's everyone feeling to attend an IRL event? A term we've been using a fair bit, haven't we? A term which we definitely want to live with and not let go, given what we've all been through. We did make sure that we greet you in a very colorful and vibrant way, and hence we came up with a radical new look to Impact this year. Do you like it? Right? It's vibrant, it's colorful, and that's how we're feeling about Impact this year. But the foundation of Impact still remains to shape the future. For our first-time guests, whilst you've heard enough and more about MMA, but a quick introduction, MMA is a global trade body with regional offices across LATAM, North America, EMEA, and APAC. It is the only marketing trade association that brings together the full ecosystem of marketers, agencies, tech enablers, and publishers under one roof to evangelize and adopt modern marketing frameworks. You did hear me say it brings together the entire ecosystem. I'm going to validate it just in this room right now. Can I have a show of hands for all marketers here, please? Show of hands for marketers. All right. Show of hands for agencies. Okay. Publishers. Nice. Tech enablers. There we go. It's a melting pot, and that's what we are about. We bring the ecosystem together. And that's what makes this trade body what it is. Having said that, let me now share with you a little about MMA Impact. MMA Impact is a part of a global series which MMA hosts across 15+ markets and has become a signature property that is poised to shape the future of modern marketing. Today, we have collaborated with key stakeholders across industries to drive perspectives at Impact as we bring to you ways to evolve into a winning marketing organization. Yes, that's the theme, evolve into a winning marketing organization. Before we delve more into this theme, I would like to start by thanking and offering immense gratitude to MMA India board, to our partners, to MMA India members, and to our partners. Without them, we wouldn't have been put together such a fabulous show today. I would also like to do a special shout out for our keynote speakers, as well as our global speakers who are logging in live at wee hours in the middle of the night and early morning. That's commendable, so that they can be with you here today. As we said, it's a phygital event. So the theme on evolve into a winning marketing organization is inspired by an MMA global study, which you will hear more about soon. This study successfully validates that a 1% improvement in marketing capability fit leads to a 2.5% increase in sales growth and 2.35% increase in market value. The study also showcases a structured methodology and a capability map to help organizations assess capability fit and ways to improve it to drive business growth. Whilst this data point is reflective of huge ROI, our theme Evolve is more inevitable today than ever before, as this is an era of digital Darwinism, where technology and consumers are evolving faster than businesses can naturally adapt. You know, 52% of companies on the Fortune 500 list have become obsolete, and this is not a data point from the past 100 years, but from the past 20 years. And you know why? Because it's the era of digital Darwinism, which sets a stage for a new era of marketing leadership and a new generation of marketing models. Hence, this can no longer be a conversation. It needs action. Evolving is no longer an option. It is a necessity to succeed. Here and today at Impact, the guidance and message to all of you is to feel a sense of urgency to evolve and catch up with the consumer before you lose them. This is possible only if we move away from a symphony style of leadership to a jazz style of leadership. Several organizations and marketing teams, even today, do follow a symphony style, wherein they lay out strategies over a long period of time and stick to them. But what we all need is a jazz style of leadership, which entails DARE. Do you know what that stands for? Do, assess, improvise, and repeat. That's DARE. Therefore, this gathering is about bringing a village together to drive the change and create a sense of urgency on how you could make your marketing organization a winning one in evolving times. On that note, let's kickstart the 2-day of conversations today being day 1, which is being rolled out digitally, and tomorrow being day 2, which is being rolled out virtually. And of course, like you know, all of you have been registered for both the days. So, as we kick off the day, we have with us our MMA India chairperson, Ms. Amit Jain, Managing Director, L'Oreal India, Bangladesh, Sri Lanka, and Nepal. An absolutely eclectic personality who I completely enjoy working with. He has a career spanning over 3 decades and in 5 continents. He has led businesses in sectors like FMCG, retail, entertainment, media, and beauty. He was a part of the founding team at Coca-Cola, Viacom, and MTV Asia. Amit is an avid wildlife conservationist and a strong supporter of literacy for underprivileged children. And closer home, he has been a fabulous mentor and extremely engaged with MMA India to drive industry growth and spearhead the modern marketing charter. It's a pleasure to have you with us, Amit, today, as we also celebrate your first anniversary with MMA India. A round of applause for that, guys. So, on that note, the stage, Amit, is all yours to a very milestone edition wherein impact makes a comeback in the physical world.
Good morning. Good morning. Hello, hello. Wonderful to be in a room full of people. As Monica has just said, it's been 2 years since most of us have dared to get into any gathering of this scale. And I can see the room is still filling up over here. So this is truly, for me, personally, a landmark occasion, as it might be for a lot of you. So, yeah, I think Monica's introduction has been too self-effacing and modest. And, you know, with my association of MMA over the last 1 year, what I've seen is that MMA, at least in India, has really started emerging as a very credible platform. And I just want to congratulate the MMA team, which is over here, who have put this together. So, of course, Monica, Rudra, Lloyd, Pooja, Prerna, Vishwas. And of course, we have got Rohit Dadwal. Rohit, stand up so that people can. Rohit heads MMA Asia and put together MMA India has been a very important mentor for the work which we are doing over here. So MMA over the last year, which I've seen, has grown extensively. They've expanded their footprint. They've doubled their membership base under Monica's leadership. And for me, the most important point as a client of MMA and a member is the extensive number of toolkits which MMA has been generating and then distributing among their member base. Today, MMA is a body that brings marketeers, tech enablers, agencies, and publishers, and Monica, you demonstrated that through a show of hands. And this is truly, truly special because we know that marketing is not now limited to specialized domains, it's all pervasive. So MMA believes that marketers and their partners solve the most significant impediments to growth and empowers them for the future. Well, at least that's what our mission is. But what's really important is there are very few associations which have a global footprint like MMA does. And it really helps us accelerate the learnings of our members and our associates. And because of that, we get best-in-class point of views. And there's some amazing committees which you might have seen in the video up front. But if I had to pick up a couple of really seminal pieces of work, it's the e-commerce council, the voice and audio council, which is one of a kind, and I'd really urge you to see the kind of content which is there, and the brand safety council, which has been at work for the last 3 years and has been partnering some of the best brand safety practices which are available in the country today. Yeah. So as a body, MMA has been at the forefront of building industry toolkits, white papers, which are empowering our marketeers and, very importantly, collaborating with the ecosystem. You will witness WMO toolkits being launched over the next 2 days. And we have already launched 7 or 8 over the last year. And this is going to be hand-holding the industry for times to come in these very, very fast-changing times. So, well, that was the word from the sponsors. Let me get down to what you are here for, which is the theme, building a winning marketing organization. So the interaction between consumers and brands has been evolving massively, and I'm stating the obvious. It's closer, it's personal, it's powerful, it's pervasive. The marketing function as we know it will change form all the time, like literally an amoeba. It has to adjust to technological innovations brought in by 5G, AI, machine learnings, to name a few, and add to it the growing number of Generation Z in our consumers as well as in the workforce. What we have is transformation, which is literally once in an era, and we have to be ready for this. So the theme of the 11th edition of Impact India, evolve into a winning marketing organization. And the focus is going to be creating value for 2 key stakeholders, which is the customer and the companies which you represent. So there's going to be something in this for everybody over here, and I can assure you that today is going to be time well spent for all of you who have taken the trouble to turn up and participate. The theme was inspired by a global study done by MMA in collaboration with an organization called Marcaps, which states that the modern marketing organizations that lead on revenue and customer growth can be distinguished in terms of the capabilities and their marketing footprint. This is going to be integral to Impact 2022. So on a different note, speaking for myself, the theme this year is really close to me because it's a very important part of what we do at L'Oreal. It really resonates with our vision of creating beauty that moves the world. We believe in building deeper connections with our consumers and brands through beauty tech. And we believe in inclusivity and personalization for all our consumers and customers, and it goes beyond the boundaries of typical beauty to create new products, services, and partnerships. Our journey towards being a winning marketing organization has just commenced a couple of years back. All of you, I'm sure, must have regeared massively during the pandemic. So did we. And our marketing function has embarked on a huge transformation, which is fundamentally built on 3 tenets: the inevitable products and services, engagement through social media, content management, and activation, both of online and offline channels. I'm stating the obvious here, but making it work is what we'll be dwelling on throughout the rest of the day. So our vision is looking at an organization that consists of multi-expert teams working in an open and collaborative manner to successfully bring together digital and marketing capabilities. We are trying to put digital and the consumer at the heart of our operating model. Today, our marketing teams are a unique blend of marketing and digital. It's evidenced by the kind of choices we have made. Now, almost 65 to 70% of our media has moved digitally, which is, of course, way ahead of industry norms, and we believe we are breaking some new ground in the choices we are making. Our digital marketing organizations have been designed to deliver two strategic missions. First, to deliver online plus offline consumer experience which are world-class across all our channels. And second, provide data-backed digital and media services for much better business and brand performance. Well, thinking ahead, as we enter the day, and we'll have a galaxy of great speakers talk to us about what a winning marketing organization is, what I'd like to do is take the next few minutes in talking about what are the critical themes which a lot of you who are leaders of your respective organizations should be keeping in mind while building a winning marketing organization. First, stating the obvious, purpose. It is the reason to exist beyond making money. It is the North Star that defines everything which we do. Nike, for instance, states its brand purpose as being to unite the world through sport to create a healthy planet, active communities, and an equal playing field for all. It is clear that this is not just about corporate responsibility. While it's connected to the products Nike makes, this is way beyond making best shoes or besting Adidas. This is about being deeply rooted in the customers, their thoughts, their beliefs, and values. So brand purpose, I would submit to you, is going to be a very, very important North Star for us as we design our organizations and our processes. The second very, very important piece, and especially for those of us who have seen the difference between what's happening in the West and in India, is transparency. So let's admit, we in India see a lot of opacity in the system around us. Yeah? But the days of hiding are over. Consumers want to be exposed to everything in your company. Yeah? They are far more interested in the Made in India sticker, which has been mandated by the government. A lot of our e-commerce friends will tell us, I can see Sankalp there, that all Made in India products have to, all products not made in India have to be stickered over, if I get it right. Yeah? But that is not going to be enough. Huh? Consumers want to know how it was made. What were the factory conditions? Do you pay your people in time? Do you pay your men and women workers equally? Do you have processes in place to ensure that there is no child labor? What do you mean by organic? How did you find out were the animals treated ethically? How much CO2 do you emit? Etc., etc. I can go on and on. So the number of questions which are coming from our consumers and customers are amazing right now. And people are now living to very, very different standards and much higher ideals, especially the incoming generations. We don't have to be right, but we need to show them that they own our brand and they are stakeholders over there. And very importantly, that their voices matter. So at the risk of being provocative, if they find out anything about our brands and our products without us telling them, be prepared for activism, market share loss, and brand value erosion, among others. People said consumer is king. I would submit to you that going forward, consumer is going to be the supreme emperor. And we have to make sure that we meet these consumers' thoughts, beliefs, and ideals. Let me strike another theme, which is now becoming more and more current: privacy. Privacy is going to die unless we protect it. Think about it. With cookies, vision tracing, facial recognition, there's very little about us that is not known. The real question is whether what is known about us, is it being used to serve you, harm you, interrupt you? This is the most sophisticated level of human trafficking, if you think about it. Yeah, people are not moving, but all our details, our life histories, our DNAs, everything is being trafficked. And the world's biggest 5 companies own a lot of this data today. Yeah, we might insist on onshoring of data, etc., but that's theory. The reality is these 5 big companies, which have got an overall market cap of more than 5 trillion. Yeah, 5 trillion is more than India's GDP, is more than the FTSE 100. Yeah, these companies, they know what we like, what we read, what we search, what we buy, and this is what the new marketing is going to be all about. So knowing your customers, targeting them, is going to be crucial. So on another level, if you think about it, media has become the marketer, and I'm feeding into the theme, which Sankalp is going to talk to us, I'm sure. So it's an ad for you, Sankalp. And we are petrified as to what you're going to tell us about this. Let me strike another theme, which we'll have to be very conscious as we design these winning marketing organizations. It's said that attention spans are like goldfishes. Yet, with that reducing attention span, Netflix will continue to thrive. So that's a bit of a dichotomy over here. Consumers officially now have attention spans which are 5 seconds less than that of a goldfish. That's what emerging marketeers are telling us. They have no time for you. If you interrupt them, you lose them. You have to entertain them. You have to inspire them. The 30-second commercial will die, and of course, there are Bibles which are written about them. Yeah. However, the 30-minute Red Bull mountain bike adventure is thriving, and people are hanging on to it. If you think about it on another level, throughout COVID, it's not the office which people were missing, but they were missing the office gossip, the water cooler talk. We love stories, right? And we love fiction. And we love to dwell in the realm of possibilities. And we are in love with imagination. So even though we know how Narcos, the famous Netflix serial, will end, we sit through season after season. We binge watch 6-7 hours a day. And I can see some people smiling there over there, say, yeah, I can relate to this. On another level, those of you who have watched this iconic Indian movie called Lagan, I think right in the first 15 minutes, you knew which is the team which is going to win, right? But we sat through 4 hours of this magnum opus, and we still have vivid recollections. Everybody loves a good story. So you can damn the 30-second commercial, you can talk about reducing attention spans, but if you got a good story, if you got engaging content which entertains, there's no reason why your brands will not connect with your consumers. And moving on to another theme altogether, which really feeds into MMA. Those of you who are aware, before MMA became Modern Marketing Association, it was Mobile Marketing Association. Yeah? Why am I saying this? So here's another provocative comment. If your business cannot transact on mobile effectively, shut it down now before you start bleeding. Very dramatic thought. The mobile phone as we know it will be the only computer to a significant part of this world. It's the only thing which will range between $50 to what, $2,000 more. It will be the only window to education, banking, entertainment for at least 4 billion people, at least half of humanity. This is the only computer they will own in their lifetime. So whether your business is procuring fish from fishermen, or delivering seeds to farmers, or building the next gaming app, think mobile for all practical purposes. And if you're not, then conserve your cash and stop right there. As marketeers, my entreaty to you, as you design your organization, think of how your teams are going to be ready to communicate and engage with consumers on the 5-second screen. Let me state the inevitable in terms of data and AI at scale is going to be the holy grail. Yeah, I'm stating the obvious over here. If I can find you, target you, and reward you with a personalized message and a personalized product, tailored service, that is exactly what is required. Think about the choices which this data and AI can help you make. From personal experience, if I can be targeted for golf kits in the boot of my car as opposed to a stroller. Protein for muscle mass versus taste. Going from 0 to 60 kilometers an hour in 5 seconds versus safety. Space saver furniture versus importing mahogany and teak. These are the kind of things which great marketeers which have achieved by using the true power of data. Yeah? So you're going to hear more about it, but mastering data, not just in terms of accumulating it, storing it, but using it, I can tell you at L'Oreal, is one of our biggest opportunities. We like to believe we have invested a lot, but on a scale of 0 to 10, I would dare to think we are a 4, even though we've been on this journey for the last couple of years. So this is something which I'd really direct your attention to. Another thing, everywhere will be a store. Everything will be available to buy, and everyone is going to be involved in the sale. Let's make this really simple. I can snap a picture of my friend's shoe from my phone and have it delivered to me before I get home. I can also solicit opinions on what color looks best on me from my friends on Instagram in real time before I make that purchase decision. So everybody is involved now in the brand decision and the entire consumer decision journey, if you choose to do that. Which brings me to a very important related theme. Collaboration, fusion, wisdom of the crowds, co-innovate, co-create, co-invent. That's a lot of co's over there. Yeah? Hundreds of examples on how going the distance on your own is going to be almost impossible going forward. To think consumers are people you market to when you're finished with your thing is antiquated and old-fashioned. If you think about it, Lady Gaga and Nike are giving consumers complete control over their content design and how their brands interact with consumers. Lego and Swedish tourism are giving the reins of communication to their consumers, and that is what emerging marketing is. If you look on the internet, Lego has reinvented itself on this basis. It's a case study. Another critical theme, especially relevant for us in India. Whatever numbers the government gives to us, we know a large part of India is semi-literate. Grant me that. Yeah? Think about it. Voice over text. Will people stop typing? I don't know, but it's a question which we have to think about. We are in a world with 8 billion voices, and only a small fraction that understands that syntax of search and has the ability to type. Imagine a world where most of search moves to voice base. Will you get 100 results or will you get 1? Imagine what is the impact on shopping if you just get 1 result. Will the most powerful brand win? The most loved brand win? Or the most popular and well-rated brand win? These are the kind of possibilities which we'll have to dwell with as marketeers. And finally, I think what's really closest to my heart is trust is going to be the strongest currency. This is what I tell my marketeers all the time. People are saying they don't trust politicians and journalists anymore. However, they will get into the car with a perfect stranger in an Uber or a Ola. They will rent their homes to strangers on Airbnb. Trust used to flow upwards to symbols of authority and experts. However, today, it flows sideways to our peers, our neighbors, and absolute strangers. And trust is going to be the most important currency which our brands are going to have going forward. So these are some of the themes I wanted to set up for my fellow speakers going forward. Yeah, we've got a very interesting lineup of best-in-class sessions for the rest of the day, coming your way today physically and tomorrow digitally to catalyze the process of building winning marketing organizations. Impact India has been carefully curated, factoring in the two C's, the customers and the companies which we represent, through a very interesting framework which we'll be talking about. It's called the 3E framework: engage, experience, and exchange value. And that's what's going to be unveiled over the next couple of days. So you're in for a treat, be it the annual report, which is a powerhouse of knowledge, the brand safety toolkit, the modern marketer's guide, etc., etc. All these can be downloaded, and I'm repeating myself, there's a QR code around this hall. Please make sure that you go ahead, and there's Monica waving the QR code for you to look at. Do use it. This is a treat in terms of content and expertise. So I will now open this forum to some of the most amazing speakers, which all of you have congregated to listen to. And once again, on behalf of MMA, we're delighted to welcome you here to Impact. And I'm sure you're going to have a very rewarding day. And I look forward to interacting with yourselves informally during the breakout sessions. Have a great day.
Thank you so much, Amit, and requesting you to stay back, a little token of appreciation on our behalf for you for that wonderful address. Yes, we know, but you totally deserve it. Thank you so much. Let's give him a huge round of applause, everyone. Thank you so much, Amit. So thank you so much for shedding light on MMA India and, of course, taking us through MMA Impact 2022 and also our theme for this year. And also, thank you so much, Monica, for that energetic and vibrant start. I'm sure everybody will agree with us when we say that evolving is no longer an option but a necessity, and we are all glad to have gathered here to evolve into winning marketing organizations. And on that note, before I introduce you to our next session of the day, requesting everyone to kindly follow MMA APAC on all our social media platforms, on Facebook, LinkedIn, Instagram, and YouTube. And also, don't forget to tag us, tag our handles on your pictures, thoughts, and experiences of MMA Impact using the hashtags Shape the Future, hashtag MMA APAC, and hashtag MMA Impact. Now, let's get going with our next session for the day, which is what it takes to build winning marketing organizations, where we will discuss the narrative for 2022. We have backed it with a robust frameworks which will help build winning organizations. And ladies and gentlemen, it gives me immense pleasure to invite a strategic partner from Marcaps who has been integral to this mission. Please join me in welcoming Dr. Sundar Bharadwaj, the Coca-Cola Company Chair, Professor of Marketing, the University of Georgia, the Terry College of Business, who has today joined us virtually.
That presents research on the insights from a large-scale study on winning marketing organizations. And today I will do a special focus on customer experience as a key component of delivering value to customers in winning marketing organizations. My name is Sundar Bharadwaj. I'm a Coca-Cola Professor of Marketing at the Terry College of Business at the University of Georgia. It's my pleasure to present these results today. A lot of our work on this particular topic is being published in a framework in the Harvard Business Review, which talks about the modern marketing organizations. What I'll present today is richer research insights on a whole host of topics, but with specific focus on customer experience. The key takeaway from our work is that marketers can create value, modern marketers can create value for organizations in 6 different ways. 3 of them are focused towards customers, and 3 of them are focused towards the firm. And if you can look at the 3 ways in which you can create value for customers, it's about you could choose to create exchange value, which is defined as creating unique product offerings that match the needs of individual customers. So essentially, you're personalizing the offering. The other way in which you can create value for customers is through the experience value, where you look at every single pain point, hassle, the customer's journey and try to create delight as the customers traverse the journey towards purchasing your offerings and utilizing your offerings and migrating and growing with the organization. The third approach that you can create value for customers is through engagement value, which essentially entails building meaning, building communities of customers that then support the organization and enjoy the benefits of utilizing the product offerings of the organization. Those are three ways in which you can think of marketers creating value for customers. Internally, marketers can create value through discovering new revenue streams, new opportunities for firm, which is labeled as strategic value. The other approach marketers can create value for firms is by orchestrating the customer experience throughout the organization by bringing in different functions that touch the customer together and enabling this coalition to be successful in delivering value. The third approach that marketers can create value is developing knowledge from customers, not just being knowledge users, but being knowledge generators by developing insights from customer interactions to create new business opportunities for customers. Today in this talk, I'll focus on the experience value and how experience value is critical and then what factors drive experience value in organizations. Why this is important is fundamentally because of a large-scale study that the results that today I present draw on. This study looks at over 900 firms that examine two key aspects. One, financial growth of these organizations. The other is customer growth metrics. And we draw on both perceptual measures, but also third-party formal organizational results on revenue growth, profit growth, and share value. And we contrast two different groups here. And I contrast the group that's what we call as winning marketing organizations. This is about 14% of the sample. And these organizations are at the very top quartile in terms of delivering financial growth and customer growth for organizations. And we contrast that to what we label as the lagging marketing organizations or LMOs. And these are about 22% of the sample. And these organizations are on the bottom quartile on these dimensions. The insights of this larger study is basically on the structure of these organizations, whether they're centralized or decentralized marketing decisions, what's the footprint of the organizations, whether they in-source or outsource marketing activities, and what fundamental capabilities are there. Today, again, the focus is limited to customer experience. Right? The key finding of the study is that marketing capability fit, which I'll define in a moment, the orientation of the organization, and the marketing footprint are the most critical value-adding drivers for winning marketing organizations. And again, this will get clearer as I go through this talk. So given that capabilities is the most important driver of winning marketing organizations, capability is fundamentally a distance between what the organization believes is important versus where they are in terms of the practices that they have, in terms of the activities that they do to deliver on those attributes of importance. The closer the fit between the capability that the organization has and the importance of the capability, the more it's likely to be on the 45-degree line. The further away it is from that 45-degree line, which is the distance between what's important versus what the organization is capable of delivering, the lesser the fit. So if you're on the 45-degree line, you have high fit, but away from the 45-degree line, you have much lower fit, right? So essentially, that's what you're trying to decipher, and that's what capability fit is. And what our research finds is this capability fit is critical simply because organizations which have much higher capability fit have significantly higher customer satisfaction. In fact, their customer satisfaction levels are 3x greater than organizations that have low fit. So fundamentally, this is a big multiplier effect. If fit is greater, you have significantly higher levels of satisfaction. If you go back and look at real growth numbers, which is the sales growth revenues of these organizations which have high fit, the winning marketing organizations, have growth rate of between 11 and 12%, versus organizations that have low fit have growth rates of between 3 and 4%. In fact, a larger regression study, which controls for a whole host of other factors that drive growth, suggests that a 1% improvement in marketing capability fit increases your sales growth by 2.5x. That's an incredibly high multiplier effect. Taking it further, if you look at the impact in terms of market valuation of these organizations, a 1% increase in capability fit is associated with a 2.35% increase in the market value of these organizations. Fundamentally, organizations that have higher marketing capability fit have much higher market value than organizations that have very low marketing capability fit. And that's why the importance of this capability fit. So given this backdrop of this capability fit, let's do a deep dive on one aspect of the way firms create value, which is customer experience. If you look at customer experience, we define customer experience as driving three different broad areas of capabilities. One is the ability to enhance your offering design. It should be things such as providing better branded experience for customers or greater overall customer experience, improving the journey itself, customer journey, orchestrating the customer journey, and that involves channel orchestration, journey management, etc. The third approach is by augmenting the value of the offering to the customers. And this could be through product innovation, through service augmentation, and these are mechanisms of how you create customer experience. So fundamentally, customer experience involves three broad areas where you create value: experience design, journey orchestration, and augmentation of value. Okay, given we know what customer experience is, let's look at how customer experience matters. What we find is winning marketing organizations have significantly higher customer experience fit than lagging marketing organizations. In fact, the firms which are winning marketing organizations have about 87% customer experience fit compared to 61% for lagging marketing organizations, right? What this entails is that a 10% improvement in customer experience fit leads to about a 1.9% improvement in growth satisfaction, this on a 1 to 7 scale. So just a 10% fit leads to a nearly 2%, two units jump on a 7-point scale in terms of overall growth satisfaction in organizations. The second thing that we do find, take away from our research, is that winning marketing organizations are significantly more involved in experience tasks. We talked about 3 different ways to create customer value: experience, engagement, and exchange. But clearly what we find a big distinguishing factor of winning marketing organizations is they're a lot more involved in experience tasks. In fact, we look at the experience activities, winning marketing organizations are involved in 67% of them, while lagging marketing organizations are only involved in about 46% of them. So clearly the involvement is much greater, so which really is the footprint of the organization being significantly greater. And further indication of this footprint issue is that marketing leads rather than reports in more experience activities. So marketing could play the role of leading the activity versus reporting to other functions within the firm that conducts these activities. What we find in winning marketing organizations, marketing leads a lot more experience activities. And so their footprint is significantly larger compared to lagging marketing organizations. And what we do find is when marketing does lead on these activities, the satisfaction on a whole bunch of related actions are significantly greater, be they journey management or design digital activities or experiential marketing or delivering shopper marketing or even customer experience or orchestrating channels. In pretty much every one of those activities, the satisfaction in winning marketing organizations is greater when marketing leads customer experience. That's your key takeaway from here, right? So what are these high experience, customer experience marketing organizations like? They are more likely to be structured around products and segments rather than customer outcomes. That's a key finding of this study. The second thing that you find about these organizations is that they are more decentralized. And here we look at centralization of 3 aspects. One is the centralization of the budget, the centralizations on decisions regarding products and services. The third, centralizations of marketing program activities. What kind of spend, what kind of marketing activities do you do? And what we find is lagging marketing organizations with experience typically tend to centralize a lot more than winning marketing organizations. Winning marketing organizations tend to decentralize these actions at the point of action. Right? That's a big distinguishing trait, is they're more decentralized. In fact, we go back and look at every aspect of these 3 things, or 3 aspects of centralization. We find that low experience organizations tend to be a lot more centralized on all 3 of them, versus a winning marketing organization that tends to be more decentralized on all 3 of them. And in general, which leads to higher experience fit for these organizations. Continuing on this footprint issue, what we also find is that high experience organizations, which also tend to be winning marketing organizations, tend to be more involved in more activities, be they foundational versus new activities, be they commercial versus branding activities. What we do find is that they tend to be involved in more activities than lagging marketing organizations. And importantly, what you do find is that these organizations tend to do a lot more commercial than branding activities, right? So that's really a big distinction factor. And they tend to do a lot more of sort of more newer activities, newer marketing activities than what is foundation, which is your product quality, price, and so on. And what we also find is winning marketing organizations tend to outsource more CX activities. Fundamentally, they leverage the network of capabilities that exist with their partners to deliver the best customer experience for customers. So they go beyond their organizations and leverage from their network of partners in order to do it. So they tend to outsource rather than insource more activities. So you see a pattern here with lagging marketing organizations. They tend to insource more, they tend to centralize more, whereas winning marketing organizations tend to outsource more, tend to decentralize more, right, in delivering superior customer experience. The last thing that we're going to talk about is how do we get towards being a winning marketing organization which delivers great customer experience. What we find is the internal drivers are critical, which means you need to have much greater knowledge on your customers. So your knowledge fit has to be significantly greater, which means you need to look at customers and gather a lot more rich information from your customers at every point of the interaction. Your overall operations fit need to be greater, which means you need marketing to orchestrate and lead these coalition of other functions that touch the customer. The third aspect is your strategy fit also is an important driver, significant driver, but what is less critical than knowledge and operational fit, the strategy idea is to identify new resources, new sources of value. That's fundamentally what it sort of entails. If you're sort of interested in this sort of domain and evaluating your organization, how do you get started? Go look for a free benchmarking tool that's available at markapps.com. It provides you a very quick insight on how your organization performs on all these 6 dimensions of value, right? And when you benchmark, you get these scores of fit, and you can compare yourself to other organizations in your sector. And this is a free benchmarking tool, and it delivers information that's very relevant for you in terms of looking how your organization does. If you do want to do a deep dive on this for your own organization, then go and look for this Markapps Market Readiness Assessment, which is a deep dive. And this provides a much richer insight for each organization on the capabilities that they have and that versus the capabilities they require in order to be successful in an organization. And this spans all 6 dimensions of value that I introduced a bit earlier, right? And so it can evaluate the capabilities that you require versus capabilities you need. And that will enable you to find out where you're over-investing in capabilities that don't matter as much versus where you're under-investing in capabilities that do matter and may help you identify blind spots and may help you to be more efficient in reallocating resources. And the higher a fit score, the better your sales growth, the better your firm valuation. And so it's critical to get towards. And if you're interested more on this research and insights for your own organization, do reach out to Markapps. And the contact there is shubhu@markapps.com. Thank you very much for being here. And I'd also like to thank MMA India for this wonderful opportunity to talk to you all. And I hope you're excited about this insights from this research just as much as I am. And hopefully you have learnings here that you can take away to your organization and start implementing them at your firms. Good luck.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's have a huge round of applause for Dr. Bharadwaj for that wonderful session. Thank you. And now, moving forward, in our next session, we will talk about e-commerce for many Indias, enabling consumer and brand diversity. This session is in partnership with Flipkart Ads. Joining us for the same is Mr. Sankalp Mehrotra, a digital business leader with over 17 years of experience across APAC. Please put your hands together and join me in welcoming Mr. Sankalp Mehrotra, MMA India Board Member, Vice President of Monetization, Flipkart.
Thank you. So, yeah. Okay, good morning, everyone. Great to see so many faces together in a room, right? Over the next 20 minutes, I'm going to talk about how e-commerce is changing the landscape in India, some key drivers for growth, right? And how that is impacting consumer journeys and how that is impacting brands. So there are just a couple of things that I'd like you to take away from the discussion today, right? Like I said, I'll talk of growth enablers, I'll talk of changing consumer journeys, and I'll talk of how you can create impact with things that we're doing at Flipkart, right? Amit, I love the themes that you have presented, and I hope some of them at least will be covered during the course of this presentation. Let me just start by where we are at this point of time, right? We are already the third largest online shopper base in the world, right? There is obviously some COVID-fueled acceleration that has happened. The market is even today a single-digit percentage when it comes to penetration, right? So the headroom for growth is actually very, very high. The headroom for growth here is quite tremendous. And what are the factors that are really fueling this growth, right? Think of a couple of things. The first is data ubiquity. All of us have data, right? Data is accessible to everyone. The second is digital natives are coming of age, right? So they are part of the key consuming segment at this point of time. And perhaps one of the most important things is the rise of the middle class. So in 2018, there were approximately 150 million households that you would classify as middle class, right? Fast forward to 2030, the number is set to grow to about 300 million. And that is where a lot of key consumption is happening, right? So think of this as one of the biggest factors that is propelling the growth of e-commerce. And if you think about where this growth is coming from, right? It is Bharat which is really turbocharging the growth. So if you see the last 2 years, 80% of new customers that have come onto e-commerce have come from tier 2 and beyond, right? And that is where we're seeing 2.5 to 3x GMV growth also, right? And that is where a lot of, or let me just put it this way. If you look at e-commerce across any geography in the world, there are 3 stages. The first stage is that of cautious early adoption. The second stage is when some massification happens. And the third stage is when there's growing stickiness, right? We clearly are in phase 2, at this point of time. And over the next few years, we'll move to phase 3, which is of growing stickiness. And it is likely to be turbocharged by tier 2 and beyond, right? We've always looked at internet as a great homogenizer, right? All of us believe that people across geographies are the same. And there are some very interesting trends that we've been observing. Just going back to my previous slide, if you look at the sell price of goods across categories like handsets, across categories like electronics, fashion, there's no difference between, let's say, metros and tier 2 and beyond. In categories like personal care, we actually see that the ASP, or average selling price of goods, in tier 2 is actually higher than even metros. And we believe that internet is the homogenizer, which is actually bringing everyone, to the same level. But is it really? Is it only that the social reality of people is the same, whereas their lived reality is different? And if you just double click on this, rather than talking about cohorts or only demographic-based categorizations of consumers, there are a multitude of aspirations and mindsets that we see, right? I'm not going to get too deep into each of these. The nomenclature is self-explanatory. But there are 6 mindsets that we think are what define India today, right? There's global mindset. There are urbanizing aspirers. There are people who are validation seekers. There are what we call as dislocated migrants. There are traditionalists. And there are people who are insular, who completely insular. And for each of these mindsets, there are particular challenges, or there are very, very specific challenges that enable them to shop or that prohibit them to shop online, right? If I look at, let's say, global mindset, they typically look for a very curated kind of an experience. If I look at urban aspirers, they want to fit in. They fear going wrong. Trust can be a challenge for this cohort. If I look at dislocated migrants and validation seekers, language is going to be a challenge. And if I think about traditionalist and insular, it could again be lack of credibility or trust. Now, when you think about all of these mindsets, right, it becomes imperative to build products in a manner that are addressing the challenges that each of these mindset faces, And to that end, there are multiple things that we are doing as an organization. And I would just like to club whatever we're doing into 3 cohorts, right? There are things that we are doing to attract, let's say, newer customers onto the platform. There are things that we are doing to assure newer customers who are coming onto the platform, and there are things that we're doing to assist them in their shopping journeys. And if I think of assistance as a node, we've actually developed, Flipkart now is available in 11 languages. It's 11 languages available at this point of time. Voice, and I think that's a point that Amit also made, right? Voice is something that has been enabled on our platform. If I think of trust as an issue, we launched Shopsy about a couple of months back. I think by the end of the year, we'll be at about 100 million customers, right? Which is experiencing a very rapid growth. So that is how we are addressing the trust challenge. And when I think about, let's say, Assure, we've launched video commerce, right? And we built a very cool feature, which is called a Hagglebot. So the customer can actually just speak to the influencer and figure out the right price for the good that they want to buy. Similarly, we've launched feeds where users can actually look at their influencers and buy that kind of a look. So again, going back to the point that I'd made, what we're talking of are addressing mindset challenges, and the products that we are building are enabling us to overcome those mindsets. Let me just talk about how consumer journeys are now changing, right? I think if I were to simply put the biggest change that e-commerce has enabled, it is the collapse of shopping funnels, right? Think about it. Earlier, you would think about an exposure being seen on television. The consumer might see an ad in a newspaper, perhaps listen to something on the radio, go to the shop and add things to their cart, right? All of that journey can be completed on a single platform at this point of time. So when it comes to product discovery, like a wide variety of products can be discovered on a single platform. When it comes to product search and feature comparison, you can do that. Going back to my point about how we are assisting customers, so a platform like ours enables affordability in a very meaningful fashion for a lot of customers who are new to the platform. So financing is also something that can be done, and eventually the conversion and purchase, right? And the other key thing that is happening right now is how search is getting verticalized. Think of all of us as customers, right? Today, when I think about my music, I'll perhaps go to a Spotify. When I think about food, I'll go to a Swiggy or a Zomato. When I'm thinking of services, I'll go to an urban company, right? And when you're thinking product, people will come to a destination such as ours. Now, this change is manifesting in very, very large numbers. In the US, 70% of product queries have already migrated off horizontals to commerce platforms. In India, that number is between 30 to 35%, and we expect that number to hit 50% in the coming year or so. Right? So verticalization of search is another key change that is happening, because of which, as customers are moving, brands are moving too. Now, if you think about discovery, right? Discovery also has become very, very heterogeneous right now. This is a simplification. Think of apps being on one axis, where the gateway is controlled by, let's say, the App Store. Think of horizontal search engines, which are enabling a lot of things beyond product searches also. And then you have multiple content sites, etc., through where you're doing discovery. Now, where do commerce platforms sit in? What is the implication of this for a brand, right? Think of these two dimensions where commerce platforms become imperative for brands to participate on. Now, what are the kind of numbers that we're talking about, right? About 500 million people will be transacting online by 2025. If I only look at product transactors, that number is going to be 400 million. At this point of time, also, the number is north of about 170, 180 million. Add service transactors to it, the number will breach a 550, 600 million, which is significant enough, or at this point of time only, it is large enough for any brand to fulfill any objectives that they want to attain. And these changes are manifesting, in terms of, let's say, very, very large numbers now. There are multiple reports that are out there in the market, right, in terms of what is the size of the digital addicts. We believe digital last year in the country was already at a 35,000 odd crores. It will be 50% of the addicts, and I'll stick my neck out, over the next 2 years, we expect digital to become 50% of the addicts. And of that, commerce advertising this year, I'm not talking of something that is going to happen in the future. This year, commerce advertising is going to be north of $1 billion. And that is larger than what is being spent on video, right? That is how big commerce advertising has already become. And over the next few years, it's only going to grow larger than this. Now, just talking of how you can create some impact with Flipkart, right? The one thing that we do well is understand our customer journeys, right? Users take a lot of actions on Flipkart. Like I said, they will come search for products, they will give ratings, and they will read reviews. There are multiple affordability options that we provide to users on our platform. And we are able to churn all of these actions into creating cohorts, into building insights, right? Which could be something like a gadget geek, or it could be, clustering various kinds of households, allowing brands to engage with the customer, the kind of customer that they want to engage with. And just taking this point a little further, right? Every time you think about customer engagement, there's a fallacy to think of intent as a singular node or to think of intent as a monolith. It never is, right? The one thing, or we pride ourselves in our ability to do hyper-personalization at scale. And that is because of our ability to understand consumer intent. And I see that intent as a spectrum, right? There is strong intent. Strong intent is when you know what you want to shop, you might have browsed those products, added them to their cart. That is an example of strong intent. There is latent intent. Now, what is latent intent? Imagine someone having bought a mobile phone, right? Cases and covers are most likely to be the next thing that they'll want to purchase, or it could be earphones, etc. That is an example of latent intent. Nascent intent is when you, let's say, buy toys, perhaps diapers is one thing that you want to see, right? And the last thing is new intent. I think commerce platforms do a great job in building categories. They do a very good job in bringing some serendipity in terms of ensuring that customers are able to see things that they did not know existed. And I can name a few brands. A brand like Xiaomi started their journey with us. A brand like Mama started their journey with us. A brand like Both started their journey with us, right? And that is all a part of new intent. So rather than thinking of intent as a monolith or a singular node, it is not. Your ability to cluster intent into multiple buckets is what helps you address your customer needs better. And just this understanding of intent allows us, just this understanding of intent allows us to do multiple things, right? There are inorganic interventions that we are able to create across the entire customer journey. There are a bunch of search opportunities that we have. There are display opportunities, etc. I'm talking of a few key things, like we recently launched something called a product finder. If this works, which it is not, but essentially, what you're able to do is you ask the consumer some questions, and basis their answers, you're able to recommend the right kind of product for them, right? We are able to run ads in 11 languages now, so you can reach your customer across any geography in a native language. You're able to also participate in the consumer journey on the product page. So these are all things that we've enabled, that allows brands to engage very, very meaningfully with their customers. It's not just limited to brands that are on platform. There are things that we are enabling right now for brands that are off platform too. So this is something I think We had done with Skoda a couple of months back, where there was an entire brand store that was built out for them, which delivered great engagement and great results. Similarly, something like sampling. Think about it. Sampling as a journey is today broken for a lot of brands. You give out products, you really don't know what the consumer feedback is, and essentially what you'll want to see is whether there's any repeat that is happening for the samples that you've given out. We are able to do things like identify the right consumer in the right geography, basis their behaviors. You can actually reach out to these customers again, get feedback on what they thought about your product, also provide them, let's say, discount for the next purchase that they need to make, right? This is also a node that has been enabled. And recently, we partnered with Criteo to launch an off-platform solution that allows brands, to again target the customer basis understanding of intent off-platform too, not just on Flipkart, but you could do this off-platform too. This really is the end of my presentation, and I'll just summarize. I had promised you that I'll leave you with just 2 or 3 things, and these are the 3 things that I'd like you to take away, which is, again, stating the obvious, but Bharat is turbocharging growth. Focus not just on the demographics, but focus on the motivators, the challenges that your customers have. See how is it that it is being addressed. See how is it that the products that we've curated allow us to enable those journeys for you. And the collapse of shopping funnels. It is something which is very important. Consumer journeys are beginning and ending on a single platform. And last but not the least is things that we do. We tend to refer to that internally as what we call as thus, which is disruptive, unique, and scalable opportunities to engage, build your brand, and convert your customers. That's it from me. Thanks a lot. You've been a lovely audience. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Sankalp. And once again, a little token of appreciation for you. Thank you so much. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, let's have a huge round of applause for Sankalp once again. Thank you. It was truly, truly enriching. And on that note, ladies and gentlemen, with 50% of India's internet users coming online in the last 5 years, we are witnessing India's linguistic diversity manifesting itself into the online world. To help advertisers and agencies successfully reach out to the Indian language users on the internet, this session will focus on the challenges that language-first users face on the internet and the top principles that will help you build for them. This session is in partnership with Google, and joining us for same, we have Mr. Pratyush Sinha, Mobile Transformation Lead, Google India. Let's please welcome him with a huge round of applause. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. I am Pratyush. I lead mobile transformation for Google India. In this role, I consult advertisers on building a better mobile experiences. What we did was last year, in order to improve to help advertisers create better online experiences in Indian language users, what we did was that we did a research with tier 2, tier 3 users across 10 cities. And we looked at some of the challenges that these users were facing. And today I'll be sharing some of the findings from that research. So India has about more than 600 million internet users. And majority of these users have come online in last 5 years. And these users expect the interface to provide the content in their preferred language. In fact, we did a study with Kanta, and it was a study with urban consumer, and more than 60% of the user, they wanted to prefer content exclusively in their own language. But the reality is that most of these users feel frustrated when they use the internet. When we ask these users to purchase a product or book a travel ticket or buy an insurance or to book a test drive, most of these experiences were in English only. And the interface was also unfamiliar to the user. Users felt that they do not belong to this part of the internet. And they felt that they will probably stick to 4 or 5 apps that they really know. But when we showed them a thoughtfully designed experience, which was in their preferred languages, user felt really, really confident. This guy from Coimbatore, for example, earlier he used to only look at the pictures and sort of make a decision to buy a product. But now the interface was available in Tamil, and he could read product reviews, product rating before making a purchase decision. So that made him much more confident buyer of the product. Similarly, this lady from Nagpur, when she looked at the Hindi site, she was really excited. She wanted to share that excitement with her friends and family. And she wanted to share that this brand has offering in Hindi, and they can also do the task that she could do now. Of course, building your site in Indian language is one part. You have to tie all the pieces together. You have to target users with the right keywords. You have to translate your ad copy in the right language. And of course, if you think about holistically, you have to also build your customer support for that relevant language. And in fact, HDFC Mutual Fund, they did exactly that. What they did was they built an end-to-end experience. They targeted users with the right keywords. They translated their ad. They built a Hindi landing page. And they also had the customer care to sort of address user query in the preferred language of choice. And as a result, they saw 2x incremental conversion from tier 2, tier 3 cities, and at a 42% lower cost per acquisition. So we know that end-to-end localization really works. And during the research that we did, we also understood that this experience for this set of users has to be designed much more thoughtfully. So we analyzed all the challenges that the users were facing and created a set of 5 UX principles to build app and sites in Indian languages. I'll be talking to you about these 5 principles. You can think of them as North Star to guide your user experience when you are building for Indian language users. So these principles are: use conversational language, build digital confidence, make key information easily discoverable, be visual forward, and prioritize voice. I'll be sharing about these principles with a couple of examples. We did this research across Hindi, Tamil, and Telugu. But for simplicity, I'll be using Hindi-only examples. So the first principle is use conversational language. There are a few Hindi experiences that we saw, that we asked users to go through. And we saw that a lot of these sites were using very academic or very complicated terminology. And, or on the other extreme, what they would do is that they will take an English term and just transliterate it and use the Indian language script to talk about that particular word. And both these extremes were very difficult for users to understand. For example, this lady from Kanpur, when she was looking at a product description page in Hindi, and there were words like taral and stuff like that, she was not able to relate to. So what we mean is that when we are translating these content, we have to use conversational languages. So one of the tips that we have is that you should use a colloquial language to explain the terms. For example, we saw a site which had this English version site which said edit booking, now very simple. But the Hindi version of the site said booking sampadit kare, which was a way too academic and difficult to interpret. So a more colloquial translation for this would be something like booking badle. Similarly, you have term like get quote, and you can literally translate it as premium ka quote paaye, and there is nothing wrong with it. But you can be more creative and explain it better. Jaane ki premium kitna hoga, which leaves for less ambiguity. So the third principle is, third example here is like use English numerals. We saw a couple of Hindi sites and other Indian language sites. They were using Indian language script for numerals, but what we found is that most users actually preferred, English numerals for numbers. The second tip that we want to share when you are thinking of translating your site in Indian languages is that you should avoid mixed scripts. So you should not have half of the scripts in Roman and half in Indian language script, because that just breaks the readability of the site. Some exceptions, of course, like when you have to talk about the brand, you can use the English terms. Or when you are using a popular acronym, you can retain the English script or the Roman script. But you can do better by sort of, again, colloquially giving what that term mean. Something like EMI, for EMI, you can use Asan Kiste. So that was the first principle and few examples. The second principle is build digital confidence. And why we say that is because a lot of these users have come online for the first time. So some of the features that we take granted for, right, it may be complex for this user. So throughout the journey, what you have to do is you have to build this confidence in the user so that they move ahead and they don't drop out through the journey. So for example, this lady from Indore, when she was exposed to filter as an option, she felt that filter is really hi-fi. She could not understand how to use the filter, how to reset the filter. So that's what we need. That we mean that when you designing these site for Indian language users, you will have to think through the user experience. So tip here to build digital confidence will be to provide, say, visual tip as you have on the left side of the image, and on the right, you have another way to sort of do it is through some sort of animation, which will encourage users sort of move ahead in the journey. Third tip when you're thinking of building an Indian language site is that you should make key information easily discoverable. And again, we say that is because all these users are new to internet and they're not coming to online to just transact in their first sort of interaction. They're also coming for information purposes. So if you have an experience where you ask them upfront for their phone number and all, they probably will be far more reluctant. But if you provide right information, that will build the trust, and that will lead them to sort of be comfortable with the site and share their personal details. So for example, this user from Vijayawada, when he was looking to buy a car insurance or a auto insurance, I forgot, but he came across this term called complete protection. Now, he did not understand what complete protection means. And if you have a user like that, this user is probably going to drop and not going to transact. So that's why it is important that you surface the information and sort of explain what these terms really mean. And the tip here is like provide helpful information upfront. Don't like ask for all these name, email upfront. You should provide a lot of these FAQs, as you can see on the right image. Let them know more about the product before you ask for something in return. Now, the fourth principle when you're designing for Indian language user is that you should be visual. Visual, we know, works better, much better than text. Again here, during the research, we came across a site, and this user from Coimbatore, he was trying to buy a bike or something like that, and there was these color panel, and all the colors were actually mentioned in the text. And this user was really baffled, and his thought was, it's better to show the color through visuals rather than through text. And one of the tip here that we have is when you're thinking of visual, don't think of abstract icons, because abstract icons are a little harder to interpret. So the image on the left, where you are showing product category, there are a lot of these abstract icons, and it's not all users will be able to understand what these icons mean. Rather, if you use these visual actual images of the categories, it leaves no ambiguity, and users would understand that what this category, what these images really mean. And we use a lot of this in our own product. So on the left, you have an example which is flipped for some reason, but an example from Google Chrome where the way Google Chrome talks about search and talks about all the categories like news, videos, and stuff like that. So those are not through like some symbolic icons. It's actually with real life imagery. And the image on the right, you have Google Assistant. So earlier when Google Assistant launched, there was just mic, and we expected users to sort of engage with that mic. But later on, we added all these visual aspects, like you can see a boy or a person sort of speaking to the mic, and after seeing these visual imagery, people started engaging with these with the mic icons. So the point here is that use visual, use real life images to sort of represent what these things mean. And last one is prioritize voice. And the reason for that is very simple, because we know that typing in Hindi script is really, really difficult, because there is all these matras, vowels, and people have a lot of difficulty in typing on mobile. So the tip that we have is that you should, when you're building for Indian language users, you should be accepting voice. And this example on the left actually talks about an example where user is saying things on the mic. The system is able to record, but still the website gives an error because the user has not chosen that example from the drop-down. Apart from voice, what you should do is that you should use all the APIs that are possible, like if there is a geolocation API, there is a scanning feature and all of that, so that you can minimize the input from Indian language users. So image on the right talks about like, if you have to take the address, can you use geolocation API or scan feature, sort of fill a lot of these details. So in summary, we saw that there is there's a need to build experiences in Indian languages, preferred languages, and these are some of the principles. Use conversational language. Don't try to use a lot of academic terms. Try to simplify things. Build digital confidence. You have to not only build the feature, but you have to build that confidence so that they can interact with that feature and sort of go ahead in their user journey. Make key information available to the user. Don't ask for their personal detail right up front. Provide a lot of context. Provide a lot of FAQs and answer their questions. Be visual forward. And use real life images and not just the icons to sort of convey what it means. And also then prioritize voice and give alternate means so that you can capture user input without without you needing them to type a lot. So these are some of the findings that I shared. Full report you can download from here. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Pratyush. Thank you so very much. A little token of appreciation for you. And yes, indeed, the liberty of accessing the internet in a preferred language can be truly life-changing. So thank you so much for that presentation. And also, those wonderful examples and user feedbacks made the concept very easy to understand. Thank you so very much. Let's have a huge round of applause for Pratyush, please. And now, ladies and gentlemen, I'm sure you're making the most of the day one of MMA Impact India. Please do join us tomorrow as well, virtually, when we bring to you more curated sessions. And also do follow us on MMA APAC on all our social media handles to get real-time updates of this conference. Now, it is time to walk you through the idea of the Metaverse, detailing why it exists, how it works, what it hopes to achieve, why it matters, and how it will strengthen the creator community overall. This session is brought to you in partnership with Epic Games, and who better than a technology evangelist who specializes in games and empowering film animation studios in using real-time tech to throw light on the same. Please put your hands together and join me in welcoming Mr. Arvind Neelakanthan, technology evangelist, Epic Games. Thank you. Thank you.
All right. Hello. All right. Can you hear me? Can you see me? I'm kind of easing you into physical events right now because that's how you usually start meetings earlier. Hope you're all comfortable. I'm very excited to be part of MMA Impact India Forum because after 2 years, I'm actually speaking at a physical event and at such a really impactful event. I am Arvind Neelakanthan. I have been with Epic Games for about a year and a half, 2 years now actually, and I have been making games and making real-time content for a decade and a half. And what I'm really going to be talking about is the Metaverse. And of course, this is a quote from Epic Games CEO Tim Sweeney, who has been talking about the Metaverse for quite a while. And this quote says, over the coming decades, the Metaverse has the potential to become a multi-trillion-dollar part of the world economy. Fantastic, right? But what really is the Metaverse? What is it? Am I a Metaverse? Are you Metaverse? Share Metaverse? Who knows? No one knows, right? And that's kind of what the clarity I hope to bring today, to say what is the Metaverse, who is building it, what is it for, and how can we actually make a business out of being in the business of the Metaverse or building businesses in the Metaverse. So let's define what a Metaverse is in very loose terms, because frankly, it's like defining what the internet could be when you're in 1998, right? Or in 1995, someone said describe the internet, you would have, it will be very difficult, and that's kind of where we are. We know certain fuzzy parts of what the Metaverse could be, and so we are building tools within Epic Games that allow you to build for the Metaverse, but let's first define what the Metaverse is. First off, it is a persistent real-time 3D medium for creating and sharing experiences. Now, Mr. Amit Jain talked about his experience of going from one place to another, trying to buy some clothing and then getting his friend's opinion on whether the color works or not. Yeah, that's a real-time experience, and the persistence of what he is going to buy stays. So yeah, that's definitely, we are entering into the realm of the Metaverse at the point of time. Second, openness is key because there is no one Metaverse. Once again, I'm stealing examples from Mr. Amit Jain, which is there's Lego, which is having their own Metaverse. There is Lady Gaga, there is Nike. Every one of them is providing this user-generated content creation tool back to the users for them to create their own content, which means interoperability between these different metaverses is extremely important. A really good example of that is if you go to a physical mall today, if you have to go from Adidas store to a Nike showroom, you have to have the same shoe kind of work in those shoes, in those rooms. It kind of makes sense. But if you're building for the metaverse, if a Nike shoe is not allowed inside an Adidas showroom, that doesn't work. So that's why you have to have the interoperability, which means openness is extremely key for that. The third component is metaverse is all about having a very strong social component to it. Once again, examples of checking with your friends to see if something looks good, checking with your spouse to see if a particular piece of furniture looks good, and just general, a factor about pride, saying like, I'm sporting something that's awesome. Why does anyone do anything? Why does someone buy a Gucci bag? Because you're showing off. You're telling the world that I am sporting a Gucci bag. So social component is very important. And as an example of how that social component is really working, one of the biggest games in the world today is Fortnite, which is made by Epic Games. It has 350 million active users. At any given point of time, you'll find about 15 million people playing it concurrently worldwide. And why are they playing it? It's because of the social component where they're not just playing games, they're making content, they are hanging out, they're socializing, and that's kind of where the metaverse is working towards. And finally, it also has to be accessible to all the developers and, importantly, creators. An analogy of that is YouTube. Today, YouTube is built has a lot of development APIs. You could embed stuff, you could clip videos, very developer friendly. But it won't be what it is if it doesn't have a fantastic creator interface, which allows for anyone to go in and start uploading content and, more importantly, making money out of it. So while it has to be developer friendly, it also has to be creator friendly for anyone who is non-technical and more creative to start creating and making content into this metaverse. So with that out of the way, what does the metaverse really start to look like? Is it a virtual reality goggle, like, you stay in an immersive world? Is it around you? Like, could it be like transparent LED panels? Could it be just a hoarding that you're seeing on the road? And I'll show you a few examples of what a metaverse could potentially look like with some examples that has been built by the community really. So let's begin with one. If I can press that. Need to go back. So this is an example from a movie that some of you might have or might not have seen. I don't think it's playing. Can someone play that movie for me if you can? That's already go there.
Hi, I'm Thomas Anderson. Like many of you, I work with computers. But computers are also mirrors, reflecting back who and what we are and the choices we make, the worlds we build. You still got it.
Like riding a bike, they say.
Sure, that looks like a video game. Sure, yeah, it's a video game. But what is important about that is it touches upon a lot of the things that metaverse is all about. One, it's a persistent universe. It's essentially a digital twin of the city of San Francisco that's there alive all the time. All the human beings, including Keanu Reeves, is digital human beings. Keanu Reeves did not even show up for the shooting over there. Not this shooting, but this shooting, right? And so there are meta-humans over there. And there is a social component to it. It's not a single player game. You have multiple people coming into the city and working together, and you don't have to go around shooting people. You can just go around hanging around with people, change your clothes around and see what's going on. So it's an immersive simulation rather than looking at it as a video game. Now, video games has been at the forefront of real-time technologies for the last 30 or 35 years. And that's why video game engines like Unreal Engine are very well positioned to be part of this real-time 3D experience, which is going to power the metaverse. So let's look at another example of what a metaverse might look like. This is a live augmented reality show called Alter Ego. Very interesting. Let's take a look at what that is.
Magic.
Whoa.
This is unlike how we've seen people perform ever in the history of television.
This is freaking nutty nuts.
VAUX is making television history and bringing you the world's first avatar singing competition. This is Alter Ego.
Look what we got here.
Why do you feel like you need an alter ego?
There's something about how I look behind this alter ego that I feel like it's held me back.
Lost dreams and second chances are reignited when singers from all walks of life become the stars they've always dreamed of being.
Look what we got here.
Growing up, people always judged me by the way I looked and the way I sang, but I realized I don't have to be afraid.
So that's interesting, right? Because it's merging the digital world with our real world. You have folks like, I'm dressed like I just came back from a holiday, which I did, but that's who I am. And what if I want to represent myself as someone else, like, someone who I truly believe in, and that's kind of where your avatar creation comes into play, and you're merging real world into the digital world, and it kind of seems seamless on that front. Let's look at another example of doing business in the metaverse, right? This is an example from Balenciaga. I hope I'm pronouncing that right. That was in collaboration with Fortnite, where it's a fashion brand, right? And it's all about clothes, statements, and whatnot. So what does that look like? How do you make business and merge both real world and the simulator or digital world together, or maybe have them both in the same place? Let's take a look at that. And here, when you're buying a physical piece of clothing, you're also buying the digital piece of clothing. And in fact, more and more people value buying a digital piece of clothing because that's where their friends are. My nephews, myself included, buy so much digital items because why does anyone buy an item? Why do I buy this cool looking, actually bad looking sandals? Because that's who I am, and I want to show off that this is who I am, and I am showing it off to people that I care about. And if all the people I care about is in the digital space, I would also want to have that object in the digital space. And this is a great example of that kind of interaction. Final example is Ferrari. Let's take a look at that. But on a much bigger money value, right? People would want to drive a Ferrari for sure, but maybe they want to first drive it in the metaverse before they can decide to purchase it in the real life. So so that's some examples of how, what might the metaverse look like? That's great, but then who's building it? And how do you build for the metaverse? Let's talk about that. So as I mentioned, Epic Games has been in the epicenter of talking about the metaverse for quite a while. Our vision as a company has always been towards metaverse, and we've been growing quite rapidly. And we, of course, make Fortnite, which is the largest game. And in addition to that, we also provide a lot of tools that build Fortnite. So Fortnite is a peek into what the metaverse could look like. So we then give out the tools like Unreal Engine, which is what Fortnite has built upon, to the creator community, for the creator community to start developing their own metaverses. Like I said, Fortnite is built with Unreal Engine, and it's free. Openness is key, remember? So when you want to build for the metaverse, the engine itself is completely accessible. So if you're building for a metaverse, if you're building for any kind of application that is on the metaverse realm, it's free to get started. It's also cross-platform because you don't know where your application is going to be. Is it on an immersive place like the Matrix one, or is it in an AR application? And this is a great example of where we just traversed into having a metaverse on the web. This is just got released last week.
This is where I wanna be, never ever gonna leave, You ain't gonna get it from me, but like This is where I wanna be, never ever gonna leave, You ain't gonna get it from me, but like
So that's like, you're able to create once, publish to wherever you want, because that's kind of what Metaverse is going to look like. This is me just playing a game on a browser. So you can see that's Chrome, and I'm just literally just having a real-time 3D high-fidelity experience as I'm running on the browser because the compute is happening on a simulated environment on a cloud environment. Because of these features, we are seeing a adoption of this technology, not just in branding or marketing or specific to sales, but also specific to industry verticals like automotive, games, film and television, automotive, broadcast, live events, training simulation, manufacturing and advertising, and even fashion, retail, and even banking for the most part, because this is kind of where the world is headed towards. And we are seeing more and more users adopting this within the Unreal ecosystem. There's like about 14 million people developing for the metaverse or metaverse applications. So how does one become metaverse ready? Some of the tools that you can start using right now: Unreal Engine 5, very, very high fidelity in real time with a whole bunch of tech which I won't go into, but you can bring in billions of polygons inside your application, have realistic lighting, have virtualized texture, have surround sound, making it a more immersive experience. It's kind of what a quick look at what that looks like. Very, very high resolution, high poly stuff that's going on. And you're able to build once and then publish it to all platforms. So be it from design stage or R&D stage to design to pre-production to production to post-sales, regardless of where you are in the life cycle of the product, you are able to use these tools and publish them into a variety of experiences, from still images to immersive experiences. And then you have tools are free, it has to be open. So there's MetaHuman Creator, which allows you to create digitally accurate human beings, and that's kind of what this looks like. And it's all browser-based and free.
Je pourrais être architecte.
Ou guide.
Quizá un artista.
You create the narrative.
I am MetaHuman.
making creators more accessible to the metaverse, because this doesn't require any programming, doesn't require any developer intervention. You just go to a browser, start making stuff. And what if you want to bring in your real world into the digital world? So you have a tool called capturing reality. Take your phone, if it has LiDAR enabled, which is what iPhone 11 or iPhone 12 and above have. Start scanning your universe and bring that into your metaverse and start building things using the metaverse. And we have a library of that called the Quixel Megascans, which is existing assets created by professionals. And you can also bring that yourself using capturing reality, which is what this looks like. So you're just bringing in objects, scan them, bring in the real-time 3D data inside Unreal Engine using just your phone, or if you have a very nice little setup like drones and cameras and LiDAR scanners, you could do that too. And what about bringing it to the web? So Sketchfab is a great example of that, where you could scan the object, but if you want to embed that object into a web interface, you can do that through Sketchfab. It's also free, so you can just upload that object, and when you want to put it on an e-commerce site, the last speaker talked about showing images rather than writing text. What if you are able to show the object itself rather than showing an image in 3D? And this also automatically supports augmented reality. So when you're on a phone, in fact, that particular shoe is a great example where I actually took that shoe, put it on my feet to see if it actually fit my feet, if I could see like any protrusions from my otherwise normal sized feet that I have. And those are cool applications that you could do today with Sketchfab. And if you want to showcase your art as a creator, there's ArtStation, and there's Twinmotion, which allows for world building for creators without actually having to open a very complex editor. And finally, the social component. There's Epic Online Services, which is also for free, which is the same online services that's built on top of Fortnite. So you have your social component, your identity component, your game services, all of that built into this Epic Online Services for you to also start using and start building your own metaverse for free. So with that, wow, right on dot. With that, that is really what the metaverse is heading towards. And I hope I gave you a good idea of what metaverse is, what it could be, how do you grow your business out of it, and what are the tools that you as creators, marketing folks, developers are able to use in order to build a business out of this. So I am Arvind Neelakantan. If you have any more questions, do feel free to email me at arvind.neelakantan@epicgames.com. Thank you so much. It's been an honor being here.
Thank you so very much, Arvind, for that engaging session. Thank you so much. And truly, the metaverse and the virtual world seems surreal. But I'm just so glad that in that reality show, they did not use an alter ego of the MC and they used an actual MC. I really don't want meta anchors to host the upcoming editions of MMA Impact today for growth and prepare for an immersive future. This session is brought to you in partnership with Meta. And as I mentioned before, this year, MMA Impact goes phygital to bring to you the best of both worlds. Hence, our upcoming session is also a virtual one. Without any further ado, I'm humbled to welcome Mr. Arun Srinivas, Director and Head, Global Business Group, India Meta, for the session on Road to the Metaverse, Interaction and Immersion.
Yeah, thank you so much. Pleasure to be here. Unfortunately, could not be there physically, so I guess it's the hybrid mode at play. Let me quickly segue from where Arvind left you guys with a sneak peek of, I guess, how the gaming universe looks at the metaverse. Just give me a second, yeah. So what is the metaverse? Like what you would have figured out from the last session that Arvind ran as well. It's a set of virtual spaces where you can create and explore with other people who aren't in the same physical space as you. So I guess the prima facie, in some sense, we see this as the next generation of the internet, where we moved from, the whole visual and informative space in era one to more interactive space in era 2, where things like social messaging, search, etc. started coming in, to really now an immersive space in era 3, where as you can see, whether you are there in your own form or in an avatar, you can actually be at places that you aren't. In theory, I'm saying, if we were doing this presentation in the metaverse, I would feel that I'm in the room with you guys. I'm not really being projected on some large screen, but I would feel that I'm actually standing there on stage making this presentation. So that's the fundamental, I guess, change that we're going to see, as we move to the metaverse. And what we've seen as conversations around this over the last 15, 18 months, obviously it's many things to many people, in terms of how people have interpreted the metaverse or all things metaverse. So on the finance side, obviously there are a lot of conversations around crypto, around blockchain, AI, obviously on the use cases, avatars, or Roblox on access points, or in the whole cultural context on saying that, will it be Ready Player One? What's the future going to look like? Or around innovation, where most of the platforms, etc., feature, or really about technology. But what we are seeing is there's obviously global interest in conversation around this space. And even again, if you look at conversations around the virtual economy, they've almost doubled. Conversation around VR headsets have grown by almost 50%. And obviously, needless to say, there are more than 7x conversations on the metaverse on the internet. So in some sense, I think metaverse is really not one company's doing. I know we have represented ourselves as Meta, but because we are larger, we see our role as larger than just being Facebook, which was our earlier name, given that we have a suite of apps as well. But what we want to do is to really build the metaverse in conjunction with many partners across the ecosystem, many platforms, many companies and businesses, creators, and of course, fundamentally, it will be people like you and me who will also obviously take part in the metaverse. In some sense, some of those glimpses are already here. We see specs of that already in the augmented reality space, which is more mainstream than VR, given the headsets, etc. As we speak, are a barrier today, but I'm sure in the times to come with 5G technologies, and as we've seen the evolution of technology, be it on smartphones, etc., these things will become mainplace and mainstay. The metaverse fundamentally, I think, will have these three paradigms, built into this. As I said, the whole thing is about being immersive. So let's start with presence, actually. So like the example I gave, that you would feel that I was present in the room. I would feel I was present in the room. So if I'm talking in the stage, you will hear audio, in the metaverse as though it's coming from the stage to each of you in the room where you're sitting. Persistence and continuity is, if we have a break, for example, let's say log off in the metaverse, I come back, it's almost I continue where I left off in that room. And there is a seamless sense of continuity with, like the gaming applications that Arvind spoke about, for example. Our take on interoperability is also not just about, places you visit in the metaverse. It's also about the kind of technology that you can log on to or stay on the metaverse. So seamlessly, for example, if I'm able to run this presentation from a Mac in the metaverse, tomorrow I should be able to do the same from my phone or any other device, be it on whichever technology or whichever platform it may come from. And these are renditions that you will start seeing, right, on the whole virtual experiences, and obviously whether it's on the mobile, desktop, or I guess futuristic devices. I think the metaverse will obviously seem far more immersive and also will be interoperable. And as I mentioned earlier, I don't think any company can build the metaverse together. The way we see it is it's the next generation of the internet, and we believe that there'll be more than 1 billion people on the metaverse by the end of this decade. So which means, literally the world today, for example, we have close to 3.5 billion people on our apps. And we expect 1 billion of them to actually inhabit the metaverse or, log on to the metaverse for something or the other. So therefore, as I mentioned earlier, all constituents, will have a stake in this, be it communities, be it people, be it creators, be it businesses, obviously developers and technology on one side and platforms and companies on the other side. Our role and what we are looking at to leapfrog into the metaverse is really we are working on these three technologies. The first one is MetaSpark, which is all around augmented reality. So how can we obviously bring to life at scale, while AR, etc., have existed as formats in the past, I don't think they've really come across at scale. But I think with the technologies of the future and speeds of the future, this will become mainstay, like I mentioned. The second one is Horizon Worlds, which is really our workplace attempt on really making virtual work, etc., more interesting, fun, and more immersive. So in theory, and all of us have gotten used to this, right? Over the last couple of years, we've all logged on from our homes, from our rooms, and we've been in the same virtual rooms together, but all of us were a box on the screen. So imagine tomorrow, in the metaverse, all of us inhabit, even for a meeting, let's say the same table in the same boardroom, for example, and really discuss what the future of the company is going to be. This will be possibly what the future looks like, and Meta is working on this. The third is Ray-Ban Stories, where we've already partnered with Ray-Ban, to at this point of time, the glasses are available for sale in certain markets. And it has technologies like, video recording, etc., which can be shared, uploaded. And I'm sure these will again evolve, into more AR and VR headsets over time. Obviously, while we do this, I think obviously the other side, the flip side is that safety, transparency, trust, etc., is still very paramount, as technologies obviously evolve. So how are we really putting people first, making sure people have a choice, and making sure that everything is safe, trustworthy, and transparent will still be a guiding, a cornerstone for everything that we do, as we innovate around the space. This is the Wendy Metaverse store. Let me run this example for you. The Wendyverse. So many businesses, as have already started, I guess, putting out what they could look like in the metaverse. So we have, in the retail side, we have brands like H&M. In the even Mondelez, for example, has done something in Latin America. So we have many businesses which are already starting to experiment. And obviously the whole assumption is that consumer persuasion will be at very high when you feel like you're in the premise shopping, rather than just adding to cart, through a small, rectangular button, when you buy this, let's say, off a platform. What can it mean for businesses? Obviously, we believe that Metaverse will change the way, as I said, we work. So whether it's virtual meetings, virtual factory tours, virtual banking, KYCs, consumer immersion. So imagine for consumer, let's say all companies, obviously, eventually consumer companies have, work to do on understanding how things are working for the consumer. So immersions can be in the metaverse can be far more immersive and virtual. So this can actually start giving, more boost in productivity and speed. For example, let's say if you have to literally figure out how things are working in the market across 5 cities at the same time, or even 5 parts of the globe, you could do that tomorrow in the metaverse. We are seeing this already being adopted. Nestle Purina is the example here, where they educated and enabled sales employees through Oculus, on training them on how pet food is made, and what kind of pet food is good for what kind of pets, as well as making sure they understand the production process completely. Similarly, Hilton, for example, again embraced this, and what used to take 4 hours for new hires when they trained someone on how to make a room perfect after someone checks out, today takes 20 minutes through the metaverse, because in parallel they're able to literally get new trainees into unclean rooms and work through the process in parallel, and actually have dramatically crashed this and obviously boosted productivity. Gaming, I think I will not cover. Arvind has done a lot of justice to this. And similarly, I'm saying fitness is the other one, where we think virtual classes, again, many of us are used to, let's say, virtual yoga classes or fitness classes at home during the pandemic. This can again take a significant boost in terms of, really reimagining the space. Auto cars, for example, let's say on the entire auto industry, test drives. And when you say test drives, there are companies that are already figuring out, saying, for example, not only will you feel that you're test driving a new, let's say, SUV, but you can actually change the setting to figure out what will it look on a rocky road, off-road, or a snowy road also in certain conditions, etc., so that you get that feel And there, in fact, AI is now starting to be developed to understand haptic and signals on how consumers are responding to pressure as they go through these terrains. So I guess, yeah, technology will become far more, useful in many of these industries as well. Gaming is something that I think got covered, but you can imagine that it's right from, card games to, TT to boxing, anything can be far more immersive, apart from obviously things that people build on the metaverse as well. Entertainment. So imagine all of us have wanted to go for these, let's say your favorite pop star or musician's concert. You can do that tomorrow in the metaverse from the confines of your room. You'll feel that you're there. You could, in theory, buy virtual tickets. You could even be in the front rows, depending on how, I guess, these things are sold over time. And this also has an implication for businesses. So for example, you may not need to eventually run 5 events and 10 events in Delhi, Bombay, Calcutta, Chennai, etc. Find a way where you run dealer meets or even your own sales team meets, etc., in one location, and where you make it far more immersive. So these are things that can be dramatically scaled, using the metaverse. Retail. So whether it's hotels, hospitality, or retail, people could actually get a virtual tour of the room, virtual visit to the store. This obviously encourages far more interest, in the brand and in the collection that they have, rather than just, again, static catalogs that we possibly get today. Online shopping, again, can be far more immersive and interactive. As you can see, in a 3D world, you can actually place the goods back, from the aisle that you picked it. Or, for example, in the Pringles example that you see from PNG on the right side, where they've used AR a lot to bring out the flavors that goes into the spicy packet of chips. So I think these will, again, connote what the propositions of the variant or the brand are, obviously will be far more persuasive for consumers to buy. At Meta, we believe we have a right or foundation to really build many of these technologies, because, as I mentioned, about half the globe is on our platforms today, through our communities. We have a lot of creators, as you know, across India and the globe, who put up reels, who put up, build small businesses, etc. Commerce, again, enabling both large and small businesses, I think, is something that we've always been doing. And the last one is we also, already have a presence in computing platforms thanks to our VR presence. We have, for example, while our VR headsets are available in the US, UK, ANZ, etc., we also run an Oculus store, where people buy apps to leverage the Oculus and use the Oculus for. I can tell you that over the last 3 years, we've sold more than $1 billion of apps on Oculus. So you can imagine how this is becoming more and more mainstay as technologies, start to permeate. Obviously, while these are things of the future, we believe that many of these things will be the segue or the gateway to the future. Be it like the whole Ray-Ban stories piece, be it messaging that becomes far more seamless, works with businesses and leads and appointments and whatnot, or the whole AR, VR piece, or even things like live shopping, which are becoming mainstay. We believe that these are the tools that exist today, which can be leveraged so that the path to the metaverse becomes seamless for most companies. Many businesses already embracing this. In fact, today, as per a study that we did with BCG, more than $300 billion is really the cost of friction, where people drop their journeys, don't fulfill their journeys from the time from discovery to purchase, meaning they add to cart and drop off. So, how can you obviously find a way to reduce friction here? So what we do at our platforms today is the first thing is discovery. We enable discovery of many brands, businesses, new products on our platforms. I'm sure all of us in this room would have bought something or seen something on the first time on Instagram. So whether it's new launches on one side, whether it's to amplify ingredients leveraging AR on the other side, or in the third example that you see where actually we had a try on with AR again, where more than 40 shades of lipstick you could try on how it looked on your face before you decided what to buy. So I think these are technologies that are already available. And as you can see the stats on the right side, more than 80% of people have discovered new brands on Facebook or Instagram, and 96% of those who discovered actually ended up buying. The second one is consideration. If you look through the funnel, so again, you have multiple examples here, from retail chains in Texas, to businesses in India as well, where they have leveraged external creators, as well as events in really trying to build consideration for their brands, leveraging technologies, interactive technologies like AR or polls, etc., which again bridges the gap, on friction. And the third, part of the funnel, as we all know, is purchase. So whether it is through try-ons like we spoke about on the Lakme case, or in this whole Michael Kors case here, where you can see the shades of the glasses change, or virtual test drives in the case of auto, or equally a long conversation, on clarification on sizing, on fits, like Flipkart leverage this, or Myntra leverage this, or live shopping, for example, which is already there in India and abroad. We believe that these are again paths to purchase that can significantly reduce friction that exists today on the journey. And I think this is a pivotal moment. The reason I want to end with this chart is that we are at a scale where even in India today, more than 1 in 2 adults already are on our platforms. More than 700 million people globally use AR. More than 100 million in India alone have used AR. And we have more than 200 million businesses on Meta. And we have close to, the volume of reels produces more than 6 million on a daily basis in India across 10 languages, by the way. And this is a pivotal moment because this is the year where, advertising on digital platforms in India actually will overtake that of television. We've seen these trends in the US, for example, where digital today is more than 51% of all advertising. And obviously consumers across the world are the same, in terms of how they consume content or how they live lives. So clearly, this is a pivotal moment, where businesses need to obviously firstly bridge for today and also start bridging for tomorrow, leveraging the metaverse. So that's really what I want to close with. And in some sense, this is only the beginning of the journey, as we all embark on the metaverse over the next 5-10 years. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's have a huge round of applause for Sir, please. He was kind enough to join us live virtually. Let's put our hands together for that wonderful session. And once again, let me remind you that this session has been possible because of our wonderful partners. Hence, I would like to take this opportunity to express our gratitude for our kind partners. Ladies and gentlemen, our presenting partner, Flipkart Ads, program partners, Epic Games, Meta, Google, InMobiGlance, Mfiltered, corporate partners, Nielsen, RTB House, innovation partner, Zapats, gifting partner, Perfetti Van Mel, and knowledge partner, Kantar. We also have some interesting photo ops for you, so do get yourselves clicked during the breaks and upload it on social media, tagging us, MMA APAC, and of course, using the hashtags, hashtag Shape the Future, hashtag MMA APAC, and hashtag MMA Impact. On that note, ladies and gentlemen, let's move forward to our keynote session. We are humbled to have with us Eka Chaturvedi Banerjee, one of India's leading women business leaders, and has, in pursuing her purpose, founded Echem Resonance, an organization where she, along with her community of researchers and facilitators, delve into ancient wisdom to solve contemporary issues. Among other initiatives, Echem also blends modern-day management practices, leadership frameworks, and corporate strategic directioning with perspectives imbibed from time-tested ancient wisdom, history, mythology, and literature. These are the practices Eka is here to share with us to help us evolve, because eventually it all begins with a mindset. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming Eka Chaturvedi Banerjee, founder and CEO Echem, board member, Oxford Chevening Fellow, Echem Resonance.
Hi, and actually I must begin with thanking MMA Impact for having this event here and having it offline. And it really is good to come back on stage, see people and talk to them, and not do that in Zoom screens, where I truly believe that for the last 2.5 years, the most common phrase we all heard was, "Can you hear me? Can you see me? My mic's not working. I'm sorry, somebody came into the frame." So it's really good to be back here. Thank you so much, Monica. Thank you so much, MMA Impact. And it's good to be back. You might be wondering about why what a mythologist and a historian and somebody who deals with ancient wisdom is doing here, where we are talking about shaping the future. Well, I'll go back to what Arvind was sharing with us a little while ago. And it's no surprise that whether it's the Matrix, whether it's the Metaverse, whether it's Doctor Strange, they've all been inspired in their own way from the past. So the reason I stumbled upon the past is because I truly believe that for a civilization that has 5,000 years of documented history and at least 10,000 years of undocumented history, they must have cracked some survival hacks. And that's where I go back to every time I need to find some answers. So well, when I went about hunting for answers on shaping the future and went back into the past, here's what I found. I found that human evolution has been through 4 stages, or we're stepping into the 4th stage. So when the human civilization was being organized, the first phase was that of just figuring out what needs to be done. And that yuga across all our scriptures was actually called the Karma Yuga, which is basically SOPs, processes, how does the wheel work, how does the fire work, how does construction happen, how does society get structured, the SOP manuals. And what's interesting is the output that emerged from that yuga, which is basically your Vedas. All of us know about the 4 Vedas. They are basically your SOP manuals on how life works. From the Karma Yuga, because by now we knew muscle memory had kicked in, we knew our processes, we knew how to produce, we knew what to produce. The next stage then was this age of seeking knowledge. It was the age of asking questions about why does this happen, how does it work, really what moves the world. And so what was called the Jnana Yuga, or the age of knowledge, then produced the output that was your Upanishads, the Vedanta, the Aranyaka commentary. These were all knowledge texts. The yuga that came after that, which is about 2000 years ago, plus minus 300 years, is the age where religion got organized. Now, the moment religion got organized, and all your religions, irrespective of which one you take, then started recruiting. So this was the age of the popularity contest, about saying which religion can recruit better and faster. And so this was the age of storytelling. And that age was called the Bhakti Yuga. Right? So this was when stories were told, everything was made to look cool, and the output that this age produced, therefore, were your Puranas, were your Itihasa, all your story texts. Now you must be wondering why I'm talking about this. But before I get onto that, what's critical right now is that today we're at that transition age from the Bhakti Yuga to the next Yuga. And this is where we start crystal gazing. Now, all our texts, whether they be the Vaivata Purana, whether they be the Vedas, all of them talk about the next age being the Nyaya Yuga. The Nyaya Yuga is the age of individual justice and liberty. The text that this will produce will of course be the outcome, but that's where my texts tell me we are heading towards. Now, why do I talk about this in a marketing conference where we are shaping the future with winning marketing organizations? Well, the history of industry hasn't been very different from the history of the humankind. So if you remember, we started corporatizing and organizing ourselves in what was earlier called the age of the industry. This was the time where assembly lines were created, where the vocabulary was that of productivity, where the conversation on the human resource was about log in, log out, pay for performance. This was the industrial age. From there, about 40 years ago is when we moved to what was called the information age, where the currency of conversation was data, was analytics, was trends, was patterns. From the age of the information, we moved to the age of the idea, right, which is where we've been for the last couple of years. The currency of conversation in the age of ideas is valuations, is the concept of the unicorn. I mean, really, what's a more fascinating idea than just the concept of the unicorn itself, right? But from today where we are, after having, and if you see this runs very parallel, right? So the Karma age and the industry, Karma Yuga and the industry age, the Jnana Yuga and the information age, the Bhakti Yuga and the age of the idea. And therefore, if we are stepping into the Nyaya Yuga, which is the age of individual rights and individual existence, then logically, the age of idea should follow into the age of the individual. And that's where we are sitting today. Now, if I go back again to the conversations we've been having since the morning, whether it's about the metaverse, whether it is the conversation about people seeking their own existence, finding their own communities, then you realize that the vocabulary needs to change. Now, what is the vocabulary of the age of the individual? Here again, I go back to my texts. And therefore, if we've been studying our industry in terms of P&Ls and product marketing, in terms of information and therefore services marketing, after that, the concept of valuations and therefore idea marketing, the next one for us logically is therefore about the individual and human marketing, putting the human at the center of your currency of conversation. Not just at your currency of thought, but in your currency of evaluation, in your currency of communication, in your currency of content, in your currency of communities, it is the human. If it has to be the human, then how do you study the human? What's the framework for studying the human? So in the industry age, we knew that the framework for studying was your classic P&Ls, classic productivity, matrices and financials. During the age of the ideas, it was very simply the rate at which information flew, the data, the trends, the analytics and the patterns. During the age of the ideas, like I said, it was about valuations. It was about the power of an idea. It was about the communication of an idea. In the age of the human, the framework that needs to come in, and again, I am very inspired by the frameworks of the past on this, is the framework which we call the human resonance framework. Now, when you study a human being, you study them in the context of their spheres of existence. So classically, and I go back to the concept of dharma, which is, of course, we all know that the Bhagavad Gita starts with dharma kshetre, kurukshetre. Dharma talks about 3 levels at which our existence exists. Now, dharma is not religion. Dharma is literally dharma, what I bear. It is my way of life. And in my way of life, as in the human way of life, in the human way of life, there are only 3 circles of influence. The first one is the swadharma, what I owe to myself. At the second level is what's called the aparadharma, that which I am bound to hold on to by virtue of where I am born, by jati, kala, vishay, vyakti. So which is the context in which I live. And the third level of dharma is what's called the paradharma, that which I owe to the universal order. Now, while I know this sounds esoteric, but if I have to apply it today to the context of how we need to think as marketers, as corporate citizens, it brings me down to these 3 frameworks which become the currency of the human resonance framework: me, mine, and mankind. Why it's interesting is, and I again go back to Arvind's presentation on this, is that when you're operating in the metaverse, you as the marketer are actually thinking about where you're playing at. Are you playing at the level of personal fulfillment, which is me and my relationship with myself? Are you playing at the level of mine fulfillment, which is, are you fulfilling me in the contexts of the relationships that I hold dear, in the contexts of my immediate organizations? Or are you fulfilling my urge and my urge and my duty and my desire to contribute to the larger mankind, which is the cause of community? The reason that I bring in the me, mine and mankind framework is because in order to shape the future, in order to be a part of the humanity that is moving forward, we will need to start thinking in terms of the me, the mine and the mankind framework. Now, we at Ecom Resonance, and we've done a lot of research by now in cracking all these 3 levels, where at the level of me, we actually talk to people in terms of their fears, their shadows. You know, we spoke about Google a little while ago, and I remember talking about the insights that Google had got. Think about it. Google knows your consumer better than your consumer's spouse knows your consumer. Google works at predicting, at analyzing, and that's what this journey of industry, information and idea has allowed Google to enable, which is the journey with me. Google knows my fears, Google knows my shadows, my desires much better than my spouse does. And that is the future. How are you going to fulfill me in my relationship with myself? The second level, and as again I go back to what Arvind spoke about gorgeously, is that if my community is seen wearing a particular kind of jeans, then that's where I want to be. But more importantly, the fulfillment it provides to me in my relationship with my nearest and dearest ones. And then at the third level, the framework of the mankind, which is, in fact, Fritjof Capra has spoken about it beautifully in this whole concept of the systemic view of life, what we owe to the universe and the preservation of the universal order. That's actually where I'd like to leave you right now, in the context of saying that if you have to create a winning marketing organization from the future, you need to move, you need to have seen what the trends have been. You need to move from the era of product marketing, which is history, service marketing, history, and frankly, ideas marketing or the story marketing, which is also now becoming history, to the idea of the individual marketing, putting them at the center and looking at personal fulfillment, and that being the currency of the measure of your success, of your campaigns, of your thought, because you're no longer selling either a product, nor a service, nor an idea, but you're actually selling personal fulfillment and personal resonance. And with that, I'd like to leave you. Do you want me to take questions? Do we have time for questions? I am happy to take a couple of questions if that helps. No questions? Oh no. This is what happens when we come back after 2.5 years. Sure. Thank you then. It's been a pleasure being here. Thank you so much for having me here as well.
Thank you so much, Eka. Let's have a huge round of applause. Thank you so much for taking your valuable time out and joining us here. It was a pleasure and an honor to have you. Thank you. Let's have a huge round of applause for her, please. Thank you. And now, ladies and gentlemen, also let me remind you, the much-awaited Modern Marketing Reckoner launch will be happening shortly, so please stay tuned for that as well. So our next session is brought to you in partnership with InMobi Glance, consuming fresh, personalized, bite-sized, and interactive content from the convenience of your phone has never been easier with Glance. Now is your opportunity to take part in an exciting raffle where you stand a chance to experience the magic yourself, and even more interesting, you can also stand a chance to win a Glance-enabled smartphone. So to tell you more about it, ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome our moderator for the session, Ms. Vasudha Agarwal, SVP and GM Consumer Platform Advertising, InMobi. Welcome, Vasudha. And joining her today, we have Ms. Sneha John, Director Marketing, Swiggy. Mr. Steve Vinod, Senior Marketing Manager, Sales Marketing Lead, Meesho. Mr. Deepta Kirti Chaudhary, VP Marketing, Bajaj Auto. And last but not the least, we have Mr. Atul Sharma, Media Lead in Coca-Cola Company. Okay, everybody in the audience, I know some of you might be hungry. Are you hungry?
Hi everyone, it's good to be here in person after 2 years. This is at least my first in-person event after the pandemic, so good to see a lot of familiar faces. The topic that we're covering in today's panel, and very interesting hybrid panel today, is why the lock screen is the next big thing for brands. We have a very power-packed panel today across some of the leading brands. I'm Vasudha. I lead the consumer platform advertising business for InMobi. And let's dive into the introductions of the panel. Steve, you want us to go?
Let's start with the virtual ones.
Sure, let's go with the virtual ones. Sneha.
Sure. Hi, everybody. I hope, I know, sorry to start with the cliched Zoom dialogue, but I hope you all can hear me well. I'm Sneha. I'm part of Swiggy. I handle brand marketing and social media for the food delivery business at Swiggy. Really excited to be on the panel.
Welcome, Sneha. Deepto?
Hi, I'm Deepto Kirti Chaudhary. I work with Bajaj Auto as part of the central marketing unit, and I look after all the marketing functions like media, Corpcom, PR, research, and insights. Glad to be here.
Welcome, Deepto. Atul?
Hi. First of all, thank you for having me over. My name is Atul, and I've spent about 20 years in media, working with agencies, publishers, and now on the marketing side with Coca-Cola. I've been straddling the evolution of media from days when you only had probably just print and television to days when you've got multi-platforms and sub-platforms, 2 metrics, multiple metrics. So that's me.
Great, and back to you, Steve.
Firstly, I think everyone's been thanking MMA for putting this together. So thank you guys. A lot of familiar faces. Good to connect with you guys offline. A few more connections to make. Hi, my name is Steve. I professionally practice marketing for Mishu, some part of the marketing piece. Personally, I practice patience. So that's largely who I am.
Great. Thank you all for the introductions. So we'll dive into the topic for the panel today. I think all of us know India is today in the middle of this huge content revolution, whether it's gaming, shopping, binge watching. I think today's consumers want all their needs and requirements to be filled instantly. So we're now calling them not just Gen Z, but Gen Now, right? And mobile as a platform is very well placed to address the needs of this Gen Now. And we actually see that every day on the lock screen of 173 million users of Glance in India. Brands actually have the opportunity to engage with these users in very native content experiences, in interesting formats, through games, through polls, through quizzes. And in the next sort of 20-25 odd minutes, we will dive into what some of these leading brands and marketeers have actually done to win these consumers on the lock screen using Glance. So let's dive into the questions. The first question is actually for each of you, right? That with the 800 million internet smartphone user base in India, how are you thinking about your brand, and how are you rethinking now about mobile marketing maturity when it comes to connecting with these Gen Now consumers? Maybe Steve, you could start?
Yeah, sure, absolutely. So all of the experience, I think, like you rightly mentioned, it's been mobile maturity. I think it's been a journey for all of us to understand and adapt. We've sort of a lot of new possibilities. The way that I would actually think about this is how many possibilities and opportunities can you create with your consumer? And considering the number that you quoted, which is 800 million. So it's about making those connections and those opportunities when you can, and the right kind of touch points. And I think all of us in some part and form and shape are still practicing and trying to understand what actually works and what doesn't. Just trying to find that method of the madness, I think. It's going to be a journey, like I said. I think it'll metamorph into much larger opportunities for marketers.
Understand. Atul, would you like to add to that?
Yeah, I think the primary consideration for us, over time has always been scale. And even when we spoke of personalization, somewhere down the line, we always had that filter in our minds. And when you talk about the numbers that you're saying, 800 million and all, I think it's a foregone conclusion that there is scale there already. Some of this is also getting reflected in the exponential increases that you see in investments that we're making around digital platform. 90% of that is largely mobile. It has been very stark. If I remember my early years in media, say 15 years ago, it was almost like about 2 to 5%. And I can see it going up to even 25% for CPG brands, where it is still television that seems to be the primary focus. So there is a transformation of sorts that is happening. I think this maturity level has to be addressed at 3 levels. Most important, I think, is going to be getting the basics right on the creative rendition. So when you're talking about mobile, the medium itself changes. So whatever you're going to be doing has to be mobile first, and therefore it has to be around the UX, UI of the platform that you are going to be addressing, because what works elsewhere may not work here. That's part one. The second big part is that exposure is not going anywhere, but what you want to go beyond exposure would obviously be engagement. And further, what kind of engagement are we talking about? And nature of that engagement is extremely important. Whether you're talking about events, you're talking about content, you want to talk about curation, gaming. So that's the second level. And the third most important level, which is for us to cover, and is to unlock that long-term value you're going to be able to create for your consumers, which is like either you're talking about monetization or creating addressability for your audiences, that this entire ecosystem that we are trying to create gets informed and it starts working in some kind of a loop. So I think these are the three stages that we think we need to straddle to kind of get where we want to get. And it's still a long way to go. We may not have covered all of these parts. We still are probably in a space where we still think that there is a television creative and that can be slapped on everything. It's something that a challenge that I faced both as a planner on the other side when I was at the agency, and even convincing its internal stakeholders is still a long way to go. So that's what how we envision all of this is working.
Sure. And Sneha, how are you guys thinking about this at Swiggy, about the whole mobile marketing maturity aspect for your brand?
Yeah, so I was just trying to think deeply about like how has it changed, because we are at the end of the day an internet product, right? We've always been deploying mobile marketing. I've been trying to think about like what has changed over the last few years. I think the first starting point is essentially the objective that we go after, right? And it also has a lot to do with the brand lifecycle. Every brand will initially start off with looking at acquisition and awareness creation. Needless to say, being an internet product, I think it's plain math that we need to be at the right platform. I think increasingly and very soon at Swiggy, we've also realized the other side, which is re-engagement and retention, being a very, very key pillar to a sustainable business. And that's another major lever for where we deploy a lot of mobile marketing to make sure that we bring back our consumers and thereby build brand stickiness and affinity, right? So I think the fact that being able to straddle both these objectives with the right right deployments of media is very, very critical. The second clear change, like Atul mentioned, is creative strategy. I think the number that we know, the Gen Z attention span of 8 seconds, where they are also being targeted with a barrage of information. I think it's very, very critical. I think it was always clear and critical that creatives need to be clutter breaking. I think in today's world, it's almost imperative, right? So I think that part has changed, and gone are the days where you slap a 16:9 creative into different apps and put it everywhere. I think we need to rethink about how does today's generation engage? Like, for example, memes, GIFs, all of these are grammar at this point, like emoticons, etc. And they blend really well into the mobile marketing ecosystem. I think that's the large change that we've already in some way or form affected. The third essentially is the media placements, right? In terms of, if you look at media consumption habits, again for Gen Z, like the top passion points lie in music, they lie in gaming, they lie in content, all of which are very heavily skewed on the mobile ecosystem. So when you know that today's generation is spending like upwards of 3.5 hours on the mobile, on social media, I think it's again like written, it's very clear in writing that we need to be able to speak to these consumers in a contextual and, like Atul mentioned, the very important part, in a scalable manner. So I think these are the three things that I've seen change over the last few years. Yeah.
Got it. And auto, of course, is a very different vertical. So, Deepto, how are you guys thinking about mobile marketing maturity and connecting with Gen Now customers?
Yeah, I think most of the elements of mobile marketing have been covered by the previous speakers. So the way we see this differently is that how is mobile as a media different from, let's say, television, which came in 30, 40 years back, right? Because there would have been a similar question sometime in the mid-80s which have come, that how do you handle this new animal called television, right? Or for that matter, FM radio, which came after that, and internet, which came after that, and so on. The biggest thing, the biggest difference that we see is that, and this is how mobile has changed media consumption throughout, is that nothing is exclusive any longer. Earlier, when you watched television, you watched television. When you read a newspaper, you read the newspaper and you did not do anything else. Now, when you have a mobile is the second layer to everything, or the first layer, and there is something else. So when you are on your mobile, when you are watching television, you might still be doing something on your phone. When you read something interesting on a newspaper or see an interesting ad in the paper, you will pick up your mobile phone to do the next set of things to satiate your curiosity or something. So I feel that this is an important piece, that the attention is no longer exclusive, that we have moved from a point where we say that you now consume X media, saying that there are XYZ media bombarding you, and the customer is kind of picking and choosing from multiple things. So therefore, one of the very key aspects of mobile marketing, we feel, which captures how the creative strategy is, how the media strategy is, that we have to cut the clutter and speak to the consumer in a very simple term, and it is a nudge or a bridge to something else. I don't think either through a print ad or a television ad or a mobile interstitial, we have lost that opportunity to tell a full story. What we can do is to take opportunity and nudge them towards a longer story, a longer message, and hopefully that will kind of close the loop. So I think this is what I see different, or something just a little, of course, what everyone else said is also absolutely right. I feel that this is something that we are looking at differently, because as an auto manufacturer, our journey is a much longer journey. It's not an impulse buy. It is not a quick buy. So therefore, we have to see that mobile as a sort of a bridge going from point A to point B, which is hopefully a little down the purchase funnel.
Got it. And I think you make a very interesting point, which brings me to the next question, right? That since consumers are really being bombarded by so much of, for example, content, attention spans are lower, then how do you design campaigns which are meeting your objectives end to end, right? Which is awareness, consideration, and then even acquisition and, let's say, transaction, right? So Steve, maybe a question for you, right? That how do you use the Lockscreen, for example, to really serve both objectives of branding and say performance?
Yeah, sure. So I think some parts we've already spoken of. It's about utilizing that opportunity. And Lockscreen, of course, is there as a screen. The vastness of consumers, I think it already exists. How do you make this interesting, right? Or we're always in this addressing state of how do we break down problem statements for different parts of the funnel. Most questions that we start from is how much branding, how much performance. It's an innate question that every marketer has in the mind today. I think there's no right mix. There's only right outputs as long as your inputs are planned. How we look at it of using Lockscreen is that you're able to entice a user in a single surface at a given point for different parts of the brand journey that you're in. So if you want to create an awareness of what Mythos is or any other brand is today, you kind of cascade that information in an interesting way that kind of helps. Like everybody's saying, I think it's about capturing that attention in that short span of time. So I think you need to personalize it, you need to localize it, you need to make it seem more relevant. The creative storytelling comes from there. Of course, the media strategy helps you kind of break down and place them in the right places. And the Lockscreen kind of helps you do that in the same place, which I think is an interesting mix of commerce and content in the same surface completely, right? So then you can arrive at kind of respective outputs that you want, whether it's you want to do reach and frequency, do you want to do install campaigns, do you want to do acquisition campaigns, etc.
Sure. And I think you make a good point, right? That, one is the scale of the surface itself, which is large. So you're able to reach about, say, 170 million plus users in one go. And then it's also the frequency, right? We see a user, for example, unlocking their phone like 75 times a day. So that frequency also gives you that many opportunities to reach the user. So I think absolutely that's a great point. And Atul, maybe going to you, right? How do you see uniquely engaging with the customer? Because I think we also talked about things like personalization, how it's important to make sure that there is something unique, which sort of helps you declutter, right, from all the sort of tons of content the consumer is consuming. So how do you think platforms like Glance play a role when it comes to your media mix and your brand? Atul, I think you're on mute.
First, I think Deepta Kriti made a very, very important point, and there is enough and more evidence. So I think the big challenge that we've been facing is media fragmentation for a very long time. And now the media fragmentation has moved into fragmentation of the audience attention span as well. And we have been seeing this reflected in a lot of tracks. In fact, I would say that some of the tracks that we used to see in cut-throughs were almost twice as much or what we noticed for the same kind of investment today. So that's a very, very important point. And this also leads to our inability of our brand metrics scaling up over time. Lockscreen in some way addresses a very big challenge. And again, I would like to kind of make 3 points. First is that it helps you with that opportunity of getting captive audiences. You spoke about the numbers, it's pretty much there, that there is an opportunity for exposure. And that's the opportunity that you would like to leverage in the first place. But that is not where it ends. It is where it begins, actually. And the next step would obviously is going to be that it'll have to allow the brands to create a reason for the audiences to stay engaged. So that is going to be the next most important point, and you can engage in multiple ways. And it really depends on what kind of KPIs you're working with, what brief you're trying to answer, what challenges you're trying to answer. So if it is about creating interaction, which is more two-way communication, maybe it is going to be, say, about any content curation, curated content, or audience-generated content that you would like to focus on. If it is about evangelizing a product, it could be a contest, it could even be an event. So these are some things which need to be built in, but then there are no standard templates. It will really depend on what kind of KPIs you may have. And the third one is going to be the ability to kind of measure the impact of all of this. So you know whatever that you are doing at the end of the day is getting you the results that you want. And that primarily has been the biggest challenge, that for the same money today, you aren't getting the kind of attention spans that you want. And it's going to only become worse from here on. I don't see it improving, except that maybe over a period of time, we are able to see what is the proportion of some of this that we are able to formulate when we are looking at our media mix. And that's exactly the struggle. But we are solving for it. Truth be told, so far, some of the plans that we normally do, we end up creating multiple different platforms in one go, and sufficiency is a big part of what you're going to get at the end of the day. So it's very imperative for brands to look at sufficiency. It's very important for us to kind of make sure that if you are going to be on a platform such as Glance, you are able to leverage it to the best possible way and not go in too many different directions. So I think these are some things that we are thinking about to be able to address this challenge. Yeah.
And Sneha and Deepto, would you like to add maybe an example of how each of you, how your brand has leveraged Glance to either engage or acquire users, whatever objectives you might have had, because you've been early adopters on the Glance platform? Sneha, you can maybe add.
Sure. So at Swiggy, we've used Glance for 2 objectives. One, we've used it for re-engagement. We've also used it to build reach and awareness at scale, right? For when we have new service offerings or new consumer propositions. To give you an example on the re-engagement piece, I think I'm glad to have Atul also here. We're lucky to be in an impulse-driven category, like food very specifically is an impulse-driven category. So if I show you, we know that if I show you like a nice juicy image of a burger or like a cola drink, a fizzy cola drink being poured, an ASMR ad, so we know that it creates immediate, impulses and needs. So in that space, I think we do use it to build re-engagement. So again, like specifically for food delivery, we have at the very least 3 instances where food delivery is relevant to a consumer, right? Like whether they can order in any one of these meals from Swiggy. So we do, like, say, for example, if it's lunchtime, you're in and out of meetings, there's a nice messaging for you to refresh, and you normally look at phones as a break. So where there's a message where you can refresh yourself with a nice healthy lunch from Swiggy. I think we use it very heavily for re-engagement. We've also used it to drive, like when we have new service offerings or new consumer propositions that we need to drive, whether again, the objectives might be either to build it at scale. For example, if we have a tactical property with a specific discount for a short period of time, like we optimize on scale and we use it there, as opposed to, say, for example, a new service offering that we've recently worked with Glance on for the launch of Swiggy One, which is specifically to be targeted to a segment of users that we, like, it's not a pan India offering, right? So I think Glance offers us that flexibility to target either. And like we're able to like build plans depending on the objectives that we want. So we've used it across these sort of objectives to fairly good results.
Understood. So you've used it for, you mentioned re-engagement, reach and scale. Deepto, would you like to add what use cases you have used it for at Bajaj Auto?
Sure. The way, this is a good mix in the sense that this panel is a good mix because Bajaj Auto is probably at the exact opposite end of the spectrum from where Swiggy is, where the battle could potentially, for Swiggy, the battle could potentially end on the lock screen, the touch screen. But for us, we see it as a reminder medium. So when we launched it, we used it for one of our new products, new variants of Pulsar, which was launched last year, called Pulsar NS125. And we wanted it to be a sort of a reminder medium from any other lead medium that we were using at that point in time. So typically the way it happens is that when somebody sees a newspaper ad which talks about a new model being launched, that person is likely to be interested in it, but then again that they might get lost in the logistics, that you have to visit the showroom or you have to call the showroom or something like that. So what we are able to do through a platform like Glance is to do that nudge. It is similar to Swiggy, but not really, in the sense that you could ask that person to say that, okay, here is this new thing, so why don't you try to get to know more? And obviously the multimedia angle comes in there, that you can do a little more than that. So for us, it was more like a reminder medium, and therefore, in terms of experiments with geography, experiments with time of the day, all of those things come in for us.
Got it. We've lost your visuals for a while, but we can still hear you well, so no worries on that. I'll bring it to my last question. So I think we talked about use cases, right? How you've used the Lockscreen for re-engagement, for reach and scale, and you talked about, Deepto, about also using it for a new product launch. So I think very interesting use cases and across categories, which brings me to the last question really of what is that one reason that you think the Lockscreen can be the next big thing for brands? And Steve, we should start with you.
Yeah, sure. See, I think while we understand different use cases across brands, and it's also clear on, and I've been repeating this word again, it's about, I think, creating that opportunity and making that well-versed and last longer. And I don't think it's campaign after campaigns. I think it's connections through every campaign that you make. So I think you're very clear about who the user is. You're able to identify, understand a lot more. And across different speakers, we have seen the level of understanding that you can get of a user in the digital ecosystem, especially on mobile. And considering the lock screen is the first entry point to that, kind of makes that even more clearer on how we want to use it. It's good for us to break down, of course, have some amount of measurability, understanding what we're gunning for, etc. But I think just the right kind of mix on the right creative formats, the possibilities in the creative expression is great. The media format allows you to kind of expand into different objectives that you want to solve for, whether it is upper funnel, mid funnel, lower funnel, etc. Another thing that I was thinking while these guys are talking about is that one of the questions that is on every marketer's mind is brand safety, right? Which is my ads being shown in the right places, et cetera, et cetera. And I think Glance kind of just innately gets that out of the way. So you're easily able to get to the user upfront, right there, and kind of build those possibilities over a course of time. The rest is all, like use case for Swiggy is different, for Misho it's different, for Bajaj it's different, etc. But I think creating those over and over again kind of builds that story for us.
Absolutely. No, I think you make a great point, especially around the brand safety element, right? Which is, of course, sort of hygiene, in the marketing world. Anything else that you would like to add, Sneha, Deepto, or Atul, before we wind up? Why you think, Lockscreen is the next big thing for brands?
I could go first. I think the opportunity lies in the versatility of the product, because it's a tech product. There is no end to which direction you can expand it in. And that perhaps is the biggest strength of this product. So it's important for people to look at some of these products more like an ecosystem as opposed to just a platform. So the moment you're going to look at it as a platform, you will use it as such. When the only way you're going to be able to expand into, unlocking the full value of something like Glance is to start seeing it as an ecosystem, and how do you kind of bring that entire loop together in one place. So that's where it is. That's the strength of the platform.
Sneha, Deepto, anything to add? I think Atul made a great point, because there's brand safety. We're also bringing the whole ecosystem of now gaming and video and live experiences for users on the platform, right? And of course, as that evolves, that creates new opportunities for marketeers. So anything that you might want to add on how you see it as a brand or marketer?
So specifically on Swiggy, I think for us, like just for Swiggy, as in terms of penetration, there is again like a whole world for us left to cover. We are in urban India, we're somewhere around 15 to 17% penetration. So even from being able to reach people at scale, it is definitely going to be important. And Lockscreen offers a great captive, again, like Atul said, it provides reach at scale in a captive manner, which will obviously be very, very useful for us. But very recently, I'd like to add one point, which is something that I read very recently. It's not a superpower if it can't be used for evil, right? So I think it's important that we use it in a manner that is also meaningful for consumers, especially with e-learning and all of these up on the rise. I think it is the brand's publisher's job as well as the brand's role to make sure that we use it in a good manner to build like meaningful relationships with brands, because authenticity is key. I don't think we should do it for the stunt of it. I think we should do it for so that we all grow together as a brand as well as a community. So that's just one point that I was mulling over, and I thought would be important to put out, and a responsibility on all of us as well.
Sure.
Just the last bit, which I feel is, or what I see a little differently or a little more to what has already been said. It is like saying that the next big thing, the only thing really is the consumer, how to get the consumer attention in a meaningful, engaging, sustained manner. Atul talked about media fragmentation. And he said it's getting worse. The way let's say some of the younger consumers see it is that they are seeing it as getting better. So in the sense that they have the choice, or they have that ability to skirt through advertising and so on and so forth. So therefore, it is not about whether Glance is an advertising platform. It is probably, can we look at it as a content platform or a content ecosystem? Because here is a sobering thought. My daughter is 11 years old. She hasn't seen an ad in her life. And I'm exaggerating, but only by a small bit. Because she has really, she has now moved away from the regular television, newspaper. She reads very small sections in the whole thing. So when she sees ads, it really hampers her enjoyment of the content to a significant extent, to the point that never happened with our generation. And this is going to get bigger, and I mean, this is going to be a thing, I mean, an even bigger thing. So therefore, if we are able to build it as a content ecosystem, both us as advertisers as well as you as the platform owners, if we are able to bring in the creativity as a multiplier, that it is not about just throwing a message at the consumer, but getting them to do something which leads on to something and then kind of hooks them in, I think we'll be able to make the next big thing.
No, that's a great point, Deepto, and I think you're right? How do we make it about more content-driven user experiences, make it more native for the user, and of course, ultimately personalized, because I think everyone talked about fragmented user attention, right? And that's the only way to address that problem on an ongoing basis. So thank you all for sharing your views. Thank you all for listening in. I think with that, we'll call it a wrap. We do have, I think, sort of a QR code which is supposed to come up on the screen for the audience here. Do sort of scan it and fill in your details, and one of you should be getting a glance-enabled phone if you do fill in your details. So thank you, everyone. Thank you for listening in.
Super. Thank you, guys.
Thank you so very much to our panelists, Steve and Basta, requesting you to kindly receive this little token of appreciation on our behalf. Thank you so very much for that insightful session. Thank you. I'm sure our delegates have a lot of key takeaways. And yes, guys, have you scanned this already? It's a giveaway. You're winning a smartphone. Why aren't your phones up in the air? Everybody, requesting you to kindly scan this QR code to win a glance-enabled smartphone. Yes, should I give you a minute or so? Thank you. Once again, thank you to our panelists and our moderator. So moving on, ladies and gentlemen, we all know that voice and audio as mediums are intuitive, growing, and sticky platforms with huge scope for innovation. But there are several unanswered questions that come in the way of marketeers adopting these mediums. And to address this pain point, MMA is launching a podcast series called VAUX, which is an MMA Voice and Audio Council initiative in collaboration with IVM Podcast. So ladies and gentlemen, without any further ado, let's unveil the podcast series with a short video.
Hello and welcome to MMA's VAUX podcast. This will be a series of episodes covering various topics on the business of audio and video in India. Did you know that there are more than 45,000 podcasts beaming out of India and that more than 25 million people are listening to it? Or that audio ads have a higher recall value than video? The audio and voice industry is disrupting content and marketing rapidly. More creators, brands, and platforms are pushing the envelope and learning every day. How do you keep up? How do you ensure you're not left behind?
The MMA India VAUX podcast series is a part of the MMA Voice and Audio Council powered by IVM. As we all know, voice and audio as mediums are sticky, intuitive, and rapidly growing with huge scope for innovation. But there are several unanswered questions which is coming in the way of marketers using the medium. Every fortnight, we will meet practitioners and experts who have succeeded in using voice and audio as a medium and learn from them on how they innovated, overcame challenges, and the kind of problems they solved using the medium. We will also break down for you what is happening in the world of podcasts, audio streaming, and voice technology. This is that one pod you need to stay on top of to be up to speed on all things voice and audio in India.
Hi, I'm Karthik Nagarajan.
And I'm Monica Khurana.
And you can listen to MMA's VAUX podcast every fortnight on the IVM app, website, or wherever you get your podcasts from.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together for the launch of our VAUX podcast. And on that note, what you're going to witness now is a recording of one of the podcasts, which will be a part of the series and is being represented by our council members themselves who are driving this initiative. Hence, for this very interesting session on innovative use of voice and audio in advertising, Please join me in welcoming Mr. Karthik Nagarajan, Chief Content Officer, Wavemaker, and Mr. Anil Vishwanathan, Senior Marketing Director, Mondelez India. Let's put our hands together for our speakers, everybody. Thank you. Over to you, gentlemen.
Check. Hi, everyone. Thanks so much. Very excited, to be doing this, Anil, the launching this podcast, which we're putting together as the Voice and Audio Council of MMA. In collaboration, of course, with IVM, who's producing this for us. But more excited to do this with you as a live episode, because I know you're extremely passionate about the medium and about voice and about experimenting and pushing the envelope in general. So wanted to probably start with asking you, when it comes to voice and audio as a playground for brands, how excited are you? How do you feel about the whole thing?
So before I begin, happy to be here. Obviously a bit curious to see how a live podcast works, because I need to almost imagine that there isn't an audience, right? So very happy to be here. To your question, Karthik, I mean, from a perspective of Mondelez and from a practitioner perspective, we go where the consumer is. And when we look at data and we see what the consumer is doing, we are seeing two things. One is audio as a medium picking up. I mean, we've always seen audio as a medium being very active through radio and FM. But in the post-digital avatar and post-COVID, we are seeing a spurt of activity on audio and people getting more and more comfortable listening to audio. There seems to be a lot of interest coming out of the immersiveness of the medium. There's a lot of interest coming through because of the kind of experts who are there in the area of interest for the listener. And there seems to be a fair amount of now followership, depending on what your interest area is. And there seems to be a feeling that the medium is possibly providing a fair amount of expert context and knowledge as well. So expertise, immersiveness are possibly a couple of things that are picking up. Of course, the other aspect, which is music and entertainment, and really specialists like Spotify and the way they're personalizing and they're able to curate content on a real-time basis is making audio very interesting. So long answer short, a lot of consumer interest in audio. Equally, as consumers are getting more and more comfortable in digital, voice-enabling engagement and voice-enabling usage of digital platforms is also equally exploding. So I think on both these sides, what interests us as marketers is the fact that consumers are going there. And what makes me interested as a marketer is the fact that there's lots to experiment out there as well. So I mean, those are the two reasons why this seems an interesting area to experiment with.
Yeah. I'll come to the lots to experiment part, especially as Mondelez, you've done so much in voice and audio. But before that, I love what you said about the expertise and learning perspective. And it takes me back to, I think in peak lockdown, I don't think I would have survived, and many of us would have, without the company of some of our most favorite podcasts, right? So, when we look at that, I think one of the common misconceptions I would probably say is also that, is it big enough in India, right? And I think most people in the industry will probably tell us that there are probably about 25 to 30 million people who are listening to audio content, which is not music, right? Today in India, which is a sizable number. If I remember right, I think this is where Facebook was probably in 2014 or so, right? When it comes to brands' place in audio, especially non-music audio, how do you feel about the quantum of this market? What are your thoughts on that?
Yeah, I think both in terms of numbers and in terms of hence measurement, it becomes an interesting topic of debate, especially in the industry forums, primarily coming out of the kind of the gossipy nature of cross-platform, which is more important, which is getting more prevalent. So we're going to divert money from here to there. If you leave that part aside, I think, as I said, if consumers are going there, we'd love to experiment and understand, where this goes. From a scale perspective, it is picking up, as I said. In a relative sense, when it comes to something like reach or awareness, obviously it will trail and it will continue to trail. And I don't think at this stage we are looking at the platform from a view of adding reach or unduplicated reach in that matter. But we see a great opportunity on engagement, a great opportunity to drive a kind of a multi-touch point approach to reaching our consumer. We've always felt that we need to be there at all consumer touch points, because that's when we are able to, kind of land our brand proposition in an integrated way. So in that context, it is starting to emerge as an important touch point, which we cannot ignore. So I think it's reached a scale, at least with a set of consumers, where we can no longer ignore. For businesses like ours, where we have a portfolio of brands, there are some brands which are by nature niche, where we are also experimenting and trying to figure out. And it is not insignificant in the context of niche brands. And of course, in the context of the entire startup ecosystem and digital first brands and kind of insurgent brands, definitely meaningful in that sense. So my advocacy, and as I tell my teams as well, to say, look beyond just the numbers and evaluate the medium for what it can do for you, beyond just pure play reach. I think in the previous session, I saw an interesting comment made by Deepta Kirti. He was talking about how over a period of time, in the way, especially the post-digital world, the consumers want things to be less intrusive. Right. So I think in the journey of making ourselves less intrusive, we'd have to see how do we use our mediums in an intelligent way to drive engagement. So I think that's the interesting part for us to take away as marketing practitioners.
Hey. You spoke earlier about experimenting with the medium, right? Going beyond engagement. I feel one of the places that voice and audio sort of lends itself very, very well is personalizing this engagement, right? And I think of all the campaigns Mondelez has done, one of my most favorites is is the secret message in a playlist that you did for Silk, right? How far would you go for love? And basically customizing the music experience for the person who's sending it and also for the person who's listening to it, right? Campaigns like that, how do you feel about the personalization angle of it and the kind of engagement you're able to, in a way, bring the brand experience to life? What are your thoughts on that?
Yeah, I think from a consumer standpoint, just the seamlessness of personalization that something like a Spotify is able to offer, or to that matter, most of the new audio platforms are able to offer, makes it really interesting, right? It makes the feed feel as if the platform knows me so well, knows my mood so well at this point in time that they're able to predict what I'd like to listen to. That's what makes this medium, say, for example, much more interesting than a totally randomized input stream that comes in from, say, listening to a station. So I think, to me, that personalization is quite important. As a broad level from a consumer standpoint, across mediums, we are seeing personalization becoming very, very important. And hence, as marketers, the end state is me sending a personalized ad to Karthik in the evening when he wants to eat dark chocolate, right? I mean, that's what we'd like to get to. And the end point is not too far away. So I think, hence in that context, personalization is definitely very, very interesting. And because we are chasing it as a strategy from a marketing and a media standpoint, and of course, Waymaker and Ogilvy, as part of our agency ecosystem, are partners here, we obviously take signals in, right, to understand where is the personalization happening and at what context, and how can we bring in the brand idea there. So, that's where Silk came from. So Silk, as a brand that is naturally, has been associating with music over a while. It has a strong, distinctive audio asset in its jingle. So we've been always wanting to think of music as a genre or a platform or an interest area that we want to own for our consumers. In Valentine's Day, we realized that it's the wish of every Valentine to be gifted something that is personalized from his or her partner. So again, that's kind of the core consumer insight. And then here comes Spotify saying, you know what, we can give you something which is a personalized playlist. So I think that is one perspective. And the brand idea was all about secret messages. I think one of the cuteness of Valentine is the fact that you're able to express it in a secret way. That's kind of made popular in the movies as well, but in real life as well, right? A secret message has the cuteness of it, which made the whole secret message idea, this Valentine, go quite viral. And the way we were able to leverage that idea and take it into multiple platforms. I think when the idea travels through multiple platforms, from a Spotify playlist to a personalized outdoor to a video message, and to a pack, then it all comes together in a very integrated way. And that's where the message became, the idea became very popular. We had more than 1 million pack scans just in a matter of a few days, which then kind of reinforces the power of personalization and the opportunity that audio provides, because personalization is becoming such an important element of an experience in audio.
Yeah, I think, if you were to look around us, there'll probably be like 100 brands today which would want to stand for music, but very few brands would be able to actually bring out that as a product experience, as a brand experience, as a content experience, etc. Which is why I love that campaign. And I think it's also important, since you spoke about experimenting with this medium, to play around and bring that to life and probably learn from that as well. And for me, the brand that I probably love most from what it stands for and how it has built itself over the last 3 years or so is 5-star, with a variety of things you've done. And one of the most exciting thing was the Do Nothing, campaign that you did with Google Assistant, isn't it? Tell us about how that sort of came to life, and what were your sort of learnings from that?
So again, I think as and this is kind of a broader theme beyond just voice and audio, and it comes to the way we try and curate our ecosystem, if you have a strong brand idea, and then bring in all our partners into the room to say, where do we take this idea? What do you think? Clearly, this whole attitude of do nothing, which is something which is very interesting for the Gen Z, and all the consumer work we are doing is a very interesting tension point between the pressure to do a lot of things and a brand says do nothing for a while. We clearly felt that it's quirky, and we said, how do we kind of build the quirkiness? Because on advertising, it gets very difficult to build that quirkiness. You can't experience the quirkiness. So when we were bouncing these ideas, of course, Google came and said, you know what, there's Google Assistant, and that's voice, and we have not tried integrating a brand into it before, but we are happy to offer you. And I think Ogilvy and Wavemaker and Google came together, and as we were brainstorming, I think it was a very interesting idea to say, what if there was a do-nothing version of Google Assistant, and how may it respond to a question differently from what a typical response would be. And that's what we felt, that it was a very quirky idea, and for something that's not been done before. Google has not, and Google Voice has not customized and worked for a brand filter ever before. We said, let's try. It took a lot of time, took almost 6 months. The team persisted, and I think what you got is, again, a great manifestation of when you have a strong idea and you want to build engagement around it. And I hence go back to the point that once you think about building an engagement around a strong brand idea, then some of these mediums offer you an opportunity to engage in a seamless manner, which the consumer also finds it interesting, because this is the way they use the medium anyway, so it's not intrusive. It's not that I put on Google Assistant and I get an ad of 5-star. So this is something which is quirky enough for me to take notice of the brand and also engage with it. So that's what made it very interesting.
No, I think one of the most difficult arts in marketing is to, like you said, bring quirky to life, right? I don't think any brand has done it better than 5-star. Talking of the challenges that voice and audio sort of solves for, right? Especially marketing challenges. I think one of them is also, we spoke about personalization. Another is also to, in a country like India especially, right? When different consumers, the diversity in our consumers are so, it's so colorful. for us to bring this experience to life in different parts of the world differently, especially through experiences, is very important. And I'm reminded of, what Fuse did from a programmatic campaign, whereas depending on the region or the kind of music the person listens to or the language that the person is comfortable with, bringing the same branded communication to life differently, right? So when it comes to programmatic, especially in audio, do you see this now being a very important part of dynamic content, when you look at the overall lay of the land?
Yeah, if you remember the point that I was making around the end state, which is kind of every input that I put out is personalized. The only way we can do it is in a programmatic way, right? So I think that will provide the kind of scale for you to ramp up and do this on a day in, day out basis. So to that extent, it's a definitely important piece. And what we experienced through this, the whole hunger campaign with Cadbury Fuse was the ability to do that at low cost. And the cleanness of receiving the signal and able to adapt the creative to it seemed very seamless. Again, I think so less intrusive, low cost, and very effective. Because the consumer is listening in that language, in that context. So the message also comes in that context. It just makes it much more powerful. So we saw a very strong improvement in both the core kind of consideration measures, but also in terms of effectiveness of the piece of creative. So I think signal clarity seems to be working very well in the case of audio. I don't know whether that is a particular case or is it something that is consistently you guys might know, and the industry experts might be better well versed. And now I'm seeing many brands do it. So it's no longer, it seems like definitely something that is the power of the medium that more brands can possibly leverage, because I do see it being used by many brands on a regular basis.
We spoke about measurement a little earlier, Anil, and when you look at these 3-4 campaigns we spoke about, of course, the objectives are very different. What you wanted out of them are very different. What's your take on, what measurement offers today, right? Especially when it comes to voice and audio. And what's your larger philosophy towards how one should, and I'm sure this question is there in many people's mind, how one should measure the efficacy or the success of campaigns like these?
I think at a broad level, we are very clear that there needs to be last mile attribution, and everything that we do should not be an end in itself, but leads to a business objective at the end. And to that extent, and I'm sure quite a few organizations are doing that as well, investing in kind of market mix modeling. So you are very clear in terms of clear attribution in terms of whether it's moving business or not, and not just happy with kind of a brand lift kind of a study only. So I think we are quite clear that all the inputs that we're putting in are measured on a regular basis. We have had strong partnerships here with our partners, research partners, as well as agency partners who are able to bring that level of detail. We also did some experimental work a few years back between Nielsen and Facebook, and we saw some very good attribution, especially of digital work where you need faster feedback, right? We can't wait for a year to get feedback. So I think there are solutions if you want to search for it. So I think seek and you shall find kind of an approach we will take, and we have taken in the past. So we take it upon ourselves to measure. I think, as I said earlier, when you start thinking about measuring across media, that's an industry problem, right? It's still getting evolved, especially in the context of awareness and the fact that the ways of measurement aren't standardized. And we are getting there. There are conversations on towards getting to a better place than where we are. My advocacy to my teams is, we have a broader, much larger at an annual level linkage to our strategic goals. And then I think we do find that even on things like Do Nothing Assistant, we are able to mount studies that give us a sense of whether it is working or not working. So I think when it comes to something like a brand measure or engagement, we find that it's easier to measure. When it comes to reach and awareness, it still is quite subjective. So then it becomes a little bit of a problem. But then we rely on our agency partners there. We take their wisdom, take their judgment in some of these. As we build a kind of a multimedia reach stack, we go with both numbers, the simulation, and a little bit of judgment on top. That's the way we need to take measurement. We can't be like very, very obtuse about the way we use measurement.
Now, in closing, I don't know if you sent a playlist during Valentine's Day to anyone with a secret message, but I know you're a big connoisseur of audio content. If someone were to look at your playlist, what would they find? What are you listening to these days?
I think, as I said, I think from Spotify is definitely it, and my daughter isn't old enough to have her own account, so the challenge I have is to ensure, the trouble is that I get my daughter's feed, which I don't like. So I need to. We then finally, eventually agreed that we have to separate our accounts. So there is an interesting anecdote there. So my daughter is much more hooked on than I am. But definitely, Spotify is a very important part. But I think, as I said, I think podcasts are emerging as a big source of perspective for us as well. And there are enough and more areas from a business perspective, from a socioeconomic perspective, from a socio-cultural perspective, quite a few. So the ones like Pivot, Seen and the Unseen, Revisionist History, a few examples of consumer behavior, what's emerging on the tech side, which will be on my playlist.
I'm sure you'll add VAUX podcast to that list as well very soon.
Absolutely.
But I understand the challenge you're facing. In fact, the end of the year wrap for Spotify, I have a 5-year-old at home. So one of the things that Spotify told me was you're the only person who listened to Blackstrat Blues after Frozen. Again, that user behavior is not seen anywhere else. So,
Absolutely.
But Anil, thank you so much. I couldn't have asked for a better guest to sort of kickstart the VAUX podcast. Thank you for sharing your experiences with us.
Thank you, Karthik. Thank you for having me. I don't know whether the audience fell asleep listening to the podcast because it was a curious experience, but it will be good to get feedback. But it was nice interacting. Thank you.
Thank you. And you guys can, I think formally the podcast launches on the 25th of May. And I think at some point you'll have a QR code with which you can get more details. Stay tuned, and I'm sure you'll enjoy this series. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Karthik, and thank you so much, of course, Anil, for that lovely session and for shedding light on how unique and how important audio and video mediums can be for winning marketing organizations. Thank you so very much. Thank you. And I request you to kindly stay back because this is indeed a milestone moment. Here I take this opportunity to invite on stage all the voice and audio council members who are present here on the stage for a quick commemorative photograph, requesting also the MMA India team members to kindly join us. MMA India team members who are a part of this initiative, requesting you to kindly join us on the stage to capture this moment. Ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together for MMA, a Voice and Audio Council and IVM Podcasts on this wonderful launch. Requesting the entire team to kindly join us on the stage. All the council members and the MMA India team members who are a part of this initiative. Thank you so much. And while we are getting the pictures, the photographs clicked, I'm sure you all must be very hungry. So ladies and gentlemen, we're now going to proceed for the lunch in the pre-function area. And we will see you at 2 o'clock at the same place. Yeah, go ahead. Sorry.
From MMA to all of you. We would have never made this happen without you. Completely appreciate your support. Thank you very, very much.
Please do get yourselves clicked and upload it on social media with our hashtags Shape the Future and MMA Impact. And also, we have a wonderful partners who have joined us live in their physical booths. Please do pay a visit to our partners in the exhibition area post your lunch. And of course, a much-awaited Modern Marketing, a Reckoner launch will happen immediately post-lunch, hence requesting everyone to kindly join us back on time at 2 o'clock for this very important segment. Thank you so much, everybody, and please enjoy your lunch. A very good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. A very good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. A very good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Perfect. And on that note, ladies and gentlemen, before I introduce our next segment, I would like to take a moment and thank our esteemed partners for their generous support. Our presenting partner, Flipkart Ads. Program partners, Epic Games, Meta, Google, InMobiGlance, M-Filtrate. Corporate partners, Nielsen RTB House. Innovation partner, Zepats. Gifting partner, Perfetti Van Mel. And knowledge partner, Kanta. Let's give our partners a huge round of applause as well. Thank you. It is now time to introduce you all to an agile tool called the Modern Marketing Reckoner, our annual signature property to help marketeers build winning marketing organizations. This is a key narrative for the year, and hence signature initiatives such as the annual report and impact are reflective of it. This is an initiative by MMA and Group M. Without any further ado, I would now like to invite our panelists on stage for this very important segment. Please join me in welcoming Mr. Shekhar Banerjee, Chief Client Officer and Office Head West, Wavemaker. Mr. Karthik Nagarajan, Chief Content Officer, Wavemaker. Mr. M.V.S. Murthy, Head Marketing, Digital and Corporate Communication, Tata Asset Management Limited. Mr. Pawan Sarda, Group CMO, Marketing, Digital and E-Commerce, Future Group. Ms. Monica Khurana, Country Head and Board Member, India, MMA Global India. And our moderator for this session, Mr. Vineet R. Ahuja, Managing Director, Strategy and Consulting, Accenture, India. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome our panelists and moderator with a huge round of applause. Come on. Thank you so much. And
hello.
Over to you, Vineet.
Check.
Can you hear us clearly? Can you see and hear us clearly? All right. Thank you very much. As part of my introduction, other than what Nisha said, I am also on the board of MMA India. Absolute pleasure to have contributed to this modern day reckoner, this report that's being launched. 50 eminent thought leaders have contributed, several of whom are in the room, all and many of them on the stage. So once again, an absolute pleasure to be speaking to Monica, Karthik, Pawan, Shekhar and MVS. Welcome once again.
Thanks.
Right.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Let's start with, if you had to describe this WMO or winning marketing organization in one word, what would that one word mean for you? Should we start from this end, MVS?
I think winning marketing organizations are like transformers. The one word is transformers. They're agile, they're adaptive, and they're aggressive.
Right. Pawan?
Dynamic.
Dynamic. All right. Super, Shekhar.
You know, we are releasing a reckoner of 300 pages. And now you're asking us to put one word to it.
Yes.
Yeah, lovely. But I think in a simple way, marketing organization to a CX organization.
All right. Interesting.
Yeah, I'll probably go with culture decoding. It's 2 words, I'm sorry.
Monica?
My one word would be change makers. As the faster you transform, the quicker you win.
All right. My one word would be personalization. And that's what I have spoken in my part, page 95. That apart. Let's start with Karthik, maybe, right? So as the ecosystem changes, I see in the report that you and your colleagues have authored, they have brought a very vivid analogy, and that's what I would want to start with, that marketing is evolving from being a slow dance to being a Shiv Tandav, right? Sounds very interesting. Can you throw more light, and what's the implication for us?
Yeah, okay. So I think I would recommend all of you read Tushar Vyas, who's the author of the statement you just made, his article, which is part of the report. It's a very fascinating article. I think the part you're referring to is he recounts the conversation he had with Shekhar Kapoor in one of the events that we had, where Shekhar referred to marketing of today as a Tandav. It's a Shiv Tandav. But I think the analogy really is that advertising was very simple 30 years back, right? A great idea, becomes a great commercial, and then people enjoy it. It was very brands talking to audience sort of a thing. But what's happening now is, and the reason, Tandav is an analogy to it, is there are 2-3 angles to this. One is, everything is not happening at the same pace, right? There is parts of it which is happening at breakneck speed, and parts which are happening which is very slow. But it's not so much about the speed, but the rhythm, that matters. And of course, unlike a slow waltz in a Tandav, the audience are also as much part of the vibe as the dancer is. So that's the analogy pretty much.
As I said, I appreciate the vividness of the analogy, and I also appreciate giving credit to the originator of the thought, right, Shekhar Kapoor. That's an interesting one. A slight digression for the audience. The intent is that in this 30-minute session, we keep anywhere between 5 to up to 10 minutes, the last for Q&A. If need be, we'll hold back on questions, but that's absolutely the intent, right? Coming back and sticking on to that thought, and maybe this time to Shekhar, right? What makes winning marketing organizations distinctive in your experience?
Let me lift it from what the analogy Karthik was talking about. There is a fundamental change that has happened in marketing. There was a strong belief that there's a marketing funnel, you aggregate a lot of consumers, there's a narrowing funnel, and there's something which is very popularly known as awareness to trial ratio, and people were happy with it. They believe that if you're a big brand, consumers, if not today, will come back tomorrow to you. And the big disruption that has happened is they're not coming back. In fact, what is happening is we have to see this as a cycle. Like any dance movement, only you can imagine it now, like a cycle, where people are in a priming stage where they're building opinion about brands, and then people move into an active stage where they're actually going out and buying. And what is happening is basically roughly 30 to 40 odd %, basis all the researches we have seen now of consumer journey, are lost at this active stage. They are going and picking up any brand, and that's where the disruption in categories and brands also happening today. So it means that any marketing function to be successful in today's time need to think very differently, and that's something which we are trying to also capture in this webinar, which is about the different experiences that you create or the value exchanges that you create. I think you will be talking about 3Es.
That's right.
Yeah.
That's right. Fair.
So that's where it becomes very critical for a marketing function to become a powerful force.
Fair point. Just for the audience to be able to relate this answer better, the report says that there are 2 parts to creating winning marketing organizations. One part is customer value and one part is firm value, right? So invariably, the customer value has 3 E's: experience, engage, and exchange, and that's what Prashant referred to. So putting that in context, we did have the privilege to seeing or having a sneak peek into the report few hours before you did, and that's where we have this reference. Let's break the monotony of the sequence, rather, not the monotony, the sequence, sorry, and this time come to MVS, right? A fellow friend and hopefully a colleague, right? MVS. MVS does get the credit of having authored the longest article in that, right? and
you counted.
And every bit enriching, right? So it was for me going back to school and learning, right? But let me relate back to the good old days of marketing, where brand building was a right of the large firms because it required deep pockets to build ATL-based approach. And you have argued in your article that the new approach is different. Right? Can you please elaborate on this modern day nimble agile approach, and therefore what are the implications?
So, I think it doesn't begin at marketing, it begins at manufacturing actually. If you look at any product category, any industry vertical, there is so much of disintermediation which has happened. I don't need to manufacture a product at a central place. The product can be manufactured and value can be added at various points across the country. That's one part of the disintermediation which has happened. The second part of disintermediation which has happened is that media itself has got disintermediated. Right now you're listening to me and you're also on your mobile. It's a common thing that you would have heard. So there are various points where consumer is getting engaged. The third part is that the disintermediation is happening at the point of purchase, which means I can browse online and I can come and purchase at the store. So that is what is happening. And if you look at this entire process from production to the final purchase and after sales service, it is creating a lot of challenge for the marketeers. And that is really where the opportunity also exists for somebody who's perhaps a homegrown marketeer, and COVID has given rise to a lot of these people, who are making cakes, who are making soaps, who are making candles, and they are all able to go out and market. And you don't necessarily need to be on prime time, but you can use a channel like an Instagram, or you can use a channel which suits you to go out and push your product. And you don't need to manufacture at scale. And everybody is able to go out and create value for themselves as well as for the customers. And that is really the big change which has happened. And there is no prime time. It is my time as far as the consumer is concerned. And you need to fight for that. And as a marketeer, if you are very short on budgets, I think it's a great time to be in, because there is a lot of opportunity for you to look at niche media or mediums to reach your consumer. At the end of the day, people are looking for ROI, and all of it is possible now. You don't need to necessarily be on front page of a leading daily or at 9 o'clock somewhere.
Appreciate once again MVS. He's a very articulate person, right? From what I see him offline, and extending the same over here. I think that's very good explanation. And maybe I'll pose another question. I won't leave you as yet, but after that maybe I'll check if any of my fellow panelists have any comments on top of this, or the implications, such as today there is great opportunity for niche brands or niche marketeers to scale up fast. Yes. Or is it that silos of sales and marketing merge, right? And it is the day where unique customer experiences can be created, and there's room for everybody under the sun, right? So maybe some of those thoughts, if they occur after I ask this question, how do you really provide an experience where the customer is and do a great job of it?
Actually, I think the experience and the customer are not decoupled, and which is where the entire part of what is your business model comes in. So, for example, you can be a traditional business, and therefore the customer and the experience is going to happen there. You are all in Bombay. Ramanayak is a place in Matunga. It's a traditional business. You eat food there, and that's the experience. It is authentic. I'm not saying great customer, but it's authentic experience that you get there. The second thing can be that you are a digital corporate, which is partly digital and partly physical. So therefore, you'll need to create an experience where the customer comes online and perhaps buys offline. So I'm just giving you an example of a Dyson vacuum cleaner, which sort of took off during the COVID. So you look at the product online, and then you come offline and buy it. Or you can be a pure play digital business, which means your entire purchase process, the logistics, the returns process, everything has to happen online. So, and when you look at the consumer, he's coming at a particular node, making a choice, making a payment, and going away. So I think it's very difficult to decouple the two now. And therefore, as a business, you need to make a conscious choice of what is my model going to be and what do I not want to be. I think if you're more clear of what you don't want to be, then you'll become what you want to be. And that's very critical when you're trying to play both the customer and the point of purchase.
Outstanding definition of focus. Definition of focus by, I mean, means defocus on something else. So that's very well articulated once again, MVS. But let me check with my other four or fellow panelists if you have any views on this aspect.
I think one way I'd like to sort of validate what MVS was saying is that because you no longer can operate in silos, the time has come to operate like a jazz band, where you need to function in the form of jazz leadership, not in the form of a symphony band, because you cannot have a strategy which you put together for a long term and follow it. You need to have a strategy which is agile, which you can continuously improvise, assess, and repeat. And hence, that's how I would sort of react to what I just heard.
No, I just want to sort of concur to what she's saying when she's mentioning the jazz band, and you refer to this, the sales and marketing conflict. I think there's no conflict. Everybody has to play their own part really, really well. You don't need to worry about what the other guy is doing, but if you are ensuring that your part of the support is happening, then the whole note that you'll play will come off well. If the violinist is worried about saxophonist, it's not going to happen. You need to just play your part well, and you really don't have any room for error, because you're being measured every time the audience is looking. And audience is not consuming one-on-one, it's one-on-many, because they pick up a note and they flash it up on social media. So you need to be very careful about how you run it.
All right. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, the report or the reckoner, as you will say, the model is two parts: winning marketing organizations, the customer value and the firm value. We are in that pillar of customer value and discussing that.
Yeah. So, good afternoon, everyone. Firstly, before omni-channel, I would like to believe that the customer is omni today, right? I mean, if you look at it, as all of us, we agreed that while I think some of you must be on your mobile, trying to experience something, looking at some brand and so on and so forth. So firstly, I think all the marketeers need to think that the customer is omni, right? And you need to be where your customers are. I think it's extremely important. Otherwise, you will lose out on creating the brand experience or the business experience to them. I think number one. Number two, yeah, I think we spoke and you said that it's easier said than done, but this kind of an experience, if you don't do it today, you have to do it tomorrow, right? Like in our case, at least at Big Bazaar, we created that because of, offline stores being there, and then obviously we had online platform. First thing what we did was to tell the customer that you can shop from a store, right? You're not shopping from a place which you don't recognize, right? The app actually helped you to select a pin code and therefore identify a store. And obviously, whatever you buy and if you wanted to return something, you could do it at the store. But the point is that these things today you have to create it, right? And while I think there are a lot of businesses online, but I think this experience, the merge between online and offline has to be there. I personally feel that while online can bring in transaction, offline will always bring experience. So how do you see it together, from a brand, and how do you deliver for the customer? I think that's going to be the key, from an omni-channel point of view.
And what are the implications on capabilities, and what do you do in-house to be able to do all this that you mentioned, Pawan?
See, capability, obviously there has to be a huge technology capability to begin with, right? I mean, in our case, any particular store inventory needs to be live, right? So that it's seamless, and it's like every store could be different from a merchandising perspective. Right. There is always 10-15% difference because of localization and so on and so forth. So I think that's extremely important, that how do you deliver the same experience online? What is there offline? So I think technology plays a big role in terms of, creating it. And just from I think the second thing is logistic, as you said, right? If I buy something online, how can I return it offline, right? And there has to be a mechanism for the customer to do so, right? I mean, for the customer, finally he's buying from one brand, right? It cannot be channel specific, you have, SOPs basically. It has to be really from that one brand experience SOP, right? Which can be from anywhere. So I think these are some of the things which is just coming to my mind and that needs to be delivered to the customer. And in our case, when we went this way, I can tell you that it actually, it resulted into two things. One is we acquired a lot of new customer by the virtue of this. And obviously, second, what it really helped us to increase the frequency. All right? So, typically in an offline store, you go once in a month or twice a month at max, right? But the moment you had omni-channel experience, the same customer was interacting with the brand at least 4 times a month. So I think that kind of changed huge dynamics for us. Fair. The moment we merged things together.
Again, a very interesting point, and do hold that point because the next half of our conversation will focus on first-party data, exchanges, gathering intelligence from frequency, and this is a very good segue into that. But yes, I think Karthik, you have
add to what Pawan is saying?
Sure. And after that, Karthik, and after that, I'll be posing probably a one-line question to 3 of you, right?
So, I was just thinking when Pawan was saying that you need to look at the product or the category that you're managing, and you need to think of it from a consumer's perspective. Can this whole category move online? So, for example, if there is groceries that you're buying, okay, can that entire category move online? Therefore, when you are having a retail store where even groceries being stocked, you have that space empty. You can utilize it for something else. So, as a brand manager, product manager, category manager, I'll keep looking at the stack and saying that which of these can be moved completely online and which of these need to necessarily have an offline present. And that will then decide how much of the budgets need to be put for tech, for real estate, the staffing, all of it can be figured out, because I don't think so everything can be moved online, and there will always be a residual need for an offline place.
Fair point. So humans will always be omni, and therefore people with physical assets have a differentiated advantage. Yes, Karthik.
Yeah, I'll keep it very brief. A small counterpoint, one of the things you had said, which is online is very transactional and offline is experience. Even those rules are changing now, right? This was very true when we look at the moment of truth as when you encounter the product on the shelf, which is classic marketing. But today the zero moment of truth is when you hear about a product and an experience from a creator online, right, or an influencer online, right? Which is why I love Monica's analogy of a jazz band. Multiple things are operating at a different pace, and you need to take that omnichannel.
Right. Karthik, on that note, my question is, you visualized marketing as shift under today. And Pawan, you spoke of omnichannel. If three of you were in the room and writing this report, would you extend that analogy to being marketers being omniscient, omnipresent?
Yeah, they better be. I mean, just going
I'll
back
hold you to that.
Yeah. So just going back to, I think one of the things which we spoke of really about modern marketing, mindset today. I also come from an era where, largely marketing was pseudo advertising, right? I mean, that's the kind of role which you played, right? I remember planning for a campaign for 3 months. Some of you won't even relate to this. And then, releasing the campaign and then just going back and seeing the report and somebody is doing some dipstick and the report comes back. Guys, that's the era where I come from, right? Very relaxed.
Plus one.
Yeah, very relaxed era.
You don't look that old.
No, I'm just telling you. And the brand equity score kind of played a role in our KRA and stuff like that. So it was very comfortable. I think today's era has completely changed. I use the word dynamic at that point in time, but the word is growth. I mean, marketing has to play that role. It's every day, every moment what's happening. So I also feel very excited today that, today I'm far more integrated towards the business, right? Earlier, I had no clue. The numbers were flowing at one side, my role was something else. But today, I think it's extremely dynamic. And I think that's what gives me a lot of excitement and a thrive to be in this kind of an era, right? Where you're wearing you're in the driver's seat of literally driving growth, right? And therefore, I think the silos between sales, marketing, all of them have gone, right? And that's the hat which you need to wear. That's why I feel that, this is a major shift which has happened. Therefore, the way marketing needs to operate has completely changed in my perspective.
Right, fair. Thanks again, Pawan. So, let's shift from the customer value to firm value. And firm value broadly are three things: data, technology, and organization as an enabler, right? Pawan has already touched about data analytics and technology. I'll speak about it, but if that's okay, let's come to Monica and organization. Monica, you have the privilege of interacting with so many players of this nature, and you have an ecosystem view. What is your observation and experience on organization as part of WMO?
Perfect. Okay, so first of all, let me tell you that if you're not a WMO, you're an LMO. What is an LMO? It's a lagging marketing organization, and that's how we sort of have a parallel that we've kind of worked out, and just so that it gives me context to explain what Vineet is asking. So we've seen both kinds. We've seen WMOs which are really winning in business, and we've seen the LMOs which are really lagging. The ones which are wining, why are they winning? They're winning because they've learned how to be decentralized. They're winning because they're externally connected. They're winning because they've built diverse capabilities in-house and externally collaborated for it. And also because they are following jazz leadership within their organization to ensure that they work in a very, in a very cohesive, collaborative manner. And these have been observations where we've seen marketers who have adopted some of these practices are doing well. The ones who have not are totally lagging behind. And in fact, whilst I hand this back to Vineet, I have to tell you, because we're talking about the report, there is a data point in the report which says that if you improve your capability fit by 1%, you will see an increase in your sales growth by 2.5x and an increase in your market value by 2.35x. And that's not something one can discount, right? So that's where this comes from.
All right, I'm happy to learn about LMO, but when you started if you're not WMO, you're LMO. I was almost wondering if it's like you are with us or you're against us, right?
I'm
Yes.
just telling you, if you're not WMO, what are you?
In fact, I was wondering, LMO, WMO, what will the CMO do? So, yeah, I think the role of CMO also is going to be changing quite a lot because
Fair,
of this.
fair.
Yeah.
Okay, so let's do this in the interest of time, maybe, right? And we should leave some time for Q&A. I might skip the part of one key takeaway, or maybe we would, right? But before that, let's have a smallish conversation of first-party data. I mean, that it is here and now, and it's a problem statement, and then I will wrap that up with the implication on technology and data, right? So first-party data, any views, Pawan or Shekhar?
Should I go first? Yeah, good. Yeah. So, first-party data is a very, very broad subject. It has implication not just from a marketing organization, but overall as an organization, as a structure, because it pans out from new product development to channel management to obviously marketing ROI, which is very, very obvious, which comes in. So when we look at first-party data, one is and the subject matter in itself is super complex, but in simply put, you can break it down into 3 waves from a marketing organization perspective. The first wave will be where you can actually here and now, which is right now we are in the space. You can improve your ROI and you can improve your conversion. That is where if you use the first party data is the most prevalent use cases at this point of time. The second wave will be around consent-based marketing, where this will be the only special weapon you have in your marketing arsenal to actually deliver much more richer connect with your consumers and therefore have a distinctive advantage in the market. And the third wave, which is we are very interested and we are watching it very carefully, is the Web 3.0 rollout and decentralization of data when it happens. With that, how the first-party data usage pans out, especially the role of walled gardens will be coming down, and therefore how it starts panning out is a very different case. So Anil was there earlier in the meeting, Karthik was speaking to him. For Mondelez, we are doing extensive work. We do roughly around 110 to 120 use cases on first-party data already, and we are planning for it. It's an amazing, amazing journey. Complex, but it needs an entire organizational thinking on this, because use cases is not about marketing ROI only.
Appreciate. And that's a very good segue into my piece of technology. Where the point you are leaving with is, can first-party data strategy be a source of competitive advantage? The answer is yes, because research says that consumers demand personalization. They are willing to pay a premium for it. They are willing to share their personal data, provided, of course, the data is handled in a sensitive and a secure manner. And yet, companies are not able to meet this need. This unfulfilled need is a source of business opportunity. The missing part of the puzzle in being able to offer this is MarTech, right? In fact, I'll go back to that same shift under analogy. It means lot of rigor, vigor, and lot of energy. Per se, that aspect is also draining and not sustainable or scalable. And hence, I visualize success. I read this somewhere, that success as being like a duck in the water. Appear calm and unruffled on the surface, but paddle like crazy underneath. This paddling like crazy should be automated through technology. So all of that tandav, if that can be taken to the back end and automated, human bandwidth can be liberated to doing more creative tasks. In fact, we envision that the function of marketing can transcend from business of communication to orchestrating enriching consumer experiences. On that note, one key takeaway from all of you, one line each, and then maybe 3 questions from the audience. This sequence this time, Monica?
Okay, why not? Okay, actually this key takeaway is something which I'm going to represent on behalf of our member community, because that's the takeaway which has become the genesis of this report theme that we released. Well, it is a fact that the modern marketer's journey has got extremely tough, and there is a lot of catching up to do, to a point where a lot of marketers are feeling left behind to a CTO and a CIO in their organization. Hence, they do feel the need to learn from their peers, they do feel the need to catch up. And this particular toolkit is essentially a step in that direction to empower and enable their professional and personal journey, and to finally make them a part of the community of change makers and change agents, which we spoke about in the beginning, and which was my one word for building winning marketing organizations.
All right, Karthik, one short sentence.
I think Monica's analogy of jazz leadership sort of says it all.
All right, Shekhar.
Okay. I'm going to put in a different thing, but keep it very short, is that it will be very important how marketing organization harness the data that is coming to them.
All right.
Is a
Pavan?
Change makers.
All right. Yes, MVS.
Great marketing organizations need to have irrational aspiration.
All right. CX, I'm a transformer, so yes, CX of future. With that, let's open up for 2-3 questions, if that's okay. Right, we could be a couple of minutes over time, but that's okay. If there are any questions from the audience, I see a hand. We will stop at 3 max. Again, request the respondents to be short and to the point. And the question. Do you need the mic? Do I come down?
They're deciding to ask the tougher question or the simple question.
Is there consensus in deciding who will ask, or do you need the mic?
So we're getting the mic. We're getting
Here.
the mic. Yeah. No, the team is getting the mic.
We can share one. We'll borrow the mics. We'll share our mics.
Yeah, thank you so much. Thank you.
So I have a question for the panel. What's the role of technology, the evolution of technology with blockchain and everything, and how does the consumer utilize that when it comes to first-party data and management by the brands like Mondelez, etc.? How does consumer behave in that?
Okay, let me take this one because I gave the reference of Mondelez also. You know, there are multiple technologies which are at play, whether it is a blockchain you're talking about or the data spine brands are building. But in a very simple thing, I will say technology is the back end. Magic happens when consumers don't see the technology. So the front end has to be is where you have to focus on. Technology plays in the back end. So, and when consumers don't see it, it looks like magic to them.
Right. I think all I'll augment is, in digital, never be in love with the cool, be in love with the money, right? And to be able to orchestrate such experiences, a complex web is required, CDP, DMP, etc. I mean, as you rightly said, it should be invisible, but they should work in a synchrony, right? That's how, again, music is placed, synchrony. All right, any other question? Last question for the day. I see a lady in the second row on the chair, if you can take the... Check. I mean, okay, that's the second question, the last question over there, right?
Shall I go ahead? Cyrus has a question.
Can I take the question?
Yes, go ahead, please.
Yeah, thank you. The question is for the panel again, and here I'm representing from a healthcare industry, from a medical device industry. And my question has been, I've just gone through the report, took a glance on the content that the report has to give, and I'm hearing the panel. One thing which is cropping up again and again is the jazz, which Monica is talking about. And I see a little representation when it comes to healthcare brands. Most of the examples are quoted towards the FMCG brands and the digital, which is exciting. But as a healthcare marketer, my question to the panel is, how do you guide us, or how do you bring this also equally into the forefront of the marketing discussions, and how do you guide us to bring the jazz in marketing? So that is my question.
So I just want to attempt this response to you, and I think in case of a healthcare marketer, your answer is not at the hospital or is not in branding, but it's in insights and data. Because if you are deeply entrenched in the insights and data, you know what are the kind of clients who are coming into you. What are the illnesses which a 20-year-old is facing, a 30-year-old is facing, a 40-year-old is facing, and that information only you have. On the other end of the spectrum are the people who are treating those illnesses. So it can be nurses, it can be doctors, it can be other folks who are there. But if you can be the North Star on what is the kind of stuff happening internal to your ecosystem, whether you are a thyrocare or whether you are a hospital, you will be able to direct the services of that institution to being relevant to the customer, which in turn means that customers of that type will keep coming. We hope that everybody will be well and there is no disease, but it clearly sharpens the focus of the organization as to what should be our next best product or service.
All right, one last question and then we stop. Yeah.
Okay. So my question is to all the panelists. What is that one thing that we need to do immediately right now to sort of, get on the path of becoming a winning marketing organization?
Before anyone answers, I'm going to plug Evolve.
What in Evolve?
Make it a top management priority, C-suite priority, and everything else will follow.
So, okay, I'll tell you this. And I was asked this question by my present boss, saying, but what do you want from me? So I report to the MD. And I said, as your CMO, you tell me the road to the boardroom. Because there are very few CMOs who are a part of the boards of companies. So I think at your age, and I'm hazarding a guess, you're much younger to me, I think that's the road that should set yourself up for. I think everything fall into place.
And most importantly, spend money. Strategy is where money and resources are spent, right? All right, with that, let's put a stop, right, and pause this discussion, continue this offline, outside. Once again, many thanks to my fellow panelists. Absolute pleasure having this spontaneous discussion. Thank you, Monica,
Thank you.
Shekhar, Karthik, Pawan, MVS. Thank you all once again and wish you everybody a good day, and you've been a great audience.
Thank you so much, panelists. Ladies and gentlemen, can we have a huge round of applause for our panelists? A little token of appreciation for our panelists. Thank you. Thank you. And thank you so much, Vineet, for seamlessly moderating the segment for us. Thank you for sharing your valuable insights. And of course, thank you for launching MMR, requesting all our delegates to kindly scan the QR code that's placed on your table and download our annual report. Let's have one last round of applause for our esteemed panelists. Once again, reminding everyone to kindly scan the QR code that's placed on your table and download the MMR 2022. Thank you, gentlemen, and thank you, Monica. So, ladies and gentlemen, moving forward, as we all know that every company running digital campaigns, from the largest spenders to the new age startups, are bleeding precious marketing spends on account of ad fraud. The level of ad fraud may vary between channels, but the size of the problem is big enough for advertisers to improve their ROI by taking action against it. We will now learn the part the ecosystem is playing to restore the much required trust and transparency. This segment is brought to you in partnership with Filterate, and to shed light on the need for antivirus in digital marketing, let us welcome Mr. Dheeraj Gupta, CTO and founder Filterate, who's going to moderate the session for us. Joining Mr. Gupta, we have Mr. Jahid Ahmed, Vice President and Head, Digital Content and Social Media Marketing, HDFC Bank. And Mr. Imran Kantawala, VP and Head, Digital Marketing, Sher Khan Limited, part of the BNP Paribas Group. Let's put our hands together for our panel, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you. And over to you, Dheeraj.
Hi, am I audible? Okay. We're going to talk about a difficult topic for digital marketing. It's a topic which is not something which advertisers, agencies, publishers are really happy talking about. But I think it's a topic which is extremely critical for all of us to understand, be aware about, and maybe take steps against. It's a problem of the need of an antivirus for digital campaigns. All of us understand that we need an antivirus on our laptops, on our mobile phones when we are browsing online. There is a lot of malware out there. There's a lot of junk out there. And our devices, our online browsing needs to be protected. But when we are running digital campaigns, what about an antivirus for that? There are a lot of problems which your campaigns are facing. The same malware, the same bots are facing, are hitting your campaigns. And unless you do something about those, your budgets are going to get squeezed out, your budgets are going to get exhausted on bots. And that's actually going to not work for you. You're going to see poor performance, you're going to see less activations, you're going to see less return on ad spends, whether you're running a brand campaign or a performance campaign. And that's something which is important for us to discuss about today. In fact, I'll take a quick second to talk about what Mr. Elon Musk is doing with Twitter right now. All of us are reading about it. Twitter came and said, you know, the number of bots online on their accounts is less than 5%. I think no one in the audience here also believes. Mr. Elon Musk took a poll and asked his followers, what is your estimate of bots? The number which is consensus is about 20%. But a lot of you are running campaigns on social media. If 20% of traffic is bot traffic, do you really think your campaigns have that superpower to somehow evade those bots? I don't think so. And that is fundamentally the root cause of advertisers trying to need to understand that bots is a menace. Digital campaigns are bleeding because of bots. And with me today, I have two stalwarts from the finance industry. I'm going to let them introduce themselves directly. Jayed, over to you.
Stalwart sounded like a bot. Okay. But great, yeah. I'm Zahid. I'm from HDFC Bank. I head the digital marketing out over there, which includes the entire performance as well as the whole engagement part of social media content. And yeah, bot is something that we love too because it helps us to judiciously justify to our CMO, this is why you need us more. So yeah.
Yeah, Imran.
Hi, I'm Imran Kantawala, and I head the digital marketing function at Sharekhan. I oversee the complete acquisition side from the lead gen perspective. Yeah, that's me.
Thank you so much, Jahid and Imran, for coming over. So I think instead of me talking about this, I think let's hear from these advertisers as to what they are seeing on their campaigns. What are they doing to fight this menace? So let's start with you, Imran. In Sharekhan, what kind of problems are you seeing on bad traffic quality, and what are you doing to solve for it?
Cool. So I'd like to start with first agreeing that whether there's bad traffic coming into the ecosystem when you're doing advertising. And from basic top-level analysis of your analytics, of the call recordings that you listen to, you'll get a sense whether your ecosystem has a lot of flab, as I would call it, in it. And to think about it, the first thing that we did was that we did the standard thing of putting CAPTCHAs and putting OTPs. But even after those, we were still seeing fraudulent traffic coming through. That's when we started delving more, and we were trying to find out what was happening. And on all channels, including the trusted partners also, we were seeing some kind of conversion rates mismatched from what we would normally see. So we reached out to M-Filter It, and we started a journey with them about 6 to 8 months back. And since then, we've seen so much more in terms of ad fraud, and you're able to analyze and assess so much more. So I would say that ad fraud is component of two things. One is that there is no real person, and you're paying for that traffic. And the other one is that my organic traffic is being pulled by publishers, and I'm paying for that again also. I see both of these very, very prevalent on almost all channels in combination. So in some places, one type of fraud will be there. In the others, another type of fraud will be there. But the problem is that on paid channels where you're paying on click, if you are analyzing people, once they've come in, you're anyway spending that marketing dollar. So you need to do and have some mechanism in place to block that. Also, what is important to understand is that when you're doing all of this campaign, you're not only doing it for the conversion right now, you're building your first party data out of it. If your first party data itself is going to be diluted, you're setting up yourself for failure in the longer term also. The third thing is because we are governed by the BNP Paribas group, risk is a very important factor, and auditing of spends is very, very key. Because we are a bank and a global one, and we have to adhere to European standards of audits on these. This was something which was a burning issue for us. So tool, I feel, is definitely important. So tool has to be implemented, but along with that, there are basic measures that can be put in place. Just going through your overall analytics, scanning the web for, fake websites of your own brand, or, seeing what kind of offers people have out there on your brand. All of these are starting points to give you some kind of an idea as to the amount of fraud that's there in your system.
Well, thank you so much, Imran, for that. Some takeaways, if I can just touch briefly. If any one of you are running a campaign and you're thinking that, hey, I'm protected with a phone number, OTP, or a CAPTCHA, I'm sorry, bots have already hacked those. If any one of you has a phone, go to this website, sms-activate.ru. It's a Russian site. Gives you disposable phone numbers. There are almost 100,000 plus Indian telco phone numbers on that website available on an API. I can create 100,000 accounts across any of these accounts, and all of them will be OTP verified, but these are called disposable phone numbers. It's all there. Search online for disposable phone numbers, and you'll be surprised. We all see bots behaving, interacting. We see chatbots, we see voice bots, we see bots like Alexa booking an Uber cab for us. Bots are already doing a lot of things, but somehow advertisers feel that, hey, my impression campaign or my click campaign will not have bots. It doesn't make sense. If bots can book an Uber car, they can click and they can visit your website and they can fill up a lead form, and by the way, they can bypass CAPTCHAs, right? So bots, unfortunately, have become more and more sophisticated, and it's important to realize that. Second point, I think, which Imran was talking about was on trusted gardens, walled gardens. A lot of advertisers feel that, hey, I'm running on a Google or a Facebook or a walled garden. I shouldn't be worried. Definitely, these players are doing a great job in trying to reduce fraud. But is that enough? Is that enough for you as an advertiser? Unfortunately, no. Even on walled gardens, fraud levels of about 15-20% is fairly common, and blocking those out is easily possible. Technology is available by which they can be detected and prevented, which means that you have a potential upside of 15-20% on your campaigns, even on trusted platforms like walled gardens. So something for all of you to think about. Jahid, I'll come to you. At HDFC Bank, what are you doing on fraud? What are, say, some processes you're building in to take care of this menace at your end?
So let's take a broader view first, right? So today, I think when you're talking about digital marketing, while rest of the other advertising platforms are growing at 5-7%, digital is growing at a 25 to 30% year-on-year CAGR, right? Now, I think by 23, we will be close to around 33,000 crores of media spends, which I think previously held forte of TV is going to be breached by digital. And that will be a great news for all the digital marketers in the room, right? Now, when this is happening, okay, now, I love that Spider-Man's dialogue. With great power comes great responsibility. I love the second part of it also. This is a gift, this is a curse. So who are you? You are the digital marketer who knows how to handle ad fraud. Okay, because if you don't know how to handle ad fraud, all the ROI metrics will be a mirage. You might be seeing it's closer to you, but if you actually monitor lifetime value, if you actually monitor annual maintenance balance, if those are the real metrics of those guys have, because today, be it impression, be it click, be it OTP authentication, be it account opening or add to cart in e-commerce, okay, all of these can be easily impregnated, right, with bots. So your ROI has to be more effective, and that ad fraud has to be more important, right? And if a lot of myths are there, some 2-3 myths which you guys also covered, walled garden right? We are not spread across affiliates. We are majorly restricted to the major walled garden ones, 15-20%. If you go abroad, it's as high as 20-30%. And believe me, your budgets, at least 25-30% can easily get whitewashed via frauds. Okay, so that's what the scenario is looking like today. And now when we come to this context with the kind of media monies that we try to burn and with the kind of ROI returns that, be it the CMO, be it the FinCon that's expecting from us, right? So I think before every campaign, it's very important that we have be it app-led campaign or be it web-led campaign. It's not only an app. So web, app, all the ecosystems has to be protected with either the SDKs or the pixels that's embedded, right? Then we have to empower, the whole system has to work in synergies. Agencies should not be sidelined. Agencies has to be, the evangelization has to happen where agencies own it up. The access, the understanding, it should not be a blame game scenario. It's not about that it's agency, it's your fault. But yeah, the optimization on blacklisting has to be on the run, on the go, real time if possible. API integration should be done. And all the three partners, marketeer, the tools, and the partners, agency partners should be equally responsible for optimization and to ensure that we go better, right? So I think that's the way we are ensuring the ecosystem is set, the awareness is set, and go further to what Imran mentioned.
No, thank you so much. And absolutely, I think one of the problems with talking about ad fraud internally in your organization is that it ends up sometimes being a negative discussion. I think you can look at ad fraud as a fraud activity. You can look at it as an optimization opportunity. I think it's a matter of how you're representing it. Fundamentally, if you are weeding out bad traffic and you're improving your campaign performance by 10, 15, 20%, which is easily possible, by the way, it's as good as optimizing based on data. So that might be an easier conversation internally. But the fact of the matter is, whichever way you call it, taking action against fraud is extremely important and critical. Why? Because it's not just between you and the publisher where there's a contractual agreement and there's a payment involved. Remember that every dollar which you spend to a fraud is dollar which is being invested by the fraudster in improving fraudulent technology and becoming more and more sophisticated. As all of us in this hall, it is all of us have a responsibility to make sure that we stop dollars flowing in the hands of fraudsters, because that's only going to make things worse. It's not going to improve it. So what I'm basically saying is it's not just your own campaigns on which you're responsible for, but when you're actually not doing anything about fraud on your campaigns, you're actually resulting in more fraud for the whole ecosystem. Something for you to think about. I'll take a small change and talk about another aspect of...
One aspect, I think, sorry, Imran. Okay, while he rightly covered the whole performance side of it, which is very important because that's something that we miss out, thinking that biometrics is there and OTP authentication is there. Another important aspect of fraud that we have seen, we all know brand safety and we all know brand viewability. Okay, a very important aspect which we think we should talk about this is, we think that a basic keyword blocking via, let's say, any kind of programmatic, which will help us in ensuring brand safety. Okay, just ponder over this. There are at least 22-25 official languages in this country. Google will understand 5 to 7, right? How will you understand context-led advertisement that's happening, and how will you block those ads? Because Google is not even understanding those remaining 17 keywords which might be there on the video against which your ads might get served. So, we all know about programmatic, we all know trading desks, and they have their own homegrown, beautiful, in kind of understanding and ensuring brand safety. But is that enough, is the question. Okay, so I think that's another important aspect of brand safety, which we should be, because a lot of us do display for our brand consideration improvement, is important,
No, absolutely. So brand safety, I think, was my next topic, but thank you for raising that over. Brand safety is important. That's the second leg of an antivirus requirement. Are your campaigns running on adult sites? Are your campaigns running on drugs? Are your campaigns running on content promoting terrorism? By the way, in the last one, you're fundamentally sponsoring terrorism. Think about it. Every dollar which you spend on a video or a content which is promoting terrorism, Google pays 70% of that to the content creator. So by that logic, 70% of what you spent on a content which is promoting terrorism or racism or drugs, you are actually funding it. something for you to think about. It doesn't look like that. It looks like, hey, I'm paying Google. What's wrong with that? But 70% of it goes as royalty to the content provider. And that's indirectly your organization funding that. But let's take a step back. A lot of organizations say that, okay, hey, I put keywords. I say, I don't want adult, I don't want drugs, I don't want gambling. Perfect. But you are assuming that the platform is now interpreting drugs, understanding the local language, and blocking content which is talking about that. And in that assumption, I think all of you need to look at, for example, Google's own website as to what are the Indian languages they support. Google officially supports about 7 to 9 languages, Indian languages, and that also from a pure targeting perspective. Now imagine that suppose someone is talking about drugs in Assamese. Would you excluding a keyword of drugs mean that that video is getting excluded from your campaigns? Actually, no. So a lot of advertisers use a lot of English-oriented tools. India is not an English market. YouTube's own statistics say that 90% of content in India is regional languages. Are your tools capable to understand regional context, regional language understanding, which is valid for India? India needs those understandings. Otherwise, when you're doing brand safety on keywords, you are taking care of English maybe, but what about all the other regional languages? I think that's something for you to think about. And I think that's what Jahid was talking about, right? Imran, what's your thought process on brand safety? And as BNP Paribas, I'm sure globally that there will be a lot of focus on making sure that you're running on brand safe inventory.
Yeah, so brand safety is a priority out here at Sher Khan. Along with that, because I'm coming from the performance background, you know, we've always run campaigns for brands, and we've always been the ones, championing the cause and saying that you need to have a tool which helps you do that. You should have viewability data. You should have, you should ensure that, you're using tools which are going to block these kind of, themes from your traffic. So definitely that's very important.
Understood.
It's a priority.
I'll talk briefly about the third leg, which I think is really important from an antivirus journey, right? Remember that an antivirus is covering a lot of different facets of your digital journey of your brand. The problem is on brand infringement. There are a lot of scams running online where your logos, your trademarks are being misused by scamsters. Either they're selling counterfeit products or they're making fake websites and doing phishing scams on your customers, lottery scams, job offers, customer care fraud. One of the big issues we've seen is fake customer care numbers floating all over the internet. And when your customers are taking that number, searching on Google, finding that number, calling up that person, they're actually getting scammed about. It has nothing to do with your media. You're not actually spending money for that. So it's not a media problem per se, but it's a brand problem for sure. Your brands are being misused by others. And when customers are getting scammed, your brand will never be trustworthy in their eyes, right? You are not responsible for that scam, by the way, but your brand will still suffer. As marketers, making sure that the digital journey of the consumers is safe, clean, and trustworthy is as important for you as, say, for your IT team or your trademark infringement team. Because as marketeers, you will face the burden of it in terms of resolving it. Jahid, as a bank, I'm sure this is a big problem for you. We've all seen problems of phishing SMSs, KYC scams, people trying to steal money through OTP misuses. What is the bank doing about it? And I'm sure that's a lot of us in the audience have probably faced that problem ourselves personally.
Yeah, I think you've kind of spoken about it all. So what you're doing is you have realized this, that basic, to a human naked eye, we'll always miss this error. It is HFDC Bank and not HDFC Bank. As simple as that, URL that will get populated. If you serve people in a hassle to block their cards for any mishap, or to come to any kind of inquiry, they will search customer care number. No brands generally bid for those keywords, right? So organically we rank. So these are the cheapest keywords that anybody can bid upon and put a customer care number, which then goes to the spam stars. Okay. So then Google My Business, that's one of the den. So all the comments that's there in Google My Business, to an extent, you can easily edit the address and put other numbers. So how many guys are actually editing Google My Business? It's open source, right? So then there is job offers on LinkedIn. There are job offers on Facebook, right? So every social media engagement platform, every platform, starting from a Quora to anything, is become a HubSpot, become a den for anybody to kind of approach to you and talk to you about a number which if you call, you've fallen in the trap. Okay. So what we're doing is we have taken out of this tool, I think, so Infiltrate's tool, which is helping us. Otherwise, the bank, and I think overall the industry, is very reactive. A fraud has happened, customers call, then you start reacting to it. There is a golden hour. If you have called within the golden hour, you get saved. Otherwise, blah, 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 blah. Right? So what we have done is, being the most responsible brand in this country, one of the most, okay. What we've done is we have done a proactive measure. We are proactively crawling the entire web world and looking for all these platforms or customer care numbers that's coming and bidding on us. Okay, even if it is all the variables, HFDC and across any kind of variable that's there, which is hovering around on my brand. There are offer pages, there are fake pages which is being done on our brand. So this tool helps us to kind of scan through all of them, report. In 60 days, I think we have number, just talking about it on outside, 4,000 such instances, and we could take down 92% of them in a one-day flat. So I think that's maybe a social responsibility that we are trying to work towards, and maybe helping a lot of customers of ours to not fall into this trap. Yeah.
And I think especially as a financial institution, building that trust for customers that my bank is taking care of all of this, I think is important, because customers are seeing this behavior. We keep receiving phishing SMSs, KYC, OTPs, and we know that this scam is going on. But if we see that the bank is not doing something about it, then obviously it deteriorates the confidence level I have in a bank, right? So that I think is important. Any thought from you on Sher Khan's side, Imran?
So Sher Khan, a little lesser, but before Sher Khan, I used to work at Mahindra Finance. And because they were semi-urban and rural, the audience that was engaging with these fake fan pages and all were very, very susceptible to fraud. And, they would be like messages constantly which would say that, we had applied for a job and we've paid money. We had applied for a loan and we've paid money. And, we wanted to do something for all of those fake pages on Facebook and all these examples that Jahid spoke about. So I've seen this problem very closely at Mahindra Finance, at least.
No, absolutely.
Also, at Sher Khan, what we are doing is that we are going one step further in terms of the contactability from our end to the customer. So when we are contacting customers, what we are doing is that we are ensuring that all numbers that are used for outcalling are all verified by Truecaller. They show up with a logo. So there is that, confidence in the guy picking up the call and talking to the brand also.
No, absolutely. I think that's a great suggestion for anyone interested in that problem in the audience. That how do you build that trust from your calling team? And I think Truecaller is something which a lot of customers use in India, which means that it gives a level of confidence for customers. So I think as a summary, if I can just link all of this together, in your digital marketing journey, you're going to face a lot of roadblocks. There are a lot of bad actors out there which are out to steal your budgets, which are out to impact your brand. As a marketer, first thing is awareness. I hope this session helped in that front at least. And the second step in this journey is that to do something about it. It's important that if you're aware about this problem and this menace, then you're doing steps to control it, because as digital marketers, the burden is on all of us to make sure that we are cleaning the ecosystem and we are making it a better place for online users to interact with our brands and do business online. In fact, I'll take a very interesting angle to this. Prime Minister Modi rolled out the Swachh Bharat Abhiyan, right? It's about cleanliness in the physical verse. It is about saying cleanliness is next to godliness. If you have a clean system, you will have a healthy system. Our costs will go down, our healthcare costs will go down, hospital expenditure will go down, productivity will go up. what about digital Swachh Bharat Abhiyan? What about cleanliness in the digital world? And I think that's in summary what we're trying to talk about, the need for antivirus in the digital world. I think your campaigns deserve that. The amount of money you're spending requires that. And I think that's one takeaway which I think all of you could consider. Any last thoughts? Otherwise, we can open up to Q&A. Anything, Imran and Jahid, on your side?
See, the ideal scenario would be that your fraud detection tool, your CRM, and your analytics is working in tandem and filtering out the bad traffic and passing that traffic as a goal to your AI-based optimization media channels. Once that whole ecosystem starts working for you, I think you need to keep cleaning it during the process, but at least if you start having that ecosystem in place, a lot can be done.
That's a brilliant idea. I think connecting all of these disparate systems together so that your optimization engine works in a single direction, I think is important. Jahid, any last thoughts from your side?
No, I think Dheeraj, you have used the behavioral economics principle of fear to invoke enough awareness in the room. Okay, so I'll not create that anymore. But yeah, the gravitas of this topic is significant. Okay, and in fact, let's say we should take it on ourselves to kind of evangelize and talk about it in the organizations and ensure it's hardly 4 to 5% of the entire media cost that will help you to save around 20-25% of your budget and give more effective ROI. I think that should be a goal that we should always incorporate.
Yeah. Guys, this is one place where you actually gain more by taking action and becoming the good guy. All of this is actually a positive ROI case, and you save more than what it costs for you to take action against this menace. So we are almost out of time. Any questions from the audience which anyone is interested in? Anyone? Any questions, please?
In the state of fear.
State of fear. Okay, apologies for that in that case. But thank you so much for being a patient audience, and I hope this panel helped you in how to deal with this menace in your digital campaigns. Thank you.
Thank you so much, gentlemen. Let's have a huge round of applause for our panelists. Thank you so much. And this is the little token of appreciation on behalf of MMA India. Thank you so much. Thank you. Let's put our hands together for them, please. Come on, everybody. Thank you once again, gentlemen. So, ladies and gentlemen, our next very riveting segment is an initiative by MMA Voice and Audio Council, a part of the AMMP community to accelerate modern marketing practices, and is in partnership with IVM Podcast. This is yet another section from the VAUX podcast series, which is going to be recorded live. And ladies and gentlemen, quickly tell me, are you ready for some cutting chat? No, not done. Are you ready for some cutting chat with Sukhleen and Cyrus? Ladies and gentlemen, both flamboyant personalities are here to share more about their personal journeys and also their experience of navigating from the brick and mortar to the digital side of the business. Needless to say, there's going to be a lot of learning, but it is going to be a ride of laughter. Put your hands together and join me in welcoming Ms. Sukhleen Aneja, MMA India Board Member, Chief Executive Officer, The Good Glam Group, and I know it's a cliche term, but this man absolutely needs no introduction at all. An immensely talented artist, multi-talented theatre personality, an author, a satirist, and podcaster, Cyrus Brocha. Welcome, Cyrus. Thank you so much.
Hello. Sukhleen, you use the one that's not working. Yeah. All right. Big hand for Sukhleen Aneja, who's come all the way from Delhi via Indigo without children. So that was good. Come, sit.
This is already sounding like a roast, huh?
Yeah, first let's get rid of this. No disrespect, but I don't understand what it's doing there. It's not a roast. Sukhleen, it's a tribute to all that you've done. And very quickly, let me just line up, although she's mentioned it. You are the MMA India board member, paid member, Chief Executive Officer of the Good Glam Group.
I'm saying it's a roast.
Which she started. the Good Glam Group, GGG. Which you've started. This is the main story here, folks. And of course, this is going to sound like Lalu Prasad Yadav and Bill Gates discussing coding, because my knowledge of the business obviously is not that good. But what's very important, and I think the main point here for us is that you started the startup, you started everything, which includes, above all, a child being, hello, uncle. What the hell are you doing? Okay. A big hand for our third guest, Rajesh. Kya haal hai, Rajesh? All good? Thank you. We'll discuss his startup in about 5 minutes. But the cutting chai apparently is part of the whole thing. So coming back to in the pandemic, she deserves a big hand for this. Started a business which is super successful in a very short span of time. Also had a child. Unbelievable. While most of us were just sitting at home looking at our relatives' faces and wondering when the mustache on our spouses, male and female, would stop growing. She had a much better life, but I want to get right into that. So, because most people were so negative during the pandemic, me included. They stopped all our entertainment in the sense that we couldn't do live events where we can talk to people. And don't judge by this audience, but some audiences would clap and laugh, and so, we were used to that. And then suddenly we were on Zoom and, talking to people who would just switch off or get their grandmother to sit in front of the thing or whatever. So for us, it's been a nightmare, actually, the first 6 months to 1 year. But let's get through the initial thing. How did it all happen? Was it just like karma that it all came together?
I think post the pandemic, everybody's probably experienced some or the other big life change. I was lucky that I had my twin daughters. So I'm going to reply back to all the introductions with slight modification. So I didn't have a child, I had children. So I had twins.
Kabhi research karna padega. I'm so sorry. Sometimes those 3 girls, Meghna and gang, sitting there were distracting me and mildly flirting with me. I blame them for everything. Sukhleen, women are bringing down the country. Look what's happening. No one's saying anything there. Yeah. Anyway, sorry to interrupt.
No worries. And I think post-pandemic, what I would really say is that it's really been about the power of and. So post-maternity, I was really glad to have started a journey in a company that was now becoming a unicorn as a professional CEO. So again, to correct itself, it was started by a very dynamic founder, Darpan. And the way the company is growing, the very fact that we today have such amazing professionals who are building the organization, and having worked in very large companies all my life, this itself is another baby that you're building together. And that, for sure, has been one hell of an incredible ride. It's very early days, but coming from a brick and mortar world to a company that's digital first, I think is a huge departure, which I'm certainly enjoying. And I can already see he's waiting to take his next.
No, I just got distracted when you said it started by somebody else. So is there equity in the company or not? Because that's the question they're asking. And if so, how much? And how much is it valued at? And notional value for 23 as well, post-pandemic.
We are going to gift him an Economic Times.
Okay,
after
fair
the
enough.
show.
Okay, let's get back to I like the human factor more than anything else. I think most people always understand that, no doubt success is important and all that, but the fact that all these things happen, the birth of children during a horrible time where you can't leave the building, etc., where everybody's in your face, as in family members, and you can't get away from anything like you normally could, say, on a weekend or whatever. All that's happening, but you guys started this business, it started doing well. I'm just thinking, didn't you ever think that you're going to be overwhelmed with all this about to happen and with the world shutting down on one side?
No, but think about it this way, right? Like, look at all of us. All of us have transformed in a way that we're never going to go back to being same again. So in that context, many of us, look at your own industry, Cyrus. For a person who is in the industry of thriving on an audience's energy, today you are creating the same impact through Zoom, where you don't even have the audience energy to feed off. So I'm saying, even if I was to reverse the table and actually ask you, putting you in a spotlight, the industry is completely transformed, even for a performing artist like you.
It's a tragedy for us because A, they pay us less and want us to work more, which is ridiculous. Being a comedian, the whole idea is that you've escaped work. It's the last thing a person does when they can't get a regular job. So it makes no sense to me. So for us, honestly, it doesn't work after a point. No, I'm just kidding. Of course it does. And gave birth to so many more experiences. Bloody clients have gone berserk, realizing they can spend so little money on so-called talent, not transport anybody. You can have dealer conferences from the old days, the dealers used to get so excited. We're going to Bangkok, all these naughty boys, all, dirty talking away in the plane and all that, ready to get drunk for 3 days. Now you're stuck in Kanpur for the weekend with your own wife and mother-in-law or mother, and that's it. And you're supposed to enjoy 1 hour of Cyrus brochure. So they're horrible, the experiences for everybody. But as you said, the world has changed, so we just have to find a balance and manage. But let's get back to the online situation. So that played into your hands, obviously. Yeah.
I think in that context, exactly, I think the operative word for, I think, today's conversation for me is really the power of and. Today we are sitting where, again, we are back to being in the open world. We are back to having a balance between pace and proximity, But if I look at the way all of us have actually embraced change, it's not like we're not going to go out and shop, but you also want the convenience of shopping from home. So in that context, today, consumer tech industries have a future which probably really got accelerated thanks to COVID. So in that regard, I was also very keen to come and ride on a path which accelerates that learning curve, not just for us, but even for who we create for. We are fundamentally creating products for our shoppers, and we all shop differently today. So it's quite a change.
But Sukhleen, you told me not to ask this question 5 times outside when we was having our long private chat of 3 minutes. By the way, we have our first casualty. That gentleman in the economy class seat has just walked off. I think you said online shopping. He has to buy his wife a sari. He just walked off because the deals are on for the weekend. Fair enough. But you explicitly said, but everybody asks this question, whether you're in the business or not, of online that is, are we going to revert to offline buying, or does that come back to play? Or like what, when we had television first, we had radio first, then we had television, then we had video, and now we have the internet, features before that. Everything sort of survived in the media in that sense. Nothing is really gone. They find another way to survive, but they sort of survive. So what happens? Because we suddenly saw online becoming huge, and online has overtaken everything else, and is there such a thing as offline, whatever. But as the years progress or the world changes again, what do you think?
I think, Cyrus, in my view, the buzzword has become omnichannel. I think everybody is looking at transformative experiences. Even if you're sitting at home, you don't mind video shopping online to make a choice. Even if you're purchasing a car today, you don't mind actually doing a full demo inside your house. You might still go and transact outside. So there is clearly a huge need for convenience, which has come in because the time spent in home has dramatically increased. People want the convenience of being able to have things fast. So quick commerce or the idea of convenience is definitely entrenched. But at the same time, there is also a certain degree of exuberance when it comes to the post-pandemic world. People are really happy coming out. So if you even see within the job space, earlier people said, wow, we're working remote. Then people got sick of sitting at home. And then they said, shit, I want to come back to office. And then when they come for 5 days and they say, no, I want to go back home. So there is still that conundrum where everyone is fundamentally asking for hybrid solutions, right? So
I just thought of something, because we have IVM guys, employees here, about 40 of the people here are from IVM. We don't have space in the office in cars, so we keep them here. No, I was just thinking, because we were discussing this actually, I'm sure everybody will agree, at least the entrepreneurs and the CEOs and CFOs, is that it's such a great excuse now. Because you got to just say you're not feeling well, and everybody's, where before they'll be, come on, Baba, aja na, just try or whatever. Now the first thing is, no, when you recover, it's gone the other way around. So it's a great bahana, so to speak, where everybody just throws it down your throat.
Yeah, net, who cares, as long as results happen, right? Whether you sit on your bed wearing your chuds or you're actually in office all decked up, as long as you're delivering, I think for sure people are starting to trust each other more. Right? Because at the end of the day, the only thing that matters is results.
And CTC, if you're in your chaddi at home, look at what you're saving me as the entrepreneur. I think it's a great idea. The Indian mind should be going berserk about this. No one should go to an office again.
No, but have you seen the way entire dressing has changed, right? The very fact people sat at home, t-shirt sales must have skyrocketed, right? Because you never saw people wearing formals. So, for sure.
Not only that, if you notice the gentlemen in this room, and please, ladies, if you're around any gentlemen here in the room, all of them have fancy socks. We discovered that. My 3 great friends there, Pinky, Meghna, Nidhi, we've just discovered that everyone, guys, don't look away, pull up your pants, and I mean this politely, pull up your pants 3 or 4 inches and let them see your socks. The people have gone a little berserk with things like socks and t-shirts.
Shirts and shorts.
Shirts and shorts,
yeah.
Kachas, what we used to call in my generation, which is now called boxers. Give it like a classy swing to it as well. Let's talk about the creatives for a second. So, because you're in the business of communicating at the end of the day, whether it's online, offline, or in between. So, is there a difference now? The pandemic communication and now when you go back and talk to customers directly?
not a difference, but I think during the pandemic times itself, I was amazed at how resilient the world of communication also is, right? We were so open to making videos on a mobile. Even if you were shooting with a celebrity, they were happy shooting it on a mobile, sending it to you, and you were also okay airing the same piece of communication, even on TV.
And sometimes the quality was better than the 45 lakh budgets for one audio. IVM, this is not you guys, I'm just... but there are some ridiculous budgets out there, yeah. Sorry.
Yeah, for sure, ingenuity was the word. But now as we go back, I think for sure that you're consuming so much more content online. So there is for sure, your TV has not gone away, but you are consuming a lot more content of your choice. So to that extent, a lot of exuberance is also back because people are celebrating the idea of being back. You know, and the best example is the airports, guys. When you actually step out, you feel like the whole country seems to be traveling out for summer vacations because there's so much pent-up anxiety with respect to even travel. So I think it's going to take a bit of time till we normalize to a curve that is real.
But does go the other way, that online did so well. For example, if you look at the OTTs, they did really well in 2020, second half, 21, huge, and now have tapered off a little bit. And everybody's saying that, but I don't see people in the cinema either. It's not like, except for Kannada films for some reason. Hindi and English films, nobody watches. So is there like a reverse effect now?
Not a reverse effect, but there is definitely a degree of balance because when the pandemic times were on, everyone was holed up at home. So your TV ratings saw a big jump. You saw digital consumption go up in a big way because people were fundamentally holed up. But now that people are going to spend time out of home, so a large part of that time which probably went into commute, which was translating into consumption of content, is getting balanced out in time spent out of home. So there is for sure a reversal of patterns, but it's not going to go back to the pre-pandemic times because some changes are irreversible.
So basically, we don't know what the real answer is to all these things.
We're
all just swimming together here and trying to figure it out. Fair enough. But so you won't even say that was a golden period and then now it'll average out a little bit in terms of your own performance with the startup? Or?
You know, irrespective of how you do financially, nobody will have the heart to call the pandemic the golden time.
I know.
So I think it just
It's
sounds
perverse.
so wrong.
I'm so sorry.
Yeah. So, I would say for sure, I think online industry has benefited with respect to what you would have expected an acceleration over 5 years has probably happened over 12 to 15 months. So adoption went up in a big way. But yes, it does start to now get to a space where you have to do genuine demand creation. Whether it's online or offline, you have to incentivize consumers to discover your brands, both in online and offline. Because it's impossible to be only able
But you can't communicate to everybody in the same way. As in online and offline?
I think the heart of marketing doesn't change, which is about communicating benefits, building relevance, building aspiration. But you do have to customize your message for the medium, without a doubt. I mean, if on a mobile phone where people have a much lower attention span, you tried giving them a cinema spiel, they would not have the patience for it.
Well, our podcast business, when we started in 2020, we had 6 listeners. Now we have about 10. It's really blossomed in the last year and a half. And the matter of fact, you know, people just realize that these kind of things can exist while they work. It's like passive listening, which is a forgotten art. You know, it's like, I don't know, in the last 10 years, people are too actively doing the bhangra when they listen to music. Now you can actually just have the music in the background, which is more like a zamana from the 80s or whatever. So I think podcast serves that purpose. Sometimes you're paying attention, sometimes you're not really paying attention, but it's sort of there. So it's like what radio perhaps was in the beginning. So I don't want to talk about our thing too much, but yeah, that's there. But there's a very relevant question from Meghna there on the who's on the health industry. They're feeling very neglected and they're upset and they want to be represented. They are the minority, so to speak, of this entire digital platform and they're not happy and they will have a voice at some point. But her question is it true that you've chosen Arnab Goswami to be your brand ambassador and why? Why are they laughing? That's
Well,
a
I wish he
perfectly
was so
elegant
big.
choice. He's a good-looking man.
Cyrus, the company is called Good Glam. The leading brand is My Glam. So which part of that proposition do you think he's going to fit in?
I don't know, we want him for shirts. The nation needs to know the audacity. How dare you? Unfortunately, people don't appreciate him for what he is.
Well, if the nation needs to know the secrets to look glamorous, for sure there's an answer. And we don't need an Arnab to discover that.
All right, we'll leave him out of this discussion for now because he's not paying us. He shouldn't get this kind of publicity. But what we can do quickly before we go into Q&A is talk about the personal side of things. I know this is a cliche question people ask, but anyone who's been successful, properly successful as you have been, I know you don't want to be toot your own horn and all that, but you have been. So the whole question here is, how did you cope with the pandemic when it all started, both personally, with the family? You know, I don't know about you guys, but as a man, I'm not really a man, I'm on the divide, but as almost a man, I was I had real respect for my, I hate to be cliche and stereotype, about my mom and my wife and other ladies of the world who run houses, because I never took it seriously until the very fact, day 2, day 3, when I discovered things like, if you open the toilet under the wash basin, there was a cupboard. I didn't even know there was a cupboard. Under that cupboard, there were things inside, colorful liquids, and you use that to clean the toilet. I didn't know there was an actual cleaning toilet process. We Indian men, we have such lovely lives. So, there were so many little things that we were exposed to, and I'm thinking you're doing that, and you're giving birth to a company and babies, which is no mean feat, whatever. Although lots of people were practicing to give birth to babies because there's nothing else to do, but let's not get into that. Yeah.
But I would say, for sure, one of the things that I'm sure all of us who've lived through pandemics, and I don't think it's only about women, it's about people at large, both, it's a gender agnostic comment. I think the lines between the work life and personal life really blurred. Because you did have families adjusting depending on their kids, their schedule, especially with kids not going to school. For families that had children, that was extremely hard. Like you could be on calls and you could see how challenging it was for parents who were also babysitting their children. So personally for me, I was at a time really experiencing collectively with my teams their full life. Which you often at work don't even realize.
Sometimes it's too much as well.
It is, but you also empathize because you realize how difficult it really gets sometimes when you're holed up in the house the whole day and you're working and suddenly the lines completely blur out. So you eventually realize the importance of actually switching on that computer and saying a hi and having a conversation. Because one of the biggest changes that I personally realized for myself was that, the joy of working, more than work, is also the joy of those coffee conversations. And suddenly in the Zoom era, everything became extremely transactional. Because if the meeting was 9, people started at 9:01.
No, not really. Sukhleen, we had our own culture that developed, right? People like, can you hear me? Can you hear me? Am I on? Am I audible? Am I audible?
And please go on mute.
Yeah, please don't mute, or please unmute, or we can hear you. Oh my God, what are you saying? That was coffee table talk, I thought, the initial foreplay.
There were days we actually did virtual beer sessions, and they felt so bizarre to do conferences virtually. But in a way, I'm really, really thankful to God that life is starting to normalize because...
Now that you mentioned the beer session, I don't know if you guys have done this, but I thought the lowest of the low for a party animal who's had some really good parties in his life is giving the cheers to the camera. Everybody putting the glass towards the camera. Like, how bad is our life and social life?
At least that was also good enough, right? It's still better than dying.
Yeah, fair enough.
Everything is relative in life.
Yeah. All right. Okay, but now that you've done that, don't you find this to be a little boring? Going back to work, and it's also easy for you now. You're not running the house, running the kids, running everything simultaneously.
The beauty is, Cyrus, now nobody expects you to be back, right? Even with your own teams, you're very comfortable with the idea of running a business where your teams are practically in Calcutta, Bangalore, Bombay. It's really my first time of working and leading a team where people are across the country. In the past, that's definitely not a reality I'm used to, and I was used to. But the liberating thing is there's something for us to learn as well, right? Because once you get used to it, you realize how liberating it is because you have access to probably the best talent in the country. Because you're giving them the freedom to be in their locations.
Now let me speak for the other side. You're the boss, you're the entrepreneur, you're the leader. What about us, the ones who work under you? I think for us it's also terrible because we can't run away. Sunday evening, 7:30, we can still talk. Sunday night, 9:45, we can still chat. If you can't make it after the wedding, please log on. It's just ridiculous. So there's no escape. And especially with India, where we don't have the time discipline, like say Germany or Japan, where they shut shop at 6 and that's it. That's cruel. Can you please stop that?
As long as people get their weekends, and weekends are sacrosanct, I think that's a great start.
Delhi girl. Ultimately, Delhi girl, the weekends are sacrosanct because they have a life in Delhi. Mumbai, there's no, anybody in Mumbai has a life in a weekend? No, nobody, not a single person. It's horrible. The member of parliament is a different thing altogether. Pay no attention. All right, we'll open the floor up for a few minutes of questions. If you want to ask Sukhleen anything personal, it's fine.
And also Cyrus, because he's dying to answer some really, really exciting questions.
I'm okay with controversial questions, but so we know in India, we do what is called foreplay with the audience. So we just play the veena or something for 1 minute while you relax and chill and decide whether you want to ask a question. And then after 3-4 minutes, the body language gets better. It's like 1 drink, 2 drinks, and then suddenly the guy won't leave you alone. And I'm talking about me, so forget you. Can you imagine? Yeah.
You're definitely a far more entertaining company than anybody put together in this room.
No, I'm just hygienic. I'm just kidding. All right, questions for Sukhleen. They put up a startup. She's had twins. In the last 2 years, she's had the most successful run of her career. So she's one of those people who's come smiling out of the pandemic and going from strength to strength. If there's anything you want to ask,
It almost sounds like an auction.
It is.
Going, gone.
Yeah. We have one gentleman who's just come back from surgery. Dr. Gonzalez, yes.
If the mic works.
The mask is on. We can't.
Now you can.
Somewhat.
Is it okay?
Yeah, perfect.
Yeah.
Now you can, sure.
Yeah.
Yeah. So tell me, which is the most interesting thing happened with the two of you during pandemic? Not the boring thing, the interesting thing.
Together? Sukhleen husband was away one weekend and क्या बताओ sir?
आप वो भी बता सकते हो. But what was really interesting and something that you learned from a humorous perspective?
I was talking to, I was doing a lot of Zoom podcasts and chats and all that with somebody. I was talking to some head of some Rajasthan university, this very conservative lady with a sari and a bindi and all that, speaking very fancy English with an accent but very correctly. And my wife used the F word behind me because I left the geyser on. And she came into frame and said, you've left the geyser on. And that lady's bindi almost flew off. I'm so surreal because, you're a different personality. You know what the Japanese say, that we are different personalities with our friends, with our families and with ourselves. So it's really like that. The avatar changes when you're talking to a lady who's conservative and well-bred and you're trying to, give her that kind of respect. And my wife she had no idea what was happening. She just got angry and abused and left the frame. And I'm sure everybody's gone through that. You've had moments where something else has happened from the other life, which doesn't belong in this life. That happened a lot to you?
For me, I got so used to the noise behind. Like, invariably, there would be members in the team who would be cooking during, say, at noon. And you got so used to the pressure cooker noise. Some things that you would normally not even use, you wouldn't be used to it at work, right? But you got used to people's whole life. And I think it was interesting at large because you're not used to doing that at work, right? Because exactly like Cyrus said, people always tend to have like a work face and they're much more relaxed at home. But I think when you're working from home, some of that also comes along, right? I think that was in a way interesting, but sometimes also annoying. But we all had to live with it and make it easier for each other, especially with crying pets and...
Yeah, so the empathy factor was huge. Because you know that if somebody else is going to happen to you sooner or later.
Exactly.
And all the horror stories from abroad of people being caught naked and doing all kinds of silly things and leaving their cameras on and unmuted, etc., etc. There's no end to it. All right. That was a slightly fantasy question. I felt a little aroused by it, but yeah. I know, I got a little worried where your thoughts are going after such a drab session. What the hell? Okay.
That's why they had this session at this time, right?
No, I think they're like now starved, they're repressed. It's like Indian men in a bus stop. You got to be very careful. Any other questions? I'm highly diabetic now and I don't know if there's sugar.
Have you seen his abs?
Yeah.
I mean, come on.
Wow.
Chai is not happening.
This show is going in a different direction. Really. Next it's going to be aerobics by the two of us. Stay tuned. Yeah. Please have some chai. We're trying to promote this chai culture. I'm more lassi drinker. But I'll say cheers.
Yeah.
Huh? Oh, okay. All right. Fair enough. So that was your question. That was Monica's organized the entire show. Okay.
We are trying to plug in the theme, cutting chai.
Oh, that's
Hence
I thought it was a
the reason.
takeoff on Karan Johar's fabulous interviews called what? Coffee with Karan.
Oh, so that's why we're cutting chai.
Yeah, it's fabulous. Let's give 2 more minutes to somebody in the back who's not being represented. I always feel they're in the wrong wedding. The people who sit at the back, like they're completely disconnected from us. So ask a question just so that we feel that you're part of the family. People right at the back. The furthest away, one gentleman in a white shirt, if he can ask a question, that would be a great way to end. Everybody's turning and making him embarrassed. But he's on the phone, he's on Tinder, he's doing his thing, he's not bothered. Why would he waste his time? Okay.
He's rather pretending to be on his phone now.
Yeah. He's really paying attention to the phone because all this is going over his head. All right. I'll give another 5 seconds to clean, otherwise get on with it. Because I know you've just got out of having children and you need to drink heavily. 1 year she hasn't been allowed to touch alcohol and they give her chai after calling her all the way here. Really. Anybody else? Going once? Going twice?
Like I said, it's an auction and it's gone.
And it's gone. A big hand to Sukhleen. Thank you so much for being with us, coming all the way here.
Thank you so much, Sukhleen. Thank you so much, Cyrus.
Oh.
Firstly, thank you so much for the wonderful questions.
and keeping this fun and lively as usual. And thank you so much, Sukhleen, both of you for sharing your journeys. And I personally am a small part of the Good Glam group because I am a Plixo and a MyGlam beauty creator too. And it's not just about being the digital first house of brands. Let me tell you, you all were discussing of what happened in the pandemic. Cyrus, we've been hosting Zoom events and we know how interesting those were. It was in those times where your brand, September 2021, you all started off, and it was the Good Glam group which had many brands on board. It started with, I think, MyGlam, it then went on to Saint Botanica, Momsco.
Monica, you made a mistake. She should have done the interview. Have you seen the love
No,
and
what I'm
respect
try- no,
and detailing?
what I'm-
I didn't even know she had twins. What are you talking about?
No, what I'm trying to say is you don't just have brands that are digitally available, but also the company has created many opportunities for people like us who didn't have anything to do in the lockdown. 2 years created content. In fact, not even kidding, today in the morning I opened my Plixo campaign to check my deadlines as to when I have to upload content. So thank you so much for not just creating the digital first house of brands, but also giving opportunities to so many girls and boys out there.
No, but I feel so happy to hear that.
No,
because you're so right about the number of people who started off on their own.
And the best part about the Good Glam group is not, generally when we see brands, they always have celebrities and big artists, big influencers on board. But when it comes to the Good Glam group, you all have even small creators, micro-influencers on board, which I think is absolutely fantastic. So thank you so much for the wonderful work that you're doing. And Cyrus, thank you so much for moderating this segment. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, let's have one more round of applause for Sukhleen and Cyrus. And on that note, ladies and gentlemen, moving forward, we at MMA believe that evolving is not just about evolving businesses, but also evolving as marketeers and driving purposeful businesses. Hence, we are very glad to have with us today Miss Manisha Lath, an experienced professional with over 23 years of experience in marketing and advertising, strategy, innovation, digital channels, product management, and customer experience across FMCG, banking, and consumer tech. She has traveled that journey of a marketeer and beyond. And with her today we have Miss Sonali Krishna, a well-known Indian ace journalist and the editor of ET, and Miss Sonali Krishna, editor ET Now. Yes, I'm getting it for you.
I'm going to pose some tough, insightful questions to her, and she promises not to mince her words. So we're hoping that this is going to be a very scandalous and controversial conversation. With that, Manisha, I have a brief, but I'm going to disregard it. So, we've been talking about winning marketing organizations. My first question to you is, globally and even in India, you see the relevance of marketing and the marketing function within organizations diminishing. There are several cases abroad with large multinationals where they've completely shelved the marketing function because they don't find it as relevant as it was earlier. So before we talk about winning marketing teams, where do you think, as a seasoned veteran marketer, where do you think marketing as a function is going wrong? How do you kind of delve in and regain that kind of respect it used to have? And somebody here mentioned about getting, the route to the boardroom. That's an essential question as well. There is no seat on the board for marketing. Where has the function gone wrong?
Sonali, that's a very good question, and I think a couple of things have happened over the last, decade or two, which has driven this change. First is a general, change in the mix of industries that we see. So earlier, marketing jobs were really in FMCG, and there weren't any marketing jobs in BFSI, insurance, and consumer tech didn't exist, services didn't exist. But a lot of marketing jobs are now in these companies, right? In pharmaceutical, in consumer tech, etc. And these companies are actually not run by marketing. They are run either by ops, or they are run by bankers, or they are run by R&D guys or tech people. So what happens is that willy-nilly marketing becomes like the support function rather than the function which was in the driver's seat. traditionally marketers worked with FMCG brands or really brands which had high and healthy profit margins. So when you're running a business which has a high profit margin, then obviously you can build the brand, and it's the brand that drives consumers towards the business. But a lot of the consumer tech companies, even finance, NBFCs, BFSI, they are very thin margin companies. They are basically ops companies. So they don't have the big money to spend on brands, and that's one of the reasons why marketing becomes a support function. Having said that, for big banks, and for big businesses, even the 2-3% margin that they make can actually give you decent marketing budgets. But because they're not marketing organizations, the marketing teams don't get guidance. They don't get training. They don't get competency building. And that's why I think the role of the CMO is really to step up and define a role for the team, a role for marketers. And it comes from basically knowing your stuff. And I think the problem now is that there's a general tendency to believe that marketing, to koi bhi kar sakta hai. What's the big deal between this design and that design, this poster and that poster? We can also decide isme kya badi baat hai. And the minute marketers don't talk marketing and they talk like a layman, they lose that power over the function. So I think that's really what we need to do. We need to up our game. We need to learn marketing. And we need to do real marketing and not some marketing ops, which is what we end up doing otherwise.
So just to take your point forward, I was taking a smoke break outside and I overheard a gentleman having a conversation on the phone, and he was telling, I don't know, his client or whoever, saying, oh, we are experts on Reels on Instagram. We are experts on stories on Facebook. We're experts in this, we're experts in that. Marketing has somewhat become tactical, so to speak, thanks to the explosion of social media. And while we have a lot of new buzzwords coming in, and the latest being brands getting onto the Metaverse, unfortunately, nothing is sticking. So there's so much of messaging being thrust on us as consumers, but nothing is sticking. But the other day, there was somebody on the radio was humming a tune, and it seemed so familiar to me, and this was probably advertising when I was a kid. But I remember the tune, I thought about it for 30 seconds and I got it. It was Hamdard Ka Tonic Sinkara. I don't know how many of you all have actually heard that. Or any such yesteryear tunes which still remain in terms of my brand recall. Today we're trying so much, marketing is positioning itself as being so nuanced, but nothing is actually converting. Social media experts say, oh, there's a lot of conversion on digital media because they actually use that to go and shop. What is your view? Do you think brand building along the way has completely been lost?
We are going through a phase, I feel, where there are too many products and services and not enough need for any of them, for many of them rather. And the reason we are able to fund and still run businesses with all these sort of useless products and services is because there's just so much money floating around in the system. Right. And there are people ready to back any product and any service. So I think it's a phase. And everybody's just throwing money at, what they call advertising, social media. People say, bas wo kuch daal ke mera Facebook pe kuch bana do ya Instagram pe mera kuch bana do, and that's really our tendency. But I think that phase, when the money gets squeezed out of the system, that will disappear. What we had traditionally was products and services which came out of deep-rooted consumer needs. Somebody had really understood that, ye kisi ko chahiye. Ye nahi ki if we talk about it and spend enough money on it, people will feel compelled to buy it.
But Manisha, in today's day and age, marketers claim, or brands claim, that they have big data, they have small data, they have bit-sized data, they have all types of data, right? This kind of data availability was never available, let's say, 2 decades ago. So today, marketers are actually fed a lot of research, a lot of data. So what is going wrong? Why is it lost in translation?
I feel it's lost in translation because while we have data, we don't have insight. And that's the difference between looking at a whole lot of data which can be fed to you, but actually going out there and doing first-hand research to really understand that why do people behave the way they do. See, data will tell you what people do. They will tell you that at 5 o'clock, 20% of your population has a samosa and a tea. But they'll never tell you why they have it at that time. And unless you try to understand the whys behind the whats, and understand the needs and the motivations of consumers, you really can't either design good products and services, and secondly, you definitely cannot make good communication, which will actually engage them and excite them. So what do you end up doing? You end up giving them promotions. You end up giving them cheap stuff, throwing stuff at them. And then the minute your company runs out of venture capital funding and you do an IPO, etc., and all that money gets squeezed out of the system, then the marketing teams get shelved because they never built a role for themselves while the going was good.
So why is this realization not dawned on the many brilliant marketers we know?
I don't know. I'm just wondering whether we really have that many brilliant marketers going around, because the kind of rigor that marketing teams would go through. Like I sort of probably grew up in that era when we would be put through a very rigorous marketing training program in a company like Unilever or Procter or one of these big marketing giants, and we were taught like real marketing stuff. But when you go to some other industries, go to consumer tech, go to BFSI, they don't grow up thinking like that. That's why I don't think there are those kind of brilliant marketers that used to exist anymore.
So maybe, Monica, from modern marketing, it needs to go back to fundamental or traditional marketing and get our basics back in place. But having said that, moving to another subject, which is that of diversity, much talked about. My question to you is, great, there is diversity, organizations are making that a mandate. However, let's say there is a woman, or women make it to the top because of their own hard work and their merit. This diversity tick is like an insult, because even if you make it on your own merit, people will look at you as, okay, it's a diversity tick, right? When you interview, I've noticed this with journalists, or anyone actually addressing a woman CEO, Sukhleen maybe, may have experienced it, is that just because you're a woman CEO or you're a woman on top, they will say, oh, so lovely to meet you, but you're a woman CEO. I mean, I think we'd like to be gender neutral. Man or woman, we've earned our stripes and we've got the position, gender agnostic. Do you see this increasingly as a problem? I agree that there should be diversity because at least we'll get the push.
Yeah.
But, don't take it all away from me because I'm a woman.
Yeah, so I think what's happening in my opinion is that, we seem to be moving forward, but obviously not at the pace that we would like to. And now, because there's such a huge pressure on diversity and it's talked about so much, almost every man in the room and in an organization has become a diversity champion. So what does that mean? That means that they say that, I'm going to hire women, I'm going to bring them in. But what they've still not come to terms with is that once the woman is hired, they actually almost expect that there will be that she'll be grateful for that job. Okay, and what they're not prepared for at all is that she actually might be competent. And then what they're absolutely not prepared for is that maybe she'll be more competent than you. Okay, so what are women facing today, in my opinion, is not a glass ceiling, it's a glass cliff. Because as long as there's gratitude for being hired and, you feel like, it's a quid pro quo that I'm the diversity king and I'm hiring people, they're all grateful to me, I hired them, it's all good. But then when you start feeling threatened, they are gently kicked off the edge. So I think that's changed. But this change, Sonali, is actually a societal issue. Yeah. It's not an issue of our corporate world. Our corporate world is a reflection of our society. Until such time that we don't raise better men, better boys, better nephews, better sons, better husbands, better brothers, it's going to keep reflecting in the workplace. Because if we've grown up telling boys that you're so special, that you will sit on a chair and 5 sisters will do aarti of yours and, put bindi on you, they bring that same attitude to office and expect the same treatment there. And it doesn't happen like that.
Well, that's a long road ahead then in terms of actually
changing
changing
but there are so
culture.
many women in the room here who are mothers, who are wives, who are sisters, right? Who will, it's incumbent upon us to fix the men in our homes because they are the ones who are going out to work, right? So let's try to fix that problem. Imagine if everybody was given, and I don't mean this in a bad way, gentlemen, please don't take it wrong, but I feel if you get that perspective at home, you will be able to better apply it at work. We cannot change the work environment only. We have to change the home environment as well.
So let's get on to another very tricky question. And this is my feedback from senior leaders I've spoken to in the industry. So as all of you know, we had this great Me Too movement in India, which absolutely fell off the highway because it just went all over the place and now it's forgotten. But the repercussions of the Me Too movement, especially in India, and I'm sure globally as well, but talking specifically of this country, many male leaders prefer recruiting male colleagues because it's less of a headache, right? There is no threat, there is no possible, accusation, right, wrong, or whatever the case might be. But that the fallout of the Me Too movement is kind of reflecting in how the corporate world hires. Yes, we've got the diversity quotient in, but if you look at, they won't tell you this on the record because this is, this is not something this is not politically correct, but they'll all feel safer to hire or even promote a male just because life becomes easier,
I'm not so sure about that, Sonali, because if you see that, I just mentioned that actually most CEOs are trying to be diversity champions. So I think they want to definitely look more progressive. They want to definitely have like 10% women in leadership, etc. I think they're, trying to tick mark all of that. So I'm not sure about that. But yes, people do feel it's more convenient to hire men than to hire women. And I think our rules and our policies need to change to actually make them more equitable, which doesn't mean that you reduce maternity leave for a woman. It means you increase paternity leave for a man. Right? So when you do that, that's when things start becoming more gender balanced. And a man will take as much leave as a woman will. And some of those issues that actually pinch small companies specifically, that, because they are not able to really bear the burden of a 6-month maternity leave, kind of a paid leave. I think some of those things will start getting resolved if you apply paternity leave for men rather than cut down maternity leave for women.
Okay. Talking about, our gender, since we're talking about diversity, and if we just introspect on our own behavior, we're always saying that we should be given a fair chance. But if you do some self-introspection, I think we as women also need to kind of reflect on our own behavior. So, for instance, it is very noticeable, and you tell me your experience, that I see more and more women fall off a middle management much more, with much more gusto than, let's say, my generation or your generation. I think our generation had, I think, wanted to prove more hungry. Today, I see kids getting married, taking a sabbatical. And so if you get off the funnel so early in your career, it's difficult to then say, to have enough of a quorum on the top to move to that, a senior management or management. Do you see that happening?
There's always be a privileged set of, a privileged class of people who end up entering, corporate offices easier than others because they have access to good education, they live in big metros, etc., etc. But I don't think that this is resulting in a dearth of, women employees in the system because we have such a large country and, so many people to employ. So I think that stream is always there. And I think if the big metro privileged youngsters have a sense of entitlement and they don't want to work and they can afford to take off and go on a holiday and find themselves, etc., then that's their choice, really. That's their choice. But I think that there is still a steady stream of people that you can tap into. And I personally find people in tier 2 cities have a more, fire in their belly and more desire to prove and more desire to build something for themselves. But having said that, I think I know what you were referring to, which is more about sort of women also coming into the workplace thinking that the office owes them big time, or the other corporate owes them big time because of their gender. And I think that is not probably a very good attitude to have, because you should by and large not wear your gender to work on a daily basis. I think whether you're a man or a woman, frankly, neither should be doing that. And especially women, because we are such a minority and we're really trying to make our way in this world. I think every action of ours actually reflects on our entire community. So we have to be really careful whether how we conduct ourselves, whether we are misusing the company's policies, whether we are, not conducting ourselves well. I think, sometimes I feel that women will always say they can't travel domestically because they have families, etc. But I've hardly ever seen women turn down overseas travel.
So when you say domestic,
place.
You mean like these field visits?
Field visits, market visits, consumer visits. Many times we'll say, nahi, I can't do it because of whatever. But, if you say, there's an opportunity to go to New York for a conference, like I've never heard anybody say, I can't go. Right? So I think it's important for us to also be, be clear about how to conduct ourselves, because when you behave like that, you speak for all of us. And that sets us all back. So we are trying to change something here, and that's why all of us need to be very watchful of our own conduct.
Changing gears and moving to sustainability, right? Something that you're actually practicing in your life. But before I talk about what you're doing, I want to talk about companies talking about sustainability and sustainable practices for a winning mantra and all of that, right? You hear so much about it. I find it all quite fake because, you have so many companies talking about sustainable practices or purpose-led organizations, or we have a purpose, but it's so fake because it's just a PR stunt, it's a PR activity, they don't follow through. And if they do any small thing, they're coming to the press because they want their mileage. So actually, I don't think companies have a conscience. They're not being sustainable. They don't believe in it. And I think that's perfectly okay, but at least be honest about it. You're running a company, you're here for profits, and you want to run a successful business. I think that's a fair purpose to have. Why are you forcing purpose and this purpose-led organization in such an unauthentic manner?
You're right about that. I think right now, at the moment, it's more of lip service, something that people talk about and throw their, just talk about but don't do anything. But let me just first, before I answer your question, step back and just try to understand what is sustainability and what are we trying to do. Basically, the fact is that we are living on a finite planet, right? It has only that many resources. But all our systems are linear, which means that we are consuming resources and then finally they're ending in a heap of garbage. Whereas the Earth works on circular systems. Everything originates from the planet and finally decomposes into the planet. So the corporates in general haven't understood that. And I think if you don't understand the problem, you cannot solve it. So the first thing that you need to do is actually spend some time understanding how nature works. And that's really what I've been doing for the last 10 years with my permaculture project. And it's blown my mind to understand how this planet works. What's the carbon cycle? What is soil? How does it build? What's the hydrological cycle? Where does water come from? Where does it go? How is rain formed? If you don't understand any of those processes, then you don't care about respecting them, right?
Yeah, but let me ask you a question. Let's say I was a brand owner. Why do I care?
I'll tell you why you'll care. Yeah. Because you run a very profitable business today, but you have a 10-year runway for your profitable business to shut down, okay? And this is going to be a genuine issue for all of us. This is no longer a sweet talking point. We are facing a future where water is going to be an issue, resources are going to be an issue, we are going to be having more violence and more distress in this world over very basic, simple things like food, water, and clean air. It's not something futuristic, and it's not the end of the world, actually. It's not going to be like it's going to all end. We are going to be very miserable for a very long time before it ends. So don't get, taken in by those Hollywood movies which show that everything ends one day and some handsome hero will come and save us. No. It's a prolonged suffering that mankind will go through before everything comes to an end. So what's important is for us to reimagine our business. Just the way we reimagined our business at the start of the Industrial Revolution, we all need to reimagine our businesses and make it more sustainable for ourselves, for the future of our business, because even our business will not run beyond a point.
But Manisha, such an evolved understanding of nature may come with few people such as yourselves, but for regular people who are leading their lives and quarter se quarter tak is their life, just chasing this short-term goal, there has to be some incentive that comes in for them to actually be serious about sustainability. Otherwise, it's, okay, I have this purpose, some random agency will come up with this purpose, they'll have a few ads and
I'm not talking about ads and marketing at all, Sonali. I think the fundamental changes need to be made in our products and services. Brand managers, product managers, and R&D teams need to start re-looking at what is going into our products. You read the back of pack of a shampoo or a soap or a cream, it's toxins in and toxins out. You go to a factory and you say, okay, if these are the 10 ingredients going into my shampoo, can I dip my hand in each one of them? You can't. They're all toxic. You'll die if you do that, right? So how is it okay to make a shampoo out of these 10 toxic ingredients and sell them to people with some glamorous advertising? It's not okay. I recently read the back of pack of the shampoo I use, which said 90% ingredients of natural origin. That's what it said. It's like a brand which is completely natural. And it was just filled with chemicals. So because the cosmetic industry is not regulated by FDA, You're just putting all sorts of junk in it and, selling it to people. Now, these things are not practical because we are polluting our, waterways, we are putting toxins into people. Even a newborn baby today carries toxins within its body. So these are real issues. They are not something that's going to you can just wish away. And this is 1950s chemistry, which we are still using. We need to shift to a much more greener chemistry than what we have. We have to employ different kind of people. We have to also look at where do our raw materials originate and where do our end-of-life products go. If we just go and see, brand managers here who are running pharmaceutical brands or personal product brands, have you gone and seen what happens to your pack after people have used it? How is it getting disposed? You're not collecting it. Where is it going? Right? How is it decomposing? So there are lots of things we need to do around packaging. We can actually reduce the water content in our products and make them more concentrated so that the pack sizes are reduced and even the shipping costs are reduced. We can dehydrate our products. So there are many things that we can do to actually build smarter products for the future. It is just about having the will to do it and understanding the business need to do it. Not a compliance need, but a business need. Because you know what? Consumers are speaking up, employees are speaking up, shareholders are speaking up, activists and governments are going to start speaking up pretty soon. It's going to become an agenda for governments to be much greener. It's already happening in many countries.
Okay. I think we're out of time, but I have some time for questions. Anybody in the room who has a question?
I think most of the people are outside drinking tea.
Okay. Virginia, if you can pass her a mic.
Yeah. Sorry, I think there's no mic. Just speak loudly, Virginia. We'll hear you.
I'm very interested now that you've built over the last 10 years farm, what are your plans for the future? How are you thinking about, the role that's going to play in terms of, basically.
I'm very interested in, your plans for Ananda and how you're thinking about potentially commercializing this or scaling it. What are your plans for the future?
So basically what I've done the last 10 years, Virginia, is really trying to understand how nature works and what really happens there. The problem is there's usually a big divide between people like me, like my new avatar, and the corporate world, because they just don't talk to each other. Usually people reject the corporate world and say, that's the system, that's bad, I have nothing to do with it. Now this is my new enlightened life and I've seen things completely differently. But I think that'll be a waste of the 20 plus years that I've spent in the corporate world. So what I would like to do is really invite people like you to come and learn with me on how things work. Let's talk about your processes, let's talk about your products, let's talk about the things you make and see how we can together innovate on making each of these much more sustainable and having a lesser impact on the planet than what they're having right now. So I think that's really what I want to do with the permaculture project I run. Invite corporates to come and learn through my eyes and through my experience and maybe benefit from it as they build a sustainable future for themselves.
Anybody else? Okay. I think that's that, yeah.
Thank you.
Anyway.
Thanks.
Thanks, Manisha.
Powered by beauty tech and multiplied by cutting-edge technologies, which brings us to our next keynote segment, Future Consumer Engagement with Beauty. Like we've been mentioning the entire day, this is a phygital event. Whilst our speakers may not be physically present here, they will be joining us digitally. Hence, ladies and gentlemen, joining us virtually for this very important segment is Ms. Asmita Dubey, Global Chief Digital and Marketing Officer and member of the Executive Committee, L'Oreal.
My name is Asmita Dubey, and as for the introduction, I'm speaking to all of you from Paris, and I'm extremely happy to speak to the forum today. We are eager to share with you about ourselves. You all know the name L'Oreal. You know that we have a fairly good brand aspiration and brand awareness, but this is about the group. And as a group, I just want to share a bit about the group before getting into the beauty consumer journeys. But as a group, our purpose is to create the beauty that moves the world. And I have shared the sound. So if somebody can write or say that, I'm going to play a video, and hope you can see the video here with a good sound quality.
We create beauty, but not just beauty. Beauty that stands for all people around the world. Beauty that considers nature as its future. Beauty as a powerful force that moves us. Beauty that builds technology to make people's lives easier. Beauty that fights climate change. Create the beauty that moves the world. L'Oréal.
Okay, was the sound okay? I take that as a yes. So we are the #1 cosmetic group in the world. We are L'Oréal. We are more than a century old, and we are pure players in beauty. And when we say we are pure players in beauty, it means that we do multifaceted beauty across category, across distribution, across price points, and across product and services. And this we do through 4 different business divisions. And these divisions have a shared dedication to beauty, which is to create the beauty that moves the world. Yeah. Overall, as a group, I think somebody has gone, okay, you want to make it full screen. Thank you very much. Yeah. So we do that within the divisions, and at the same time, we do it with a combination of 35 brands, which live in our divisions. Like L'Oréal Paris is the biggest beauty brand in the world, and it is part of our consumer products division. There's Lancôme, Yves Saint Laurent, Armani, Kiehl's, which are part of L'Oréal Luxe. We have professional products division with Redken, Kerastase, and the salon brand L'Oréal Professional. And then there are brands like La Roche-Posay, Vichy, SkinCeuticals, CeraVe, which are about dermatological beauty and therefore active cosmetic and bring health and beauty to our consumers. What we share, and what we believe is that when we talk about L'Oréal Group and the success factors of L'Oréal, it is based on a number of things, but for sure, like I shared these 35 brands, it is based on the power of our brands. It is based on the multiple categories that we operate in. So whether it is about skincare and skincare acceleration, or makeup, or hair care, hair coloration, body care, there are many different categories in which we operate. Our success is also based on our innovation of our products and services. And of course, science-based innovation, but also green sciences. And there is a lot of work and commitment on green science here. And one of the factors of our success has been our digital transformation. And I think that's the subject we wanted to talk more, with the organizers. We are very committed also in terms of our marketing fuels and re-engineering them all the time to kind of keep pace with what is required in the marketplaces today. So I'm going to pivot from now on to digital transformation and talk a bit about what has happened and where we see the beauty consumer journeys today and where we see the beauty consumer journeys going and how we are preparing for all of that. So digital transformation at L'Oréal Group has been more than a decade's commitment. I mean, it was back in 2010 when our previous CEO, Jean-Paul Agong, he kind of said that this is the year of digital. We're going to start. Yeah, we started doing our first joint business plans with groups like Alibaba early on in 2012. We had a CDO nomination to the executive committee back in 2014. And since then, step by step, we have working through e-commerce acceleration, digital factories, measurement, open innovation, bringing in new AR companies, accelerating on social commerce, advocacy, and doing all of that with a balance of the full funnel for our consumers. Yeah. So I'm going to take a couple of minutes to explain some of this and share experiences and best practices, which hopefully are helpful for you. For example, if you look at e-commerce acceleration, then 26 to 27% of our business worldwide is coming from online, from e-commerce. And that has been years of acceleration and a lot of different pillars of that growth, whether it is partnerships, content, supply chain, services, events, assortment, media on e-commerce, data analytics, and very, very importantly, building the organization and talent ahead of the growth. Then the second leg of transformation is scalable engines of growth, because when we are looking at a company the size like ours, and there are 85,000 people, we are there in so many countries, we are operating 35 brands, it's important that whatever we do scales. And in that scale, there are different pieces of it. For example, simply websites. We have like almost 450 content websites and more than 200 direct-to-consumer websites. So we need a factory to operate that at scale. We have content studios which produce thousands of PDPs and social content every year. And then this content has to be put into digital asset managers or product information management systems. And that itself runs into hundreds of thousands of SKU and almost millions of asset in our DAM, what you call the digital asset manager. From there on, one sec, I'm just going to remove my call here. Carry on. So moving on from the fact that we are creating scalable engines of growth, the movement is a bit slow. Give me a second. Yeah, so here is what I was talking about in terms of scalable engines of growth and digital factories. Or here is a view of when we are talking about content and digitalizing content, how do you take mobile as a device and start creating beauty, and visual beauty there. So it took us a couple of years to start looking at Instagram and mastering Instagram, creating studios, putting makeup on Instagram and Facebook, creating short ads in terms of 6 seconds or 15 seconds or mobile friendly advertising, making content for our website which reflects the beauty, that our brands want to share with the consumers. And then not only that, because the platform, today is a world of platform and the platform marketing keeps on evolving, then every couple of years we have to master new platforms and how to do beauty with those new platforms. So you see here examples of a couple of our brands. The first two are around TikTok as the new platform or any short video platform that might be there. And the second one is an example from China on live streaming. And live streaming has been scaling more in some parts of the world than the other. But as a group, if I were to give you a number, in 2021, we have done more than 10,000 live streams with our brands and with our retailers and partners. So that's a kind of scale that you need to start putting in a system so that the system starts becoming effective in terms of digital marketing. And then we are always exploring new business models in beauty. And one of these new business models is the acceleration of social commerce. India is an extremely social market. There's a lot of users there. And here you see an example coming from our professional product division. So our professional product division is a B2B business, which is between L'Oreal, the professional product brands, and the hair salons and the hair stylists. And, actually with COVID and post the pandemic, there has been a lot of digitalization of that business model. So what platforms and digital allows us to do is bring those hairstylists and their clients and consumers in contact with each other so that they can explore products on a certain platform, have conversations with each other, do consultations, make bookings for themselves, and therefore create an engaging relationship. And this is an example from India where we are scaling this very, very fast, and we have thousands and thousands of consumers there. So that was some of the things that we do. And the last thing I will explain in terms of the last, a few years of our digitalization journey, is part of that digitalization journey is also the move from product to services. So we have been becoming more of a services company and offering not just digital, but also physical devices and services. But here you see many, many examples of the digital services that we are doing. Either they are based on augmented reality, like virtual try-ons on makeup and hair coloration, and even nails. So you can augment the nail color, through digital services, or you have skin diagnosis and shade finders, which are very artificial intelligence based. So if the volume is working, I'm going to take one or two examples there so that you can visualize what it means for our brands. And here is an example of skin diagnosis from Garnier.
Decode your skin in one selfie. New Garnier Skin Coach AI. 20 years of research with 15,000 faces analysed to create a clinically precise skin diagnosis powered by AI. Discover your skin strengths and get a tailor-made skincare routine. Get your diagnosis now. New Garnier Skin Coach AI by Garnier, naturally.
And then one more example, maybe on foundations and shade finders. And this example is from Lancome brand.
Can't find your shade online? Discover the new eShade Finder, a unique 360 selfie technology to analyze your skin tone and undertone in every light angle thanks to a database of 22,000 skin tones. We commit to find your perfect shade online with new eShade Finder.
Yeah, and the kind of convenience this brings to our consumers, on their mobile phone, on retail, in the product PDPs, or even offline, is huge. And we see a lot of course, good conversion, but good engagement with our consumers. So from here, the summary of all of this and what I want to share with you in short is to say that we have been digitalizing the beauty consumer journey over the last decade. And that digitalization includes new touch points, new platforms, but new adapted content and services that we are bringing to our consumers. Now, the digital adoption of the whole world will continue to grow and accelerate. Here you see decade on decade. In 2010, there were about 2 billion people that were online all over the world. In 2020-21, we expect around 5 billion people, that is 60% of the world is online. And by 2030, approximately 7.5 billion people in the world will be online. So towards this, if we are calling this today, if we are saying that we are in Web 2, that Web 2 is still very much in deployment for the whole world. Right. And that Web 2 had these mood boards where you had digital transformation, video, live streaming, machine learning and AI, image recognition, voice, SaaS, cloud, automation. And that's the last 10 minutes that I have shown to you, that what that Web 2 deployment means for a beauty company like ourselves and for beauty consumer journeys. Still, if we look at where we are today, we are living through a new digital reality, and this new digital reality is starting to permeate all our lives. Yeah. And within that 5 billion people, I want to take 4 examples here, and I'm going to elaborate them a bit. There are almost 3 billion people who are playing some kind of digital game. And there are also women who are playing it. So if you look at mobile games, PCs, consoles, all of them include some form of sophisticated or not so sophisticated gaming. That number is big. If we look at extended reality, it's about 800 million people. If we look at crypto and decentralized finance and all that new advent of new currencies, there are about 330 million people. And then what is coming up as digital ownership or wallet users is about 100 million people worldwide and projected to grow in one form or the other. So let me take a minute on all of that, because what we are seeing today in terms of Web3 is starting from gaming, because gaming started to impact all our experiences in the last 2 or 3 years. Yes, it is a new way for us to engage with our consumers, but it is a new way to socialize for a Gen Z. It is a new way to watch sports, because the esports are as big as NFL. It is also a new way to be entertained. And here is an example of Stranger Things on Netflix, which has a parallel in Roblox. And there you have the skins and gamification of that whole series going on, and Netflix itself is getting into games. Then the second bar that I was speaking about was everything to do with extended reality. So extended reality includes augmented reality, and augmented reality, I showed you some of the AR-based technologies where we are pioneering in beauty. But then virtual reality is gaining a lot of momentum, and virtual reality is like being in a totally different world. And a combination of those two is the mixed reality, where there's a lot of utility, is, for example, in medical surgery, and you see it here in the visual and the video. So this is impacting and changing and adding more digital layers to our life. The third thing that is happening is the new economics of tokenomics and cryptonomics, which is predicted to grow a lot, and that is being supported by blockchain as a technology. And the last point I want to make is the changes that are going on today is the revolutionizing digital ownership, which is what everybody is talking about as non-fungible tokens. Again, non-fungible tokens are seeing utilities and a lot of adoption in digital fashion, in NFT music, in crypto art, and there are other categories, and brands are starting to make that journey. So as a result of that, what is happening is that there's a great rebranding, and 2021 has been a tipping point where we are saying that if Web 1 was 1990s to 2005 and people were reading information, Web 2.0 is about reading and writing, and it was this whole era of social and platforms, Instagram, YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, Amazon, all growing, and that has moved over. And 2021 has been a tipping point wherein we are calling the whole new chapter of web the Web 3, which will be an internet of ownership and spaces. And therefore, we will move from read plus write to read plus write plus own. Now, in this new chapter of the web, if you start looking at the mood board, right, because I shared with you the mood boards of Web 2 and the acceleration over the last few years for L'Oreal and for beauty consumer journeys. So it is only natural that we start thinking of what are the mood boards for the future. And today, the mood board for the future are gaming, Roblox, AR, VR, creators, a digital self, spatial computing, maybe meta in the future. So the metaverse and the term metaverse itself, which is a very, very buzz term at the moment, is a dream of this next iteration of the internet. And there are different ways in which people are defining the metaverse, but essentially it's about a lot of passion and digital activities by people who are comfortable with digital twins of themselves in places which are virtual places, and with products which are moving to virtual products and virtual goods and virtual ownership. Yes, I mean, in this space, there is a lot of hype. And you see in the Google Trends chart here that when you search the term metaverse, it was quite flat for a very long time. And then Facebook changed their name to Meta, and that's the October of 2021. And there is a big spike there, and the spike is beginning to settle down. So the hype was rising, but it is also falling. But now it is at a higher base level in April, May 2022 onwards. Now, what we feel and we believe and we are thinking about is, well, whether it is a hype and what part of it is a bubble is one thing, but at the same time, there is massive creative energy today. There is creative energy where we are saying that all these technologies and XR are becoming a creative medium. And as in marketing, we are probably making a shift, and a huge shift that will come where we will move from 2D to 3D production and 3D content. And some examples here you see, whether it is digital art or 3D storyboarding or avatar influencers or 3D advertising and ad formats, that Twitter is just opening. This creative energy will stay. And the second thing that we think in terms of what is going to happen is just we can more or less imagine a vastly superior user experience. I mean, one has to only think that when the smartphones came into being, it was a look down smartphone, and it changed the consumer interactions and behavior of people all over the world dramatically in the last decade or so. So from here, if technologies allow us to make convenient, today it is not like that, but if we are going to have convenient and smart face-forward devices, one can only imagine where the user interactions would go. So what we believe is that we have to prepare ourselves for that future, and the beauty consumer journeys of the future therefore will have platforms of today, but it will also have Web3 platforms which may be more decentralized. We would have content that have moved from 2D to 3D. We will do social, but that social and the community and the cohorts could intensify even more. The personalization will take new shape. Privacy would take new shape. Business models would take new shape because you will have subscription models, but you can have virtual products as well. Currencies will change and payment systems will change, and we will live in a world of O plus O plus O, online plus offline plus on-chain. And that world, of course, and there your previous speaker was also saying that that world will be extremely tech and digital, but that world will also be very responsible in terms of sustainability. That world will be very, very advanced in terms of delivery systems, which might be, led by drone delivery systems. There may be product printing, which is changing. So we are constantly thinking about how we should prepare ourselves for the future beauty consumer journeys. But no matter we are in Web 2 or Web 3, our focus and goal is to always design beauty consumer journeys and keep deploying them at scale, and then just take them step by step and evolve through it. And not just design, but design responsibly. The best consumer engagement in beauty that is driven by a 360 digital edge, that is serving our purpose to create the beauty that moves the world. And that is, at the same time, I'm re-emphasizing the word responsible here, because yes, maybe the world is physical, digital, and virtual, but our endeavor is always to build and enhance the power of our brands, and to do it responsibly, to do it and to operate with the new ways of working in today's world, and to nurture and have fantastic talent in our group while doing all of that. So that's a bit of a short sharing on beauty consumer journeys from my side, and that's the end of it. Happy to take any questions, or I hope the viewing experience and the experience of the presentation was okay for you from this far, all the way from Paris. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Asmita, for that wonderful presentation. Ladies and gentlemen, can we have a huge round of applause for our keynote speaker, please? Thank you so much for joining us virtually. Thank you. And on that note, I'm sure, ladies and gentlemen, you would agree with me when I say that data is not just the oil, but the bread and butter for all of us now. And it is very important for all of us to understand how best data should be leveraged. We have some very curated speakers with us today to bring alive perspectives and learnings on first-party data, which is the value lever for digital marketing. Our next discussion on first-party data, the value lever for digital marketing, is an initiative by MMA AMMP community. Please join me in welcoming our panelists who will share their expert opinions on the subject. Let's begin with Ms. Darshana Shah, Executive Vice President, Marketing and Digital Business Innovation, Aditya Birla Health Insurance Company Limited. Mr. Anuj Kumar, Co-founder, Chief Revenue and Operating Officer, AFL. Mr. Deepak Khurana, Co-founder and CEO, Visa. Tejinder Gill, General Manager, The Trade Desk India. And our moderator of the session, Mr. Deepak Bakshi, Managing Director, Accenture Strategy and Consulting, India, Accenture. Yes, waiting for our team to quickly arrange the chairs for our panel discussion.
Hello everyone, good evening, and thanks for taking time for this panel discussion. We have a esteemed set of panelists here, and I look forward to this conversation. As we start, I think during the day, various conversations that you've heard, various experts have talked about marketing in today's world. My take is one of the most prominent words that you would have heard would have been data. It's most impactful, and that's playing a very critical role in how marketing is happening today across industries, not just consumer good, not just retails, across industries in our geography. It's very, very impactful. Having said that, while organizations have started to value what customer data, especially the first-party data, can really lend as a business impact, I think there is still some, so to say, hesitation, lack of conviction when it comes to really investing into first-party data, whether it's the technology, whether it's capabilities to gather it, manage the data, and then utilize it for business purposes. That's precisely the topic of our conversation today. And what I'd like to hear from our panelists is essentially from their experience, how the first-party data is a valuable asset that organizations should invest in, and what's really the way forward. How should the capabilities be really built and the value really realized for the organization. So without much ado, we'll just get into the questions and really get deep into the conversations, leveraging your experiences. So let me just start with Deepak first. You, not just that our names are same, but still, it's the right question for you to ask first. I think let's demystify this for our audience here. What's the value of first-party data? What is that value that organizations can really realize? And if they were not to really invest in first-party data, what are they really missing out?
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. I think, so just, when we look at the keyword first-party data and we try to probably break that down and say, what is first-party data all about? What's the value of first-party data? Okay, let's just take a step back. From a marketing organization perspective, there are primarily two goals which you're always trying to chase. You want to do better retention or grow revenue from existing customers, or you want to acquire new customers. These are primarily the key objectives from a marketing organization perspective. Now, when you're looking to say that if you're a business which and a category which permits you to have information about your users or people who come and buy things from you. Okay, so then you're in a place where you are at least falling in the category where you could say that, look, because customers are engaging on my platform, they're buying on my platform, and in the process, I have some information about them, which is called first-party data. So you don't go out and say, I will build first-party data. You are basically offering a service to the customer, and in that process, you've collected first-party data. Obviously, when you are seeing all of that first-party data at your end, and I want to probably also step back and here say that this first-party data keyword, we may probably just talk about it right now, but it's a very established activity over the years. Okay, telecom operators, banks have had millions of customers on their platform. They believe that they should nurture their customers. They can only nurture their customers if they understand them, they have analytics on top of it, okay? And just by doing it over and over, some of them may say that, look, now my systems are able to understand my existing customers and predict the next best logical offer. That could be one of the value props of, handling your first-party data. On the other side, if I were to just really dumb this down, you go to a local retail shop, you are going to an optician. That optician knows the lens which you bought, the frame which you bought, he's also got your first-party data. Okay, and then how does he leverage? He says, okay, I'm going to use it to build relationship with the customer. So I just wanted to bring out that example because you're basically saying a business is using data to either build relationships, some form of personalization, effort, and then finally try to re-engage with the customer in an effective manner so that you're hoping that through that quality engagement, the customer will be a little more loyal to me
I'll be able to do better revenues with them. So that is how I see, if I dumb it down, saying what is first party data and what do you do with it?
That's it. No, very well said. I think the examples that it has been in place for years and years makes a lot of sense. But then we've also, especially in the digital world, we've seen this, the cookies that exist, and they continue to capture data for us as visitors to various websites and apps, and the data getting captured. There are also, of course, debates around cookies being phased out over a period of time in the very near future. So Tej, if you were to bring in your perspective here, are we saying that first-party data takes more and more prominence as cookies start to phase out? What's the impact we're talking there?
Sure, Deepak. I think my short answer is yes. Definitely, I think first-party data will gain more and more importance as cookies depreciate. And if you all take a step back, I think, and look at India, we are a mobile-first market. And cookies actually play a role into a desktop environment, right? Which is probably in India is roughly around 20%. So nothing to worry, like no need to panic as a marketer, right? And today, I was reading an article, and almost more than half of the marketeers are still dependent on third-party cookies, right? Which is very interesting. And like Deepak said, when you look at what is important for a marketer, probably three things in my mind. One is know your customer, like most important. Second, how will you build a long-term, lifelong relationship with that customer? And third is probably how can you use your literally current campaign's intelligence and apply it to the other one, right? How can you leverage your data? And out of these three, the first one is to know your customer. And using third-party data, you can't know your customer. So that's one of the prime reasons you need to build it. It is becoming like more and more important. Second thing is, I think if you take the third-party data into consideration, targeting will not be going to be that simple and easy, which means the net media effectiveness will be going to drop. The advantages on the other side for first-party data is it's unique. It's unique to every brand. You have a competitive edge. First-party data, like Deepak said, for banking would be very different from a car company, right? You can also have a very cost-effective measure when you actually capture the first-party data. And as a brand marketer, I get some more control. Like I know what this audience looks like. I can do different data cuts. I can play around with it. And especially for cookies, I think we all need to believe that this is like a 3-decade-old technology. And I think this is the time for us to celebrate that it's going away. And cookies do not apply into all modern channels, right? Whether it's CTV, mobile, audio, right? So time has come. I think it is time for us to celebrate, to say, okay, good luck, rest in peace, cookies, but better identifiers are coming into the market. Better identity solutions are coming into the market, to where I personally believe they all need to be interoperable, talk to each other, so that the entire ecosystem can probably leverage it. Yeah.
Excellent. So then, obviously, with this kind of a value that both of you talked about, right, that yes, first-party data is critical, you get to engage with your consumers, personalization, long-term relationship, and then, of course, cookies phasing out, and that's the right thing. Now, where do we see the challenge in organizations really embarking on this journey of first-party data? Anuj, if you want to just highlight from your experience, what are those roadblocks? Where do organizations feel that they are unable to really get into the bandwagon? It was a lot easier in the cookie world, but as we kind of move on, what's the challenge?
So I think before I answer that question, I think it's important to understand what are the different kinds of organizations out there who could benefit. Like any organization should benefit and should leverage first-party data. Some, like with the example Deepak said about the optician, was intuitively doing that. He didn't call it first-party data, but he was doing it and building that relationship there. So I think if you look at today, there are two kinds of companies. One are the digitally first companies. Now, digitally first companies obviously have a significant advantage where they have access to a lot of consumer footprint information. So digitally first would be all your e-commerce, food tech, like all the kind of services where an app or a website is the front end through which you engage with the customer. So those companies obviously have a unique advantage. And if you see today, like all of us have been shopping online, you're going to Amazon, you're buying something, it recommends you, people who bought this also bought this. If you read through the revenue reports, that's a huge contributor of revenue to Amazon. I have myself bought, and I'm sure there are many in the room who have engaged that way. So that is clearly a way they are leveraging first-party data, but this have a unique advantage because they are built a business which is digitally first, which allows them to harness the power of first-party data. The challenge comes in that there are also the traditional world companies which are non-digitally first, where the transactions with those brands, engagements with those brands are actually happening in the offline world. And there is no direct customer connect. So a telco or a fintech company has a direct customer connect, even though you may engage with them on physical channels, the company knows who you are. But if you are selling an FMCG and you're walking into a DMart and buying that, the FMCG guy may not even know who's bought their product. So the challenge for digitally first companies, I think, is much simpler. And that's where you see the adoption of first-party data a lot more there. For the traditional old world companies, I think the challenge is where to start. Because the way they have built their organizations are so siloed that one part is not talking to the other. Data was never seen as a central part of those organizations because that's the way they have been built. So I think it's a DNA change, and I think DNA change requires the most amount of time because it has to be pushed on people because naturally it may not happen. And you see it around that there are so many companies, like you've seen this boom of D2C brands which have come in. Now, D2C brands have largely come in there and disrupted the old world brands who had spent millions of dollars in building affinity with the customers. And suddenly you see these D2C brands do that because what is making them unique? What is making them unique is their products. In some cases might be better, in some cases not. I have no authority to talk about that. But assuming that product parity is almost the same, it's largely how they have been leveraging that data. The same things could have been done by the old world companies, but they were possibly not wired that way. They were not thinking that way, and I think starting that as a DNA culture, you see some organizations doing it better versus others, but I think it's high time that otherwise the traditional world is waiting to get disrupted by these digitally first phenomena which we are seeing all around us these days.
So with that realization that yes, I need to have that data, we have not been wired that way, and that's really how we should start thinking about. On the ground for such organizations, what's the starting point? What should they do? Now that the realization has come, we have to really do this, we have to get on this journey. What's the right starting point? Deepak, if you want to share something, where do they start? Start collecting the data? You said that's not the... That's not
okay, so I just have a little contrarian view to what Anuj mentioned. So first part is that I feel that, the point here is that, okay, let me put it this way. I think people collecting data or people, and the process which enabled them to collect data, if we look at it, how that has happened, fundamentally any business which was at the point of sale with the customer. Okay, so if you're a business of any form, whether it's an old business or a new business, if you're a digital first business or a legacy first business, if your business permitted you to collect point of sale data. Okay, now if I was a retailer, I am Big Bazaar, I am collecting point of sale data, correct? Okay, now FMCG is relying on someone else's distribution. They are a product company. They are not a distribution company as such. They will have partnerships with distributors who in turn will distribute it, right? So hence, for those companies, I think, at that point of time, they're busy building a brand, right? Because someone else is distributing the product. So first part is whether these companies, so I hope first point is clear that we are talking that data creation has happened only at point of sale. When we look at Amazon or any digital first brand also, they are today doing the whole value chain end to end, which includes the checkout as well, right? And hence they are in a position to collect that data. Okay, now coming back to the point that your question was around that what should a company like,
how should they start?
How should they start? Yeah. And probably to just contextualize that is, I think it's a no-brainer for companies which are doing the whole process end to end, including the point of sale. They don't need to think how to start, right? The question really boils down to, if you're asking me what should Unilever do,
Okay, I can't give a good answer to that. Okay, but what I know is that, for example, PNG, what we know what they've done over time, okay, they've done a lot of secondary research on ground, where they would do surveys. Okay, now if you ask PNG will say, I have first party data. And you ask them, okay, tell me, how did you manufacture that first party data? Right? Because you were not involved at the point of sale. So next thing you realize that, okay, you know what, over the last 20 years, X salespeople in the market, okay, doing surveys, and now I have that data which is sitting about 30 million people. So they may come back and say, listen, I have a hack to start my first party data piece. Yeah. So my understanding is that I don't think it is easy for an FMCG company which is not involved there, okay, to do that. I think the best thing for them is not really go out and solve that problem, but really focus on their business and do partnerships with businesses which allow them to leverage that first party data. Like, that's how I think about it.
Is there any other fast-paced way to kind of bypass this lag that FMCG companies have developed, right? They're lagging behind, they don't have the data. Now, how do you start getting onto that bandwagon? As Deepak, you mentioned that, yes, let's partner and do it. But is there any other way? Are there any capabilities that they really need to build and focus on?
Probably I can take a stab at it, and Anuj and Deepak can chime in. But if you think about a little framework, I would say, rather than whether it's FMCG or car company, I think what we recommend to partners is first go and define your marketing goals, right? What do you want to solve for? Probably second most important thing is you need to do your third-party data audit, right? Look at your data, figure out how much dependency do you have currently on your third-party data providers, partners. Then take a step back, analyze what you already have and what you need, right? And thinking and tie it back to your marketing and business objectives. If I want to target to, let's say, like what is the value exchange basically between my data versus what I'm getting, right? So I've got kids, and if a company shows me a text message or ad saying, here is a great offer for your 8-year-old daughter, it's around your clothes, I think I'll be happy to do that value exchange, I would say, right? And as an ecosystem, we have never explained that very clearly to the consumers, right? So I think do your audit, look at what you have, look at what you want, start collaborating with partners like Deepak said, like, I don't think so a single brand can just build it on their own. Like, it is an ecosystem, you need to get the support of the partners and then have the right machinery which can take this forward. But love to hear.
I just want to add, since Tej mentioned about value exchange, it's a very relevant point because you have to go out and figure out what's the value exchange. I'm an FMCG company. I'm just talking not from a digital native brand perspective, but the biggest challenge on the endeavor to collect first party data is for an FMCG company, in my view. So I think another hack which an FMCG company can do is potentially leverage content to get first party data. Like, for example, I know Nestle runs a small microsite called Ask Nestle. Okay, so there the value exchange is that, listen, consumers, there is something interesting which I can offer you in form of content. Okay, and through that content, you are able to get email IDs out. You're able to get some information out of people who are engaging possibly with me. So content is one currency which can be exchanged, with the user.
Fair point. And now that we're talking about value exchange, and we talked about earlier on personalization, one of the use cases again on first party, that brings me to thinking about another contentious issue, which is data privacy. Right? With all that cookies used to do and what we are talking about with the first party data, is the first party data world now solving for the data privacy issue on the back of consents? Is it addressing consumer sentiments in some shape or form? Anuj, your perspective?
So I think I think it's always important. I think if you look at it, consent from a consumer standpoint, privacy is important. And I think one is legally safeguarding yourself. So if you see today, anywhere where you are, at least in the digitally first companies, when you're transacting with them, they're legally safeguarding themselves that they give you a long TNC. Obviously, as a consumer, I've accepted it because I really don't have any option. But largely, if you see, what is the purpose it is being used for? Now, I don't think anyone who's getting a shopping recommendation of what they have bought, if they bought a phone, that buy a charger, which is a discount on Amazon, I think that's truly what we've described earlier. It's value exchange. Because and first party data is actually the best way where you can personalize your messaging. Because third party data, while it has many advantages, it is never and can never be as deterministic as first party data. So I think leveraging first party data well, I feel, while obviously you need to be legally protect yourself, but I think that is where, if you see even the regulation globally, because on privacy is a matter which is regulated in so many countries, whether it is with laws like a GDPR or PDP, or even by the platform operating systems themselves. And the core thing out there is that don't take away things which I don't want to share. Now, in this case, where there is a value exchange, where it is first-party data being known only to that brand and not being shared in the whole wide world, I think that is clearly something, the best form of data usage. And I think because it's the best form of data usage from a privacy standpoint and from an organization value add standpoint, it is obviously essential for companies to have a greater first-party data strategy. Some do it, and some are blessed to have business models which are allowing them to do it. Some are struggling because their business models, like what he said, FMCG, very different business model. Like even if I want to, the starting point, I need to incentivize the user to scan his shopping cart, tell me, like Unilever does that, you scan the code and then they'll give you a discount. Then they will run a program where they will reconnect with you next time when you need that kind of a product. So I think you need to bring those incentives, because once you have built that and tied into an ID which can be reused, because you can have billions of data points, and those billions of data points are email IDs of people. If that's email IDs of people, that's the only way you can communicate with them. While there are platforms which help you in identity resolution, but those again can never be as exact. So I think what data point, and today, given that bulk of the transactions or the bulk of the internet in countries like India is happening on the mobile, the device ID is becoming that, which is largely your GAID, which is what is, as a consumer, you can always reset it. So that power is with the consumer. But if companies, even the physical world companies, are creating an incentive to capture with that device ID, I think that's a much more scalable way of building first party data, which is reusable and value add for the customer also.
You want to add a point?
Yeah, I think probably completely echo with what Anuj said. Just want to make it very simple and clear. Like, I think nobody has the right to play with personal data, right? Whether it's a brand, whether we guys as platforms or any tech partner, right? And as I mentioned earlier, I think we as an ecosystem have not done a good job of explaining the value exchange, right? What happens every day, I'm sure we all would have browsed 10, 15 websites since morning. The pop-up comes, accept cookies, you say yes, and we all move on, right? But interestingly, I think that is where the change needs to happen. It should clearly say that, okay, what is getting collected, why it is getting collected, and what value it will give you to as a consumer. Interestingly, we did a YouGov survey last year. I'm referring to a couple of data points here. 75% of Indians are concerned about how data is getting collected and used, okay? But 61% people in India are comfortable if they have the control of the data, if they know when can they switch it on, switch it off, why they are getting used. Like, that's the difference, right? And I think consumer privacy is like gold, and that is the future. Like, data is everything, but I think as an ecosystem, it's in probably our interest that we need to always wear a hat of a consumer first before, running businesses. And I think there is a time have come where, again, celebration of cookies, but then a new identifier should take birth, which should be interoperable, should put consumers in the front seat. They should have the choice whether they want to probably share their data with any brand or a marketer. And I think that is where I feel that like there will be no single identity solution, but it will be a combination of many of them, right? Which will be the future, but definitely I think cookies is dead.
Sure, no, absolutely. And just closing the loop on this, given it's all data conversation and without insights, data is what it is. Last quick reflections from you on how would the measurement really change for organizations when they have been using marketing in a particular way, now they start to switch more to first-party data. Is there an impact on analytics, insights, measurement as you see changing?
So I think once you are leveraging and using that data, I think the most important thing is your measurement of ROI. Because finally, if you see why does somebody advertise? They advertise not because they like to see their brand on a channel. They advertise because they want to get new customers, get their customers have repeat transactions. And once you can layer that what impact of that is leading on the first party data on actual sale, I think a lot more advertising would be ROI conversion centric. And I think that is where things are evolving. And as I said even earlier, the digitally first companies are anyway there. The others which are not digitally first, or those who are either digitally first and not leveraging first party data well, once they start doing it, I think advertising becomes more ROI led, more measurement led, and I think that is clearly valuable because today there is so much money being spent. But with that money, what the brand is deriving out of it, and in some cases, obviously, he's building association for the long term. Some categories are such that you would not buy it tomorrow. But so there is but larger part of advertising would be ROI conversion led, and I think that's really where I see the industry moving.
Absolutely.
In fact, just to add, when you're looking at measuring outputs from or business outcomes or campaign outcomes with your first party data, it's very simple because it makes it very simple because you have a deterministic identifier in your system. If you're leveraging that deterministic identifier in your system and you're running campaigns on that deterministic identifier, you're able to then easily look back into your system whether the customer has come back, what frequency is he coming back, so on and so forth. So I don't think that is a challenge when you're talking about first party data, which is deterministic in nature and seeing whether I can drive return on investments on my campaigns there. And in fact, on the contrary, because it is so measurable, that is why brands are motivated to collect first party data. They believe that, okay, it is measurable for us. Yeah. I think the area which brands over time will start to realize, in my view, is that whatever said and done, whatever the ambition of many of the brands could be, the quantum of first party data which they would represent and they would have will really be a small portion. Okay, so then the next thing would be that, okay, fine, what do I do in an ecosystem so that I can find similar people? See, today, for example, what does a brand do? The brand would have their first party data, they would put it on Facebook or they would put it on Google. And then they will rely on Google and Facebook to find similar audiences. Yeah. Correct?
Yeah.
So
your ability to do that.
So you're basically relying on another platform to find similar users. And then you run a campaign on similar users to see whether they are delivering or not. That's one area which is happening. I think over a period of time, brands will not rely on just Google and Facebook. Okay, there are alternatives out there where you would say that, look, it is my data, it is my lookalike, and it is my campaign. Yeah. It's going to break away, fully and not rely only on the publisher platform.
Absolutely agree. Tej, closing comments from you.
Amazing. Completely echo with what Anuj and Deepak said. Maybe two more additions to it. One is, yes, gone are the days of CPC, CPCVs. I think the world is more becoming attractive towards measuring business outcomes. How many footfalls happened for my car dealership is a clear answer a CMO needs today. And second is, I think marketers are probably becoming more and more aware about how to compare cross-channel measurement, like how my CTV campaign worked with audio, with video, right? That triangulation needs to happen. And unfortunately, something like cookies cannot help that, right? Because they work only in one set of domain. So yeah, probably we are already running late, so I think we are good. Thanks.
Thank you. Thanks to all of you for a very engaging set of discussions and sharing your experiences to these questions. I hope the audience also liked it. Again, just thanks a lot and pleasure to have you on board here. Thank you.
Thank you so very much, gentlemen, for this insightful session. And unfortunately, because of time constraints, we're not doing a Q&A, but I'm sure both the Deepaks, Anuj and Tejinder, will be available to address the questions post the session. Thank you so very much. A little token of appreciation on behalf of MMA India. Thank you so much, gentlemen. Thank you. I did? Of course I did. Thank you. Thank you so much, gentlemen. Thank you. And on that note, ladies and gentlemen, we have now reached the most awaited session of the day, which is in partnership with Kantar. You sure don't want to miss unlearning and understanding more about the future of virtuality. We have with us today Mr. Gerd Leonhard, a well-known futurist and author of 5 books, a highly influential keynote speaker, think tank leader and advisor, and since late 2011, the founder of greenfuturist.com. Gerd truly practices what he preaches on virtuality, and you will see that come alive in this session. True to his session, he is virtually present with us, and not only is he going to talk to us, but he's also going to take questions from all of you, hence requesting everyone to kindly make a note of the questions on your notepad. We'll have our promoters around. If you have a question, you can simply raise your hand. Our promoters will collect the questions, and post the session, I will address those questions to Gerd on your behalf. On that note, ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming Mr. Gerd Leonhard. Let's have a huge round of applause for our speaker. Thank you.
Greetings and namaste. This is Gerd Leonhard, futurist in Zurich, Switzerland. I'm really delighted to provide a keynote for you guys today for MMA Impact India 2022. MMA is worldwide known for providing great guidance, events, and resources on the future of marketing and mobility. It's a great pleasure to be with you today. Thanks for having me. So I'm going to speak to you about virtuality. And virtuality is a lot more than VR. And the Metaverse, and it's not owned by Facebook. Right? Virtuality is a concept of not just being here in real life, like you can kind of see me here in the semi-meat space, so to speak, right? But it's the ability to be something else completely in virtuality, which is to change the way that I appear, what I look like, and to create a fantasy reality, very popular, of course, in gaming. And if you know gamers, or if you are a gamer yourself, you know how far that has already improved and moved forward. But basically, virtuality is a concept of existing only in the mind, or existing in the mind being what we see around us. A product of imagination, the opposite of reality, that's an interesting one, a manufactured, self-designed, simulated experience. I think that is the key word. How is that going to be achieved in a world where so many things around us need to be ready for this simulated reality, whether it's output and bandwidth and of course equipment, and especially in a country like India. I think that's quite a bit away in terms of actually making that happen. I think augmented reality is much more plausible as we're looking at this dual-fold future right in front of us, especially for marketing and especially in India. I think augmented reality is just the concept of having a wider field of vision, seeing things on my eyeglasses, holograms, projections, and all that stuff is technically speaking much more feasible, and it's based, of course, on the mobile device, which is the primary proving ground for these technologies in India, but also worldwide. So I would really bank on virtuality becoming sort of the second wave of this virtuality movement. And by 2030, we're going to see about 8 billion people connected to the internet, high speed, always on, and increasingly low cost. Of course, that is also a challenge in India, but immersed in augmented virtual mixed realities. So that's obviously not 5G, but we're talking about 10G or so, roughly, by 2030. Very big challenge. How do we provide equal access? And what does it mean to avail yourself of this? Is it going to change your economic standing and the possibilities of where that's going? Is it going to be good or bad for us? And like any technology, from the mobile phone all the way back to the internet and the television, it could be heaven, it could be hell. And we have to make sure that it's mostly heaven, 98%, and it's equally available to everybody. And that really gets me wondering about AR and VR, and of course about marketing as well. You know, we have to find a way into that future that is mostly heaven. So also protecting humanity, which means, you know, the right to disconnect, the right to exist only in real life. And of course, we have to think about what our kids are doing here and which way that's heading and how they're going to learn the real world when they live in the virtual world. And, you know, for a long time, I've spoken about that data is the new oil, but you know, that's an old hat, of course. Now, data is the new plutonium also. It can be used as a weapon. Look at social media. Right? Data is also like the new air, like nothing works without data. Artificial intelligence is the new electricity, the juice that flows in our networks, and the cloud is now the new office, right, since COVID. And that's going to continue in a hybrid world. Huge factor for India, right? You can work worldwide now very soon by having virtuality, hologram, augmented reality devices like Zoom times 1,000, right? It's also the new living room, the town square, as Elon Musk calls it, the airport, where I can travel virtually in the cloud, right? And finally, of course, you could say that virtuality in general is kind of the new senses. It's like the expanded eyes or the new being. Blade Runner scene, right? More human than human. I think that's a pipe dream. You know, we do want to remain human, and the question is this going to be a tool or is it going to be our lives? I think technology should not be our life. We should not live in there. We should use it as a tool. Great for doctors, lawyers, dentists, surgeons, and maybe police, right? Yes, but the question is, what do we do with this as people? And how does it fit into our view on values? Many different resources are showing huge growth in virtuality and augmented reality glasses, and of course impact on society. Look at this curve, right? This, everybody loves this kind of exponential curves, right? But how quickly will that happen in India? I think we're going to see a lot of work on augmentation and reality that can be looked at and morphed with mobile devices. That is going to be much more important. Of course, Facebook and Meta now has realized this and building web-based version of the Metaverse, which remains to be seen how great that would be. Essentially just a browser on steroids. But I think it could be really interesting, and lots of great work environments like the Horizon workspace I find very interesting, of course, for my work as a presenter. What is kind of strange, though, is ideas like this, you know, having a virtuality set that simulates emotion so you can receive a kiss in cyberspace. I mean, the implications, of course, you can use your fantasy for this. But really here, the question is, really, do we really need this? Do we really need that to be simulated? Why wouldn't it be better? Isn't really a hug better than 1,000 Zoom calls? And are we going to have to wear a device like this to have fun in the future, or to work, right, or to study, right? Or is it going to be the good old TV on the nose? Not a good idea, right? I think anything that closes our face and encapsulates us into another reality probably won't work for quite some time, only for people who are hardcore gamers and who like that feeling to be there. I'm really betting on augmented reality. I think all the great glasses that we're seeing around, there's like 100 companies, Apple of course being one of them, Samsung, and so others, right? Creating an overlay of reality that could be really interesting, but also potentially addictive. And I'm not so sure that addiction is one more thing that we're going to need in this future. But hey, you know, this is something that is coming. It's something that marketers have to think about. And the key thing about marketing is, of course, we don't want to build another mousetrap like we have with the internet itself and online advertising and Instagram and what have you, right? We don't need that. We need empowerment. Right? We need real experiences and real relationships to brands and people who buy from brands. So this is why my bet is on augmented and mixed reality, not so much on VR. I find VR very interesting as a user, and I'm going to dive deeper into this, and I have been buying equipment to get involved with this. I buy everything, of course, right? But augmented virtual reality is really, I'm looking at this and saying, okay, this is why, you know, when we look at human senses, like this is a Goosebumps video here, right? This great article from the Fair Observer says, virtual reality is really kind of impossible, like perpetual motion. Because the sensory inputs that come into our bodies, whether it's eyes, the ears, and emotions, and temperature, and so on, millions of vibration sensors, this is really what we do, they create a single unified experience. They are not generated by glasses. They're as real as it gets because we're using all of our senses, right? And when we touch things like water and we do things with our hands or feet, we have a sensation that goes beyond this one sense, and it's embedded in many other things. A lived sensory experience, same article, sensory fusion. Well, we have sensory fusion when we wear these glasses. Well, it's a sensory simulation, right? And we may have a kind of a King Midas problem. Basically, we want everything that we touch to turn into a miracle, into gold. The King Midas story. This may be not a very good idea for us to looking at it this way. It's just a tool that we can do things with. It isn't going to change our human reality, I don't think, in such a way. And of course, the conclusion of the article is that unfortunately for VR, there's no mathematical way to make a consistent world from a partial, delayed, corrupted data input. Because in the end, our brains really need 3D invasive data, pervasive data, to make that happen, to create a real experience. Because in the end, we don't see only with the eyes, we see with everything. All of our senses, our feelings, our ears, when we don't think with the brain. Every therapist will tell you that it's a lot more complicated. And intelligence, human intelligence, is not just logical firepower. Right? It's a lot more than that. And so VR has this problem that we are seeing only a partial thing, and it's going to be incongruent, right? So if you're looking at the possibility of VR sickness, for example, it's quite like general motion discomfort and very hard to get rid of. And I've experienced it several times. And I really think the user's perception of self-motion is going to be based on some sort of incongruent sensory input from the VR and not creating a very good experience. That's the major problem that has to do with our brain, not just with the devices that we use. So between those two things, AR and VR, let's compare the two and come to a conclusion on this. Point number one, AR is about open senses, an open world, right? An augmented world, not artificially a fantasy world, which is interesting, I think, for gaming, maybe for learning, maybe for instruction, maybe for digital twins in factories. Right? But for us as consumers, I wouldn't bet on that becoming a major hit, in any time soon. Because, wearing an outfit, no matter how amazing it is, requires a certain understanding of where you want to go. And AR offers sensory augmentation. That may already be too much for us, right? But overbearing 3D simulations in real time, seriously addictive as well. And AR augmented reality has a ready-to-go technology base in mobile phones, especially in India. And those devices will sooner or later all support augmented reality development kits and APIs and so on, where we can make this happen. So that's a real tangible opportunity there for marketers as well. And it provides a much more sustainable opportunity for humans. I mean, it may already be overwhelming, and I'm not sure I would want to have these on all the time with all this information floating down. And sometimes offline is the new luxury, right? Maybe something to remember for Indian marketing. A much more humanly sustainable experience. So the question is really, what do you prefer, right? Do you like the metaverse better, or do you like meat space? This is a great picture for me. Just a few years ago in Barcelona, near Barcelona, and Dali's house. So the question is really, what do you prefer, right? I think meat space is here to stay. And we're not going to detach ourselves from who we are as people just because we can use virtual reality, right? So this is a really important question that marketers need to keep in mind. When we have our good friend Zuck, well, I'm not sure he's a friend anymore, but it says it's about time when immersive digital worlds, as missing here, become the primary way we live our lives. I think that's just utterly ridiculous. The primary way we live our lives is as humans with other humans in our bodies. Right? Otherwise, we're going to enter minority space, red pill, blue pill environment. And I think it's great if Zook can do some fencing using his virtual reality. And it's great for games. I give you that. It may be even great for work, to learn how to fence, for example. But the concept here of living in a world where everything becomes this miracle fantasy world, I think that is disturbing, to say the least. And not a great way for marketers to think of the world, because it isn't real, right? You can sell fake digital products or NFTs here, yes, but is it going to be bigger than real life? I very much doubt it. They hang together in different ways. So I say it's about living our actual lives in actuality to the fullest extent possible and supporting the effort with amazing technology. And that's really what I'm looking for in my life. I don't want technology to take over. And I think it's a very bad idea that we do this just because we can sell more stuff and people can buy more virtual assets, while their real life is falling apart. Definitely major challenge for India with 1.3 billion people, to help people understand what's going on here and to give them benefits. Now, as we're moving to the metaverse, it's basically the discussion of those 5 things around it, very important. Of course, ultimately the real factors, real-time 3D, but also customizable avatars, built-in shopping, crypto commerce, NFTs, real-time environments, and spatial audio, which I like a lot as a musician, the concept of hearing people in different places. That's powerful. Is it going to be mass medium anytime soon? I don't think so. I think that's going to be a tool for people who are into it and who have enough resources and a T1 internet connection, 100G. Will the metaverse really bring a new creator economy? No, I think that's a fake promise. There's no such thing. Creators economy is made by creators and by the circumstances of culture and society and policies, not by technology. And it will not be interoperable. I mean, think about Infosys and Dell and Baidu and everybody else coming together to create an open version of the metaverse. I think that's doubtful. That's not how it has worked until now, and probably not how it's going to work. I think the metaverse, if we do it wrong, it could end up in the meta-perverse, which means turning everything that is dear to us upside down, gives everything that we've ever asked for and none of what we really need. That would not be good development, not for marketers, not for society, not for India. Check out themetaperverse.com. I think it's just metaperverse.com, where you can find more stories about why I call this a metaperverse. Wired says the metaverse is simply big tech, just bigger. I think that's so true as we're moving into this future where a lot of people are really excited about this, including, of course, the big tech companies around the world, the e-commerce companies. And here's a great fake article from The Onion, great comedy here, about Jeff Bezos when he says, soon the metaverse will be indistinguishable from the actual world because I will also own most of it. That's so true. That's something we should really think about, where that's going to go and where that's heading and if that's going to work for us. So, digital ethics and virtuality, this is a key topic because every technology is now changing the way that we think about ourselves. It's changing society, it's changing what we believe in. And I think one of the key challenges is that it could create exponentially more digital divides, which are already a major topic in every country, especially in India. So they have, that have enough, the top 5 to 10%, they can dive in and do all these fancy things. Nobody else can touch it because it creates inequality in this sort of K-shaped way, right? The top goes higher and the bottom falls out for the lower people, like we have already had in the COVID crisis, and that is just not a good idea. So keep that in mind when you're thinking about marketing. It has to be accessible for everybody. Our primary objective should be to connect everybody at basically zero cost, but not connect them necessarily to the fanciest VR equipment we can imagine. The other one is disengagement. As this driver here is falling asleep in the Tesla, right? The question is, are we going to fall asleep in virtual reality because we're disengaged, right? We're like turned off to reality, a kind of fancy escapism. And that's always been a big story with television, with the internet, with gaming, right? But pervasive escapism in society, that is not going to be a good thing. And it's not going to get any better just because we buy more stuff there, right? I mean, this is a question ultimately also who controls it. Who's mission control for the metaverse? And who's mission control for all that data? Think about all the clickbaiting and all of the data mining that goes on. It's like social media times 1,000. So that needs to change. We need to look at how we can make that into a nice ecosystem. And will this kind of virtuality really make us more human? I think sometimes it may. It's an amazing tool, and that can lead us there. But will we be happier, or will we just buy more stuff we don't need, that nobody ever wanted, that we don't care about? So this is a very, very big question, because as we're moving into this future, that is basically the question. Number one is, why are we doing this? And this is a question you must ask and answer as a marketer and as a brand. That's a question of purpose. We're moving into the purpose economy, away from the idea of the ownership economy necessarily. And this is an interesting topic, as we think about AR and VR and what it can do for marketers. If we think of humans like this, there's a brain in the box and it connects to the internet, and this is kind of the fantasy of the singularity. We can upload our brain to the internet. No, we can't, and no, we won't be human. No, I mean, we probably can, but we shouldn't. And the other concept of this sort of happiness kit, which is quite common now in technology, is that, just have the right tech and you're happy. Well, of course, that isn't true. This is a fantasy story. And really happiness is something that we discover with ourselves. And marketers make their clients and their customers happy, and brands make them happy by discovering that through other products, but essentially leading them on to a different way of looking at this. Right? And great scene here from Blade Runner, the virtuality scene, Blade Runner 2046, where we have a huge hologram speaking to the main actor there, and ultimately, of course, the next thing is the hologram appearing in different ways and then being shaped by what the character wants the hologram to look like. But in the end, of course, the power collapses and the hologram is gone, and he's really lonely. So in the end, algorithms know the logic of everything, but the feeling of nothing. Right? Essentially, this isn't real. It's a simulation of real. It's an approximation of real, and it has value for that. But it isn't the same. And I think, to me, marketing means connecting to reality, right? People to what they really want, what they really appreciate. And the concept of having a sort of machine that simulates half my brain is just utterly ridiculous, because we're not anywhere close to this. And is it possible? Is it desirable? Or neither? Right? We want to augment our power as humans. Right? We want to create realities that we enjoy for many different reasons. We don't want to create isolationism and detachment and loneliness. Some of the power users of social networks are the most lonely people you can imagine, and they have the highest suicide rate in the world. That has been proven for Instagram and Facebook and others. One of the side effects of too much of a good thing, right? So as we go here, we're going to end up in a place where perpetually the connectivity to the top, so to speak, right, could capture us too much, and we could end up with this perception of the useless real life, like a useless human in the end, because we only exist and not in real life. That would not be good, because it also kills our democracy. It's no surprise in the last 10 years, democracy has faltered in many different places because people are disengaged and escaping into already mobile devices. And this really needs to be tackled, because here we have the challenge to get it right, and this is a huge topic for India, again with 1.3 billion people. How to engage, right? We need to engage, not escape. And engagement can be done, of course, in augmented reality and in virtuality, but we have to keep that in mind as the utmost paradigm and the goal. We don't want to build another filter bubble that turns out to be 500x of social media. We don't want a filter bubble, or we don't want a bubble life. And I think to look in that direction is just creating another mousetrap for marketing, and it won't work. There's a lot of hype about this, but really what works is real things with real connections, and to get away from this kind of dehumanization aspect that everything has to be mediated to be worthy. Right? This is reductionism, and also creates addiction. Right? So I think the wise brands, the good marketers also protect us from too much of this. I mean, this is what Apple is doing, for example, by speaking about how important privacy is and how important civil rights are. Yes, it's very expensive as a consequence, Apple not using our data, right? But to protect humanity, I think that's the ultimate goal, of course, of every good brand. And it should be something when we think about AR, where we are going with this, because the reality is humans aren't about data. We're not a control desk like this, right? We are really much more than that. We are about engagements, experiences, relationships, and this is why we buy things. So don't shoot in the wrong direction here. I think anything that supports this idea is about content marketing, about narrative, about creating great environments, experiences. That's where it's going. So let me summarize and say what's happening, where are we going with this? Clearly, humans and machines are kind of converging, parenthesis, right? And the meat space and cyberspace is coming together. And that's inevitable. That's happening everywhere. But we have to safeguard ourselves to a certain extent by saying, okay, we need to figure out what is the balance between those two things. And what is good for us and what is not. It's not just good because it exists and it's possible. It's also good because we have certain values. And this is going to be about the proaction. How we move forward into new ideas and precaution. And I really think we have to think about that also when we think about how we market to people. Being proactive and jumping into new things and trying them, that's good. But also precaution. We don't want the same thing to happen that happened with social media. where it's becoming a distortion engine, based on AI algorithmic news data. That's completely broken, this ecosystem, right? So we have to think about both of those things as we roll out new things. We have to think about the enormous power, becoming as God, parenthesis, of course, the Sistine Chapel theme here, re-rigged with the interactivity. And we're becoming very powerful, and that's great, and I would definitely investigate and see how good that will do for us. But just because it's feasible, that doesn't mean it makes sense. What makes sense, I think, in India, mobile devices, augmented reality, glasses, holograms, expanded reality for some users, web-based experiences, that makes sense. Right? To a certain degree, of course, we have to still watch the overload factor here. And then we have to think about commerce versus purpose. It's great to sell stuff, but Facebook makes $160 million profit per day. But do they have a good purpose? And I would say they don't. Not anymore. They have lost their purpose, which I think partly why their stock is collapsing like this. So don't lose your purpose just because there's commerce. Yeah? In the end, hype or happiness. Right? That's our choice. What kind of future do you want? What kind of future do you want for your children, your grandchildren? I mean, that is the key question when we think about marketing, when we think about augmented reality. Do we want people to live in virtual reality just because they can become better sales targets? I think that's a very bad idea. We want to create value, tell real stories, talk about where it's going. So these two things in the end, bottom line also taken from my book, Technology versus Humanity, embrace technology, but don't become it. I think if you embrace technology and you understand humans, then you can come up with great products and great campaigns and great marketing ideas. But don't just follow a hype, right? Because it creates a technological mirage, a fantasy land that we can tap into only to observe our dollars floating away. So embrace technology, but don't become it. And it's been a real pleasure to speak for you, to you. And now we're going to take questions. And I want the tough questions. I want to know what you're thinking. I want you to ambush me with your tough comments, and I really look forward to diving in. So let's go.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's have a huge round of applause for that wonderful session. And thank you to each one of you for sending across some questions. So, Haiger, firstly, thank you so very much for joining in virtually. It really means a lot. It is an honor to have you with us today. So, our very first question is by Mr. Puneet Avasthi from Kantar, our partner for this session. So, his question is, will virtuality be an enabler of newer gaming experiences, or will it in times come to be an enabler of commerce? How far away are we from such a scenario?
Well, I see great possibilities in virtuality. I mean, it's not, the gaming part is obvious, right? There's going to be a lot more of that. And also gaming, learning and gaming, that's also very close. The other great use I see for virtuality is, of course, communication, working together in virtual platforms, which I think is going to be fantastic. It's kind of like Zoom X1000, and that's going to be amazing. Shopping, I think to a large degree it will remain experimental for some time. So I see the time frame mostly next year coming up with augmented reality, and then further applications like this that would be used by most people that have mobiles. And then maybe the mobile becomes sort of an AR environment. And real actual virtual reality, I think it's going to be businesses, it's going to be government organizations, maybe top scale collaboration will eventually happen too. That's probably more than 5 years away. And then we'll have lots of issues about, the inequality issue and the digital divide and all that kind of stuff. But overall, I think it's going to be very exciting.
Thank you so much, Gert. Moving on to our next question from Tailwind Consulting. In the context of brands and businesses, how are the concepts of humanity and technology tugging at each other?
Well, I mean, it's clearly a priority that we have to make. I always say if an invention does not serve the human good, then we should not sell it or use it or buy it. And this is becoming a very important issue because basically we have too many things that are being sold and bought and used that are kind of clawing at our ability to keep our data to ourselves or understanding who we are. Like, Instagram is one of those things where I'm kind of wondering, already creating an alternative world and has negative impact and of course positive impact for selling. So sometimes there's really a discrepancy between how well can we reach people and sell things and do things, and how much good does it do in general? And there's got to be a balance of sort, right? So social media isn't lost, but it needs to be rebooted. You know, social media has become a social media to a large degree, right? What we want is empowerment. I mean, this is how every brand is going to sell, right? By empowering users, by creating excitement, stories. And what we have now is so much technology is kind of a disempowerment and a disengagement. And I think it's the wrong direction. And that's something we should really pay attention to. You know, disengaging people isn't going to make more money. It may look like it does, but it doesn't.
Thank you so much, Good. And our next question is from Megha from Medtronic. How much percentage of marketing mix should constitute a VR considering the new age marketing approach?
Well, you know, I'd be careful with making a standard rule like this, because obviously it's a cultural question and a question of technology adoption. You know, here in Switzerland, we have all fancy devices and 5G even on top of the mountain, yeah, but people are not very fond of virtual experiences. Maybe in India, it's kind of the other way around. You know, people may be very fond of it, but the equipment is lacking in so many places, and of course, the throughput and the bandwidth. Yeah. So I would be very careful making a standard rule. I would probably put a quarter of my money towards the virtuality concept and figuring out what to do. I wouldn't put that much into extreme top end of that, but more into the obvious things. Like, you know, using augmented reality with a web browser and having that become sort of a pop-out reality, you know, that could be really interesting, especially for shopping. And I think we should look for the low-hanging fruits. There was a futurist, there is a futurist called Paul Sappho, who once said, we should, can you hear me? Yeah? We should not confuse a short distance with a short way, right? That's going to be very important to keep in mind.
Thank you so much, Gert. And Gert, we have a journalist who's joined us here this evening, and he wants to ask you a question, requesting you to kindly ask the same.
This is Pavan from Social Samosa. So we are a media publishing
Please
house.
repeat it, yeah.
Sure. This is Pavan from Social Samosa. So I'm from a media publishing house that covers social media marketing and the new up-and-coming age of services like Web 3.0 services and all. So my question to you is, India has always been a very price-oriented country. A lot of the population did not come on the internet until data became cheaper. So one of the points that you mentioned is accessibility is an important part of Metaverse. It should be accessible by everyone. And as of now, for example, Meta has launched Horizon Worlds, which requires VR Quest headsets, and Metaverse is not fully, or maybe it's functional, but it's not at an optimal level that it could really provide the experience on a smartphone or a laptop or a mobile. So do you think Metaverse can function at an optimal level on a device like smartphone, which is like the most accessed device right now? And I have another question if you have time. Could you also please share some use case applications for brands and marketing in Metaverse?
Yes, very good question, and I must say thanks for asking. So first, I really believe that if we don't just look at the Metaverse as one thing, like either all or nothing, then we'd be much better off. So a little glimpse of augmented reality, a little bit of mixed reality, a little bit of virtuality for those that can afford it would probably be a good idea, rather than saying, you know, it's all out or nothing. I don't see a great market in India and other countries like India where people have to buy all that high-end stuff. I mean, even I here in my T1 internet connection, you know, having to spend thousands of euros to experiment, it's kind of like a very exclusive position, right? I don't think that's going to be a reality for a lot of people in India anytime soon, even though connectivity is improving very, very quickly. Lots of things are improving in India with Digital India and all that. That's good, but you know, I don't see that top end coming anytime soon. So I think it'd be much wiser to look at a limited experience that are entirely possible, capable, and financially doable for people that integrate part of this, right? So maybe we shouldn't be talking about the Metaverse also because of the Meta application at the company Meta, Facebook. We should maybe think of that as a different name. Like I like the name Virtuality. Being in virtuality, I think that the use cases are obvious. We're going to collaborate much better in virtual spaces, and that is really tantalizing, I think, for a lot of people. Shopping will be great. We have online shopping malls and we have social commerce, right? Big deal in India, also in China and so on. So maybe in the future will be social/augmented commerce, you know? That's kind of the next transition. I see a lot of that happening. And would I sell virtual products? I don't think that's going to be a great thing, period, but not anytime soon. It's more like something where you stake out your ground to be there, you know? But I see it much more hands-on in the sense of just making people's experience better on the mobile or using expanded mobile applications.
Thank you so much, Gerd. And our audience has many more questions for you, but unfortunately, we're running behind our schedule. And hence, with your permission, we would love to send you our questions. We would love to email you the questions and requesting you to kindly address the same.
Okay, yes, sure, absolutely.
Thank you so much, Gerd. Thank you so very much for joining us once again. It was an honor to have you here. Thank you for taking your time out for us. Let's have a huge round of applause for Gerd.
Thank you.
And yes, I still have some questions in my hand and we are going to address them soon. On that note, ladies and gentlemen, we have now heard Gerd share a global view. It is now time to get a local perspective on virtuality. And who better than Kantar to help us navigate through the local nuances on virtuality. This brings us to our final session of the day in partnership with Kantar. To conduct the same, please join me in welcoming Mr. Puneet Awasthi, Senior Director, Specialist Businesses Insights Division, Kantar. Welcome, sir.
So I'm going to be using this. Good evening, everyone. Thanks a lot for joining the session. This was a brilliant session that we just had from Gerd. We got a sneak peek into how things are going to be shaping up over the next 4-5 years, possibly a decade. There are different things that are going to be probably taking a different trajectory altogether. What I'm going to be talking to you about today is really something that Gerd also touched about. There are multiple Indias that are kind of moving in terms of on the journey of adoption of the virtual space and its commercial applications as such very differently. And there are all those trends that are shaping the internet ecosystem. And for smart marketers, it is really important to understand each segment of the Indian spectrum as such, to therefore be able to reach out to them most appropriately, given the stage of evolution that they are in currently and they are likely to be in the next 5 to 6 years. So we have close to about 700 million internet users today in the country, and trending towards close to being about a 900 million internet using society in a couple of years' time from now. So we are a very large internet contributor to the overall digital space worldwide. And there is still some fairly significant headroom to grow. Naturally, there is a slowdown because the base in itself is quite significant for us. But bear in mind that different parts of the country, the adoption curve is actually markedly different. So whilst we are looking at a slowdown in urban India in terms of recruitment, and that is because there is no headroom for growth, the reality is that urban India is also maturing in terms of what it's going to be doing and how it's going to be using the virtual space as such and the kind of connectivity that it's seeking as compared to the upcountry India as such. And there the trajectory is going to be a lot faster in terms of basic services that are going to be available to them. And to my mind, the big impact of a lot of virtual services, augmented reality, is going to be in enabling some of the services that are available to us here sitting in a Mumbai or a Delhi or a Bangalore, taking it across to some of the smaller towns and allowing them to access those services more effectively. And that is going to be a big game changer. So for example, and I'll talk about it in a couple of slides, but needless to say, of course, over a period of time now, we are looking at a fairly significant growth in usage frequency and the quantum of time that is being spent on the net as such, as compared to 2019, and this is just before the pandemic. We're looking at fairly significant growth in terms of the frequency with which internet is being used, as also in terms of the time that is being spent on the net as such, and that's a no-brainer. That is natural. having said that, let's look at some of the trends that are shaping internet, and it's markedly different by different parts of the country as such. So, the first trend that we're going to be talking about is online shopping. And one important aspect here is the fact that there is in a sense, a convergence of online shopping with social platforms as such. So it's quite a big number that one is looking at, where we are saying that close to about half of online shoppers in the country would also have purchased products using the social media as such. So it's a fairly significant change that is going to be occurring in the next few years. The interesting thing is online commerce in India is not just about servicing big cities as such. It is indeed, the big city Indian has actually adopted online commerce a lot earlier. But one major advantage of e-commerce has been that it has, in a sense, crushed the digital divide. Things that were not available to people sitting in, let's say, a Patna or even further up country, say a Bhagalpur or wherever else, today have, on the press of a button, available to them the best products that they want access to. So that is something that has been enabled. And to my mind, if any development on the internet is able to solve such real problems that a vast country such as India has, it has a tremendous potential. And as I see it, virtuality, whilst it has a strong gaming application and is going to be playing out in the entertainment space, truly it will become a significant constituent of what the internet experience is when it bridges some of these digital divides. For example, learning. We know that education has kind of taken off in a significant manner over the last couple of years, and most of our kids were studying online. And then how do we augment that experience as such? And once some of those real problems are resolved as such, and not to say that entertainment in itself is not a real problem. We need entertainment. We need to be kind of, a happier bunch of people. But some of these problems, for example, I need to click this. For example, we're looking at health and wellness. It is likely to become the second largest online shopping category amongst users as such. So that is a massive development that is taking place all around us as such. And it's not just going to be urban, it is going to be beyond that as well. And if truly the virtual world has to play out, it is one which has to kind of allow greater availability of resources, of services to people who are otherwise not getting it because of the fact that talent is concentrated in few pockets of the country. And that change is the change that internet really offers, and it has offered. It has grown over the last decade and a half because it has offered that it has offered that as a service to people who were not otherwise availing or getting those services as such. And when it starts solving genuine problems of access to better healthcare, when it starts solving other problems, then internet and the benefits of virtual reality will really become, value adding to the society and not just a gimmick. On the upper end, we're going to be seeing a very large constituency of people who will, truly be called as smart households as such. We're looking at close to about half of the population of urban India that is going to be, having multiple smart devices at home as such. And then, of course, it's going to be driven very strongly by smart television, but we all know that, and we all see in our own respective spheres of influence that there are many more smart devices that are walking into our homes. And that trend is creating a constituency of people who are likely to be users of the internet 3.0, the metaverse or virtuality, whatever one is going to be calling. this trend in itself is going to be fueling the need for newer experiences. When I'm looking at, having a smart watch, a smart, maybe a headset, all of these are eventually going to be converging and creating better and more superlative experiences. This is the set of people, and there's a fairly large number that one is looking at, and at the top end, where in urban India there are going to be households that are going to become a lot smarter as such, in terms of not just having this rectangular shaped device always in the hands as such, but having multiple other ways of accessing the net and intelligently managing their lives. The smart speaker was a great thing that happened, and there are a lot of people who are using it smartly. But in a lot of cases, it hasn't been used smartly. But we're all gradually going to be learning, and sometimes learning is not just about kind of knowing it beforehand, before you buy, but it's also about buying it and then learning what the technology can be deployed for. And India has been pretty good at that. We've kind of, done a lot of, over the last 4-5 years, the quantum of purchases of a lot of smart streaming systems as such in urban India has been significant, and that is something that it's a ripple at the moment, but it's going to become a much bigger phenomena. When we're looking at India and we're looking at close to about 50 million in the Indian context is a very small number, but it will grow, and it is this set of people who are at the vanguard of this change will gradually kind of learn how to integrate all these different smart systems and get them to talk to one another and create a kind of a lifestyle where a lot of things that they do don't necessarily need them to be present there. A lot of it can be automated. Online education, we spoke about healthcare a little while ago. Close to about 50% of Indian children are going to be accessing education via online as such, in some form or the other. And that is great in a country such as ours, where so many children do not get access to quality education. If you ask any HR leader, one of the biggest challenges that they will tell us is that, India has got a great number of graduates, postgraduates, but the quality of education isn't there. And that is because they're not necessarily able to access the kind of quality teachers. So what the internet is doing is creating a level playing field for a larger mass of the country. And as long as it continues to do that, it is something that is going to be, growing and growing from strength to strength. And the technologies that are being talked about, whilst they have, they have their challenges. There is a data privacy issue. There is an issue of identity theft. There can be multiple things. But the problems that it solves in a country such as ours, where basic requirements, health, education, access to products have been limited, truly, it has been path-breaking, and these new features of augmented reality, virtual reality, will help solve some of the problems that India faces, as I see it. Sorry. The next trend, of course, is the growing e-governance in the country. This is something that is going to be becoming a lot. It is already quite a strong thing with the Jump trilogy that has been kind of created over the last decade or so, with Aadhaar to start with, and then the accounts and mobile penetration, which is all pervasive. We have close to about 62 million individuals who've accessed e-governance services in the country as such. And this is a number that we foresee is going to be a lot larger. Government will be accessible to people in a very, very direct manner. It is going to be accessible to people when they need the support as such. The government will have its own bots. It will have its own, AI-powered systems to respond to its citizenry more effectively. And actually, look at it this way. had it not been for the Jump trilogy, we wouldn't have the kind of direct delivery of benefits that has happened over the course of the last couple of years of the pandemic, had it not been that we didn't have this entire ecosystem that has been built. So to my mind, e-governance is going to be a massive, it's going to be very important for our country. And it is something that will enable access to better government services to everybody, not to only a select few who have access to, who have the ability to reach the right people as such. The right people will be available to a larger number of people, a larger proportion of the citizenry. The sixth trend, this is very much incipient, it's very nascent at this point in time. But I think the last couple of years, whatever data that we've looked at, and by the way, all the data that we're looking at over here is from, largely from our annual baseline on internet and internet usage in the country, which is iCube. And in addition to that, we've got some of the data coming from a study that we do twice a year called the Rural Barometer to understand rural sentiments. And what we've seen over the last year is the growing deployment of agri technology as such. So using internet, harnessing the power of internet for the farmers as such, both in terms of crop monitoring, and we are looking at, a fairly, and when we're looking at the rural context, here are people who are not truly, as privileged. A large proportion of rural India is not really privileged as such. And there, if we start looking at use of technology for the purpose of monitoring their crop, the quality of their crop, and not just that, there are other things that are happening in terms of market access, understanding what prices are, is the agricultural output, the produce being sold at, and therefore what is the right time to harvest. All of that is something that is available to the farmer. Here's the thing, if a farmer is able to take pictures of his crop at various stages, if there are drones that are taking pictures across the entire area where, say, cotton is being grown, and cotton is very susceptible to, pests and big, pest attacks happen as such, and it completely destroys the crop. If he knows that there is, a pest incident somewhere close by, the farmer can take remedial action quickly. Now, if that is something that happens, can you imagine what a DuPont or any of the agri-farm marketers can do? They can actually reach out to those specific sets of farmers and deliver the right pest control products. So the possibilities of internet and artificial intelligence as such at scale are something that are truly coming, being brought forth now. And it is not where, it is something that enables better quality life for the big city Indians. It is actually working in its own way across the country. And that, to my mind, is probably a different, makes India a unique country where technology has been made available to everybody and it's worked in a fairly democratic sense. Yeah. Okay. All right, I'll skip this. Micro businesses too have taken to online commerce in a significant manner. I'll just skip this. This is, we're expecting that 5G is going to be, driving, the next growth in internet in the country as such, and that's maybe another year and another couple of years. The ecosystem gets created, content gets created, platforms get created to enable better quality utilization of the bandwidth that is going to be created. Well, we've spoken about immersive technology. So these are, this is a space where there's going to be a lot of innovation. And the innovation, as we in the organization see, it is not just about the innovations around entertainment, and it has tremendous value which could be in the area of transforming the quality of e-commerce transactions, experience on e-commerce, transforming our social interactions as such in social media, allowing better virtual communication as such. So, for example, having virtual offices and enabling people to kind of, interact with one another seamlessly. And that does add a certain degree of familiarity. It kind of, takes us away from, we've spoken about Zoom calls, and, that have happened over the last couple of years. And as humans, we've developed the capacity to communicate with one another over tens of thousands of years, where the spoken word is just one part of communication. Virtual reality, in a sense, enables, the quality of communication because it brings in body language as well. And of course, virtual reality, which is, education to my mind is a very functional element of virtual reality that we'll have to kind of, consider. And innovation in that space is going to be very important because it's going to add social value. So, well, it's very much early days for the Metaverse in the country. There's a lot that has already happened within this year, and we expect that this is really the tip of the iceberg. There is a lot that's going to happen over the course of the next 3 to 5 years. We are all looking forward to it. It's going to be change. It's going to be positive change as we see it. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Puneet. And here is a little token of appreciation on behalf of MMA Impact. Very sorry we had to cut it short because of the interest of time. Thank you so very much. And of course, you can connect with Puneet post the session. And on that note, ladies and gentlemen, I'm sure you all have a lot of takeaways from the various sessions that we attended today. Don't forget to join us tomorrow virtually at 10:30 a.m., the links of which have already been sent to your registered email IDs. You will be able to ask our speakers questions and at the same time, network with the community, and of course, get an opportunity to download more reports. And that's not it. We'll also witness our council experts decode the reports for you, specifically MarTech and brand safety. Coming to the end of day one, I would like to take this opportunity to thank all our speakers for sharing their valuable insights today and joining us here on day one. On behalf of MMA, I would like to take this opportunity to thank our partners, presenting partners, Flipkart Ads, program partners, Epic Games, Meta, Google, InMobiGlance, Mfilterit, corporate partners, Nielsen, RTB House, innovation partner, Zappats, gifting partner, Perfetti Van Mel, and knowledge partner, Kantar. Our support partners, podcast partner, IVM Podcast, upskilling partner, Yangpu Executive Education, Avian Media, else, Tailwind, Ways, Collective Heads, and also, of course, a big thank you to all attendees, especially the ones who are still with us. Thank you so very much for joining us here. Please do join us tomorrow once again at 10:30 a.m. We have many new sessions and many speakers for you. And also, don't forget to click yourselves at the photo booths, upload the pictures, tag us on MMA APAC. Use our hashtags, that's hashtag Shape the Future, hashtag MMA Impact, and hashtag MMA APAC. And on that note, as I prepare to take your leave, I must say I have been truly honored to be a part of day one. And please, once again, don't forget to join us tomorrow at 10:30 a.m. Thank you so much, everybody. This is Nisha Shetty signing off for now. Thank you.